Good morning, everyone. We are so very excited to have you here. On behalf of Ellen Carmichael and the entire team of the Lafayette Company, we welcome you to the first ever Symposium on Young American Men. We'd like to begin by thanking our sponsors, which you can see up here. We also have some of their collateral out and back, and partners who've made today's event possible. You'll learn more about them and the work they do today throughout the day with our panelists. We encourage you to connect with them throughout the program, and they'll serve as an important source of information. As you will probably see in our agenda, it is quite tight. I will try to keep everything moving quickly, but I hope that you can work with us as well. I am pleased to first welcome, on this very tight schedule, Patrick Kelly, CEO of the Knights of Columbus, who is our marquee sponsor. And we are so excited to have them here. Knights of Columbus serves more than 2.2 million men in America. Thank you again for being here, and we look forward to having you throughout the day.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction. And I just want to say what a pleasure it is to be here this morning with all of you and to spend the day with you to talk about this topic. I want to begin with a word of thanks to the Lafayette Company for bringing all of us together to discuss a real pressing issue that I think is we've all seen in the last few weeks and really the last couple of years. It's more and more pressing. It's no secret that many young men in America today are struggling. Plenty of experts, scholars, and observers have explored the reasons behind this crisis. And at the Knights of Columbus, we've encountered the crisis firsthand. And I believe our experience shows a way to help young men move forward. For 143 years, the Knights of Columbus has offered faith-based service and community. From our founding by a Catholic priest in New Haven, Connecticut in 1882, we have united men in their Catholic faith. And today, more than 2.2 million men are members of the Knights and are dedicated to the mission of mutual support and charitable service. We've always known that men need meaning in life, and that a man's ultimate meaning comes from his personal relationship with others and with God. We also know that men need a mission. We are hardwired as men for purpose and mission. That's why last year, our members contributed more than 48 million hours of volunteer service. By serving shoulder to shoulder and making sacrifices to help those in need, men find the meaning they're looking for. But as we know, and as we will discuss today, many young men are lost and disconnected. Many come from broken families with fathers who are not a real part of their life. Many are drowning in the depths of the internet and social media. It's increasingly clear that millions of men no longer have friends who they can count on and who can spur them on to excellence. More than a quarter of millennials say they have no close friends. And the rise of artificial intelligence has millions of young men looking for friendship in chatbots. These are AI tools that tailor their responses to the emotional needs of the user, and they offer comfort, support, and validation. But it's not real. This isn't the road to friendship and meaning. It's the road to further isolation and ultimately to so many of the negative outcomes that we'll be discussing today. Just this past Friday, Pope Leo told young people, quote, "Don't let an algorithm write your story. Invite genuine friendship, real encounters, and freedom beyond digital limits." This is a frequent theme for our new Pope. In the face of the crisis we are facing, there's an urgent need to invite young men into meaningful friendships. And that's what we are focused on at the Knights of Columbus. We recently launched a new initiative called CORE, C-O-R, which is Latin for heart. The purpose of CORE is to bring men together for friendship and faith formation. CORE is a place where young men grow in their relationships with one another and with God. It connects men with the truth about themselves, their world, and their Creator. At these CORE meetings, men can share their struggles, find support, and stand shoulder to shoulder in friendship. Ultimately, these men grow together as friends, pursuing a life of virtue. In just a few short years, we've started CORE at more than 6,000 Catholic parishes across the country and around the world. Clearly, young men are hungry for this kind of intentional community. And it helps explain why we're on track in the Knights of Columbus to welcome 100,000 new members this year. This represents and will represent our strongest year of growth in more than a century. So very clearly, something is happening. And at the end of the day, we are trying to tackle what the Surgeon General recently called the epidemic of loneliness and isolation. We're giving men the kind of community they truly need, and we will continue to help America's young men find meaning and mission in life. So, to conclude, we're very grateful to be part of today's symposium on young American men and to join with all of you as we work together to address one of the greatest challenges our society faces. Thank you.
I would like to introduce now pollster Alex Tarascio from Cygnal. As you may have known, we have new data coming out about young American men. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I find it appropriate that as a young American man, I'm a little bit aged out of the group that we surveyed. I have a screen in front of me rather than a piece of paper, and so I am on brand there. My name is Alex. I am a pollster at Cygnal. Most of my work is political. I work on campaigns. I usually try and get candidates to win. This project was a really fascinating one because young men are a group of people that are moving. They are typically not as involved in politics, and whichever party or candidate can motivate them to get involved, they're the ones who often win, but they're really hard to get for some of the same reasons that we are talking about in this event here. So I was happy to do it. Another reason is because I like cutting up groups into different categories, and so I'm gonna talk about different demographic groups. I'm going to talk about behaviors as demographics in some cases, because that's how we do political targeting. And in this, that's how I'm going to be thinking about some of these groups. I have 10 minutes, and so I am not going to answer any questions, even though you will have them. It's very unfair. But I'll be around all day and happy to answer questions throughout the day or afterwards. Now, let's see if I can figure this out. Awesome. So we conducted this survey at Cygnal with the Lafayette Group because we wanted to know how being so online is affecting young men, 16 to 28, Gen Z men. They are extremely online, more than I expected. And so on many of these answers, young men are split. It looks 50-50 or pretty close to it. But that's only really true on the surface. And under the hood, when you look at which men are split positively or negatively, you find very different habits that are driving the men whose lives are going well or who say that they have good mental health compared to those whose lives aren't going in the direction that they hoped or report negative mental health. Overarching results. The men who are online the most, to 6 hours or more per day, who never exercise, are irreligious, and who don't participate in any organized social group, they are doing the worst. They report worse mental health, fewer friends, and worse life satisfaction. We asked about a range of other potentially destructive behaviors: pornography consumption, online gaming, sports betting, and AI usage. on the theory that these may be correlated with worse mental health and life satisfaction. The impact of all of those behaviors paled in comparison to simply being highly online for more than 6 hours a day, or not participating in any social groups. Those are the absolute worst things that you could do as a young man. Men who are still doing well are still online, very highly online, many hours a day, but they exercise some restraint. They engage in other activities. They join clubs. They go to religious services at least sometimes, and they are more likely to be current or former members of a collegiate fraternity. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this slide because it has a lot of information on it, and I warned you that we like to cut up different groups in how we target people. So there are a range of negative behaviors that are correlated on nearly every single question we asked with negative results, and then positive behaviors that are oppositely correlated. And so graduating college, you are more likely to say that your life is going in the direction that you thought that it would if you graduated college. It's 2 to 1, 66% to 33%. Overall, it's 50% of men who say that their life is going the direction that they thought that it would. Fraternity-affiliated men, 61% of them say that their life is going in the direction that they thought that it would. Highly social men, 63% of them say the same. Men who have some or regular religion, you don't need to be devout, you just need to go more than never, more than rarely. And then men who have positive mental health, which is kind of measuring the same thing, and so don't overread the positive mental health figures. The red boxes, men who are not affiliated with any group. They don't join anything, not even a fraternity, they just aren't in a club. Only 27% of them say their life is going in the direction that they thought that it would. Men who never exercise, 27% of them. Low social men who are in person with friends less than, or 5 hours or less a week. 42% of them say their life is going the way that they thought it would. Highly online men, only 39%. And negative mental health, 23%. The man who says that his life is not on track spends more than 6 hours a day online. He plays video games every single day, probably for more than 2 hours. He watches YouTube for more than 4 hours a day. He spends less than 5 hours a week in person or with friends, with social activities. He rarely or never exercises. He isn't a member of an organized club or social group. He is not religious. He's single, but he wants a relationship, and he has poor mental health, and he knows it. He doesn't have any male mentor or role model who's a regular influence on his life, and when he has problems in his life, he figures it out himself. And here's what he says about himself in his own words. I'm unlucky with everything that I do. I barely feel loved, and I can't seem to be successful no matter what. I envisioned more. I'm just not where I thought I'd be. It's been way more difficult than I thought. I've done almost everything I said I would never do as a child, and if my kid self saw me today, he'd be heartbroken and distraught. I have some of these verbatims in our deck, and I encourage you to, you should have QR code access that can pull up the entire release, and you can see all these yourself. So, the man who says his life is on track, he still spends a ton of time online, but he balances that with in-person activities. He's online, but for less than 6 hours a day. He also spends 11 hours or more per week socializing in person with his friends, and he's involved with organized social groups. He regularly exercises, and he was or is a member of a collegiate fraternity. He's religious, though he may not be devout, and he says his mental health is good or excellent. And crucially, he has male mentors in his life and role models that he can talk to when life gets hard, or to turn to for advice about how to be a man. And he attributes the good things in his life to the people around him and to the choices that he's made. And here's what he says in his own words. Life has gone the way that I expected it to go. I feel like the choices we make lead to the results that we have. I feel like life is going to be great for me. I'm going to make good money, my girlfriend and I are going to get married in 4 or 5 years, and we're going to have a family. I have people to push me to be great. Well, there's a lot in my way, but I have people to keep push me to go forward and calm me when I need. Or I have a wonderful partner who loves me, a great family, lovely pets, everything that I need. I skipped one. So, how do they want to spend their time? We asked, how do you typically spend your free time? The things that you actually do the most. Select the top 3. Playing video games, number 1, far and away, clear leader. 43% of men select video games as their number 1 thing they want to be doing. Number 2, watching TV, movies, or streaming content. And number 3, listening to music or podcasts. The only social one in this group, the middle box here that makes the cut, the first one is spending time with family at a distant 21%. This is kind of the heart of the problem. The online world is really, really attractive, and it's very easy to spend so much time there. This is where men want to spend their time. Even the men that are doing well are still spending a huge amount of time online, and that's because this is where they choose to spend their time. Online hours daily. Overall, 17% of men are online for 2 hours or less per day. Those are the low online in my banners. And 27% are online for more than 6 hours a day. Probably a lot more. There's just no upper limit to that. Everyone is online to a very high degree, but those who do so with no limits in that 6 hours a day category are the men who are not affiliated with any organized group at all. 33% of them are online for more than 6 hours a day. Men who don't exercise at all, 42% of them are in that more than 6 hours a day category. And those who say they have negative mental health, 36% of them are in that highly online category. And so at the extremes, we see that highly online is more associated with those negative results. This one stuns me every time I look at it. The YouTube usage in this generation is just massive. Even I'm not that much older than men in this group, but 11% of them are on YouTube alone for more than 6 hours a day. 44% are on YouTube for 3 to 6 hours a day. And probably they have multiple screens up at a time. So it's YouTube, it's a phone, it's maybe a TV at the same time. Gaming. The overwhelming majority of men in this age group are very heavy gamers, which we define as every day. Most of those are in this, I play video games for 2 hours or more every day. 36% of them are in that category. It's so ubiquitous that there's not a huge difference between groups. 58% of those with negative mental health are heavy gamers, compared to just 50% of those who have positive mental health. And so if you're doing well, you are probably still gaming a tremendous amount of time. And so I didn't come in expecting to prove that gaming was good or bad, but it does not seem to be highly correlated with the more negative results. Social in-person hours, 48% of men spend 5 hours or less a week in person with friends or doing something social. On the high end, that's an hour a day over a week, but for most of the men in this group, it's probably a lot less. And so most days, these men are not socializing at all. It's 48%. It's a huge proportion. These are the low social men on our banners. Physical activity, the never, fortunately, it's not a huge proportion, it's only about 8%. But if you never exercise, that is one of the worst things that you could possibly do. On the other hand, if you're exercising regularly, so in this several times a week, nearly every day or every day, if that's the only thing you're doing, more likely you're probably still not on track. If you are not socializing with other people, if you're not doing something else, if you're still online a ton, you're still pretty isolated from other people and you're probably not doing very well. Mentorship. This ended up being a much stronger positive correlation than I expected. 53% of men say that they have a male mentor or role model compared to only 40% who don't. The ones who over-index for this, fraternity-affiliated men. 71% of them have a male mentor or role model. Okay, I'm getting waved at, and so I've already gone a little bit over. I'm going to end now, but I'm happy to answer any other questions that y'all may have throughout the rest of the event. Thank you.
So 2 things stood out to me as I was listening to you. One of them was Halloween was Friday. I know this is a strange comment, but a number of years ago, probably the most popular interview I ever did was with an exorcist, Father Stephen Rossetti, who I was sitting next to at the Knights of Columbus convention a couple of months ago. And I asked him, what is hell? And he said, it's having no friends. And there are men in our country who have no friends, apparently, which sounds like hell. The other thing that you said was not feeling loved. Patrick Kelly also, and this is not a Catholic event, but bear with me. Patrick Kelly is a great friend of the Sisters of Life. They're Catholic nuns. And one of the things that I've learned from them is how many people have never had a birthday celebrated. They are like awesome celebrating your birthday. I've had it happen, maybe you have. But if no one has ever celebrated your life, that sounds like hell. I'm so grateful to Ellen, for the Lafayette Group, for everyone who's here, everyone who's watching. We have a great panel, and we want to get to practical results. So first, we have Cole Lyle, and I'm Catherine Lopez from the National Review Institute. I didn't say that, and National Review Magazine. But I'm so excited about the other people we have here. Cole Lyle is a Marine veteran who has seen the ravages of war like few others, but also community. He was telling me earlier. Dr. Sally Tittel is a scholar at the American Enterprise Institute and a practicing psychiatrist who I've been blessed to know for a long time. And Dan Kane is at Brotherhood DMV. Community. This is what everyone needs, and certainly what men need. I think we're going to talk a little bit about friendship and relationship and the critical thirst for both. And I think we've seen that in the media recently in news events, and people are thirsting. So, Cole, can you start us off briefly from your vantage point? How do you respond to the poll results? And just from your experience, what are you seeing about young men and mental health, which is what our panel's about?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for having me. Cole Lyle with the American Legion. I run the National Healthcare and Benefits Division for the largest veteran service organization in the country. I've been doing veteran advocacy for about 10 years because of some of my own issues. This is deeply personal to me. As a young man growing up in a household with two older sisters and my mom, I was very hungry for male connection at a young age. My mom, recognizing that she couldn't also be a father, connected me in Boy Scouts. I played football growing up, and I got some of those strong male mentors that really changed the direction of my life. I ended up joining the Marine Corps out of high school. 80% of the military enlists out of high school, so we're dealing with the same age cohort here. The poll results weren't really surprising because we deal with a lot of the same issues when veterans get out of the military, which is why we see the most vulnerable point in a veteran's life is the first year that they transition. Because unlike most young American men, when somebody enlists, they have a built-in support system, connection. We jokingly refer to it as camaraderie through mutual suffering. You are more or less bonded with these people from all walks of life, all backgrounds, and trained to accomplish a mission despite any differences that you may have. When you leave, that stuff gets kind of ripped away from you pretty quickly, and you have to find your purpose again. We've talked a lot about purpose, we've talked a lot about meaning, and that ultimately is what I think young American men really seek and want. They find it in the military, and then when they leave, they have to find that again, either in their family, their community, or indeed the country again, right? And the studies, the American public has kind of a skewed perspective on what the veteran population deals with, largely because of movies and what they consume. I think 80% of military veterans have an immediate family member that served, so military service has become a family business, and the American public has not a great perspective on what they deal with. 11 to 30% of global war on terror veterans have dealt with some sort of mental health challenge. Again, first year, most vulnerable, but what we see is if you give these veterans tools to thrive and overcome their issues, veterans donate their time at a higher rate than non-veteran young men. They donate their money to nonprofit causes. They contribute $1 trillion to the American economy in entrepreneurship. So you see a lot of great success stories when you give young men the tools to thrive, when you give them that community, when you give them the resources that they can then build on after they serve in the military. So, you know, we're talking about this issue with young American men and how to get them connected into different organizations to help them thrive. But when they are dealing with struggles, part of what I do on a day-to-day basis is work with Congress, the VA, and the White House on policies that the government can promote or institute to try to help these veterans thrive. And I think some of that could be applicable to young American men.
Thank you so much, Cole. Dan Kane, could you respond to the poll results?
Sure thing. Thank you. And this is the first time that I've been a part of any type of panel or project or conversation like this. So I'm deeply grateful to be here, and thank you for giving me the platform. So for the last year and change, I founded a grassroots community effort called Brotherhood DMV. We're locally based in Arlington, Virginia, where I've resided for the last 6 years, but we really plan community-based activities and outings for men to come together to be able to create more of a childhood-like sense of camaraderie, right? I think for any men that are in the room, you can think back to when you were young. How did you make friends, right? It was doing things that you enjoyed with other men maybe in your neighborhood, you connected through family, but there's a sense of common values or common interests, right, that you typically bonded with other men because of. And Brotherhood DMV kind of lies at the root of that. It was born out of really a desire, a need for myself to find that type of community. I fortunately, growing up in Pennsylvania, had the predisposition to have a lot of male friends. I was an only child, and similar to Cole, had always kind of yearned for that type of brotherhood and friendship in my life at a young age, and was fortunate enough to create a lot of strong bonds with men throughout the years. And I think one thing that I found from kind of the grassroots community sense is everything that we saw in the poll, to agree with Cole, did not surprise me. I also think I may be correct in saying this. I might be the youngest person speaking today, so probably the closest to the age range of the men that were polled. 33 years old, so I have 12 years of experience very recently being a part of that group of men that were polled, and I have lived on both sides of that spectrum, candidly. I have been the young man that has been a part of groups and had very close friendships and mentorships and networks, and have been athletic in fitness my entire life. I've also been on the other side of the spectrum, where I've felt like I've fallen victim to the online communities, gaming when I was younger, and these types of activities that challenge men from being contributing members of society, right, and being able to find meaning and find purpose. And I felt that myself at certain points, really within the last 5 or 6 years. It's not a far cry to say that, pre-COVID, during COVID, post-COVID, I definitely fell into a depression, felt a sense of loneliness. And that was kind of the impetus for Brotherhood DMV, and how it began was truly this need for myself to find male mentorship and to find an uplifting and supportive community of men that supported other men's personal development and growth in life. And that is seemingly hard to find today, right? When we look at these demographics of young men, we also look at the elder demographics, right? One of my good friends is in the crowd right now, Amadeus. He began a podcast that speaks to this idea of male vacancy, there being a vacancy of elders in society. So we're talking about the older generations, Generation X and baby boomers, that now, as well as millennials, I'm on the younger side of millennials, but have this responsibility to be elders in society, right? And to lift young men up, to inspire young men to search for community, as Mr. Kelly said earlier this morning. It's kind of what we're building within Brotherhood DMV is a localized sense of core, as you spoke about, the ability to provide a platform for men to come together. Typically, it's around fitness and exercise. So we saw the numbers earlier, right? I've been someone that has been in the fitness world my entire life as a young athlete, but more recently as a coach and a personal trainer. And I find that health being the foundation with which our lives are built, period. That applies to everybody, not just men. When you allow access to a community-based activity around exercise or health in some sort, you see men become more engaged and more willing to look at the other aspects and areas of their life and want to grow in those areas as well. When you're able to see, hey, if I put time and energy into something like exercise, right? Something as simple as I can go from point A to point B in a few weeks and feel better, that applies to the rest of their life. So I think there's a lot that can be extrapolated from this information. It was not surprising, but it's all of the things that we try to address within the Brotherhood DMV community.
Thank you so much. This, again, might be a little silly comment, but I think it's so important. For many years, sitcoms always have the dad as like a doofus. And I think one of the reasons this gathering is so important is because we need men, we need fathers, and you actually matter, you know. Patrick Kelly and I have a mutual friend who died a number of years ago, and I had never heard I hope she's not watching this, his wife swear. But she, maybe a year after he died, said, single parenthood is so effing wrong. And her point was not to judge anyone or anything like that. The story was she took her little kids, 7 and under, 4 of them, to an amusement park. And Frederick wanted to go on a roller coaster, like a baby roller coaster. And at the last minute, he chickened out. And I hope Frederick's not watching this. And so on the car ride home, he starts crying. And he says, I wanted to go on the roller coaster. And Maureen says, but you said you didn't want to go on the roller coaster. And he said, Frederick said, Dada would have made me. Men and women are different, and we need you. A number of years ago, Pope Benedict, again, not a Catholic event, but we'll downplay the Catholicism later, but religion is obviously important, right? In 2012, Pope Benedict handed me a letter to all the women in the world, and one of the lines in this message is, it is up to women to save the peace of the world. And we need men who believe that and who can work together. And so I wanted to say that before we had the woman on the panel speak. So Sally Sattel, what is your response after all your experience with working with men to these poll results?
Oh, well, not really surprised. I mean, with all due respect, this poll follows in a tradition of so many that have shown lots of the same results. But one finding that is interesting is that men who are doing well still spend a lot of time online. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. You can do constructive things online for sure. But it shows how important context is. So someone can have, and engage in one behavior that some might question or worry might, be somehow unhealthy. But if they're surrounded, if it's in the context of other healthy pursuits, then it's not nearly as damaging. Those buffers are incredibly important. Well, I am a psychiatrist, but honestly, I think my role today is to say that all of the problems that have been discussed so far and probably will be discussed later in the day are not clinical problems. They're not pathology, they're existential problems. And I've made a kind of a long career of trying to caution against medicalizing aspects of life. Now, certainly there are real problems. I mean, some people do have significant anxiety, significant depression, significant ADHD that is not kind of an artifact of being in an environment that doesn't really accommodate the style of young men. And there's medication. I'm not against meds. Actually work in a methadone clinic, and that's where I actually see some of the young men. So these are a subpopulation that is clearly very unhappy in their life, and hopefully we're helping them. But again, while I certainly acknowledge there are real, some people have real problems that have to be dealt with in a clinical setting, that most of this is not that. This is psychological. And so I guess I should say that for that small minority of people who probably do need professional help, that's a challenge for young men. And men in general, actually. A lot of folks tend to see the idea of of even approaching a therapist as some sort of sign of, weakness, that sort of help seeking. It's a vulnerability that they don't feel comfortable with at all. Self-disclosure, emotional, expression of emotions does not come naturally to a lot of young men. And there is there's a fine line between how do you fulfill your idea of being a masculine ideal and still making yourself vulnerable. And everyone has a different approach to that, for sure. And to add to that is that most of the overwhelming number of therapists, and I'm talking about counselors and social workers and psychologists, are women. And I know a lot of them. I am one, and I know we can do a good job, but again, for a young man who's already reluctant to be in a milieu that prizes disclosure, in some cases it's even more aversive to do it in front of a woman. So we don't have enough male therapists, probably don't have enough therapists in general, but there aren't enough men in these fields, so that's one problem. But I'll just finish up by saying that a lot can be done even in non-traditional therapeutic settings, even though they're geared towards therapeutic change, which is to have groups of men. Those men tend to, or young boys tend to like to be in groups as opposed to individual therapy. Obviously, I'm generalizing. Some men would love to have their own therapist and be on a couch in Freudian therapy, but that's not, again, the typical person we're talking about here. They like to emphasize problem solving, self-reliance, things that are task-oriented, and kind of framing stoicism in a healthy way, which is to say, the mirror image of what in 2018, you may recall, the American Psychological Association had a guideline for men and boys, and they kind of scoffed at, I'm quoting them, traditional masculinity that was marked by, again, quoting, stoicism, competitiveness, dominance, and aggression. And there is such a thing as healthy aggression. Of course, there is something as unhealthy aggression, and no one, of course, is endorsing that. But there are ways to reframe all those features in very healthy ways, and that will benefit men and women. And healthy men is also good for healthy women.
Well, so if you don't mind, Sally, because you're the medical doctor on the panel, this point, we had a conversation last week, the panel, and one of your concerns, and both Dan and Cole echoed this, was this idea that we're overly medicating, overly pathologizing. But again, you're not against medication. People need medication. But how do we deal with that? And I think back to some of your writing where, 20 years ago, we were basically medicating boys for being boys, right? The aggression, the, running around and we want them to do that. So how do we balance that? And for Dan and Cole too, I mean, you work in civil society, and I think that's key to how we solve this problem. So yeah, how do we balance that, Sally?
Well, okay, not to be too flip, but I think the first answer is don't send them to a psychiatrist. Don't send them to someone in the
Says the psychiatrist.
in the mental health world, because that becomes the framing for what they're dealing with and what the solution will look like. And then healthy outlets, which you guys are experts in, and in school, a lot more recess, for sure. And I think those kinds of things, they're not the only three, of course, but I think they can go, quite a long way. A lot of it has to do with, again, kind of the framing of the problem. And in general, I don't think it's healthy to frame it in clinical terms or with clinical personnel.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree. I think the worst problem that we have in the veteran community, the data, which could be wrong, suggests that 17.5 veterans take their lives every day, which amounts to roughly 6,200 and something. And that's a tragedy. It's urgent. I've been banging this drum for 10 years that we view that problem through the lens of mental health, which seems intuitive. But 9 times out of 10, it's not a mental health problem. It's a conglomeration of relationship stress, acute financial stress, unemployment, transportation issues, any number of things. It's part of the human condition. Yeah. So teach these young men to be resilient, and that's where mentors really help to come into play. And that's why the American Legion and other organizations really rely on service, getting these young men into community service projects around other men that can be a resource. They build that trust, they build the relationship, and then when they have one of these issues upstream before they get to that critical mass of despair, they say, hey, I've got somebody I could reach out to, and maybe they don't have the answer, but they know somebody that has the answer, and they can plug them into a local resource that's trusted. But, at the end of the day, if they do need, I've been on the receiving end of more suicidal calls than I care to remember, and to a person, every single one of them boils down to, I feel unloved and useless. And so it's about saying, hey, I do care about you, right? I want you to stay here. You have enormous potential in your future with your family, with your career, whatever. But if you do need mental health help, part of it is breaking the stigma. And it's our responsibility as kind of the elder cohort of our generation to tell these men. And from a military perspective, I talk to veterans all the time and I say, look, how many hours did we spend trying to make sure that our very basic weapon system, the M4, the M16, didn't jam? We did a lot of preventative maintenance, and then when it jammed, we were drilled on immediate action to get the gun up and to get back on mission. Why would you feel ashamed of taking preventative action or immediate action on the most complicated supercomputer in the world, which is your mind? So if you're having one of those issues, take care of it. There's no shame in that. But again, take care of those upstream factors before you even need to get to that point.
And isn't part of it too just appreciating that life has suffering and actually admitting that and having, that's key part of the mentorship, right? Yeah. To have somebody accompanying you.
Yeah, and that's why, I personally have a couple of mentors that whenever I'm going through something or I'm on the horns of a dilemma, major decision or something, I talk to each of them and they know me, they know my goals, they know my past, and so they can help me talk through that decision. And what usually happens is, most of the time unanimously, but 75% of them say you should make this choice. So it provides what I call decision leverage. So it takes kind of that out of my hands to say, these people know me, they want what's best for me, and they provide that insight, right? A lot of young men that don't have that, they're trying to make it up as they go and deal with these problems in a way that they're not equipped to do so. So it's incredibly important to surround yourself with those people, but it's like, how do we get these young men offline and into those communities? When we were growing up, we had online relationships, but they were oftentimes rooted in real relationships. Mm-hmm. I played multiplayer Halo, right? But it was like with kids down the street that I went to school with and had relationships with. How do we get this young generation of men that are on YouTube for 6+ hours a day to plug into a local community and provide those mentorships and those relationships.
Can I add on to that?
Please.
To somewhat answer your question, Cole, I think a big thing that we're talking about here, and to pull on a thread that you mentioned and Sally mentioned, is leading by example, right? How do we get younger men out of the house, into their communities, whether that means playing with their friends, right? It means not imparting fear that your neighbor is your enemy, right? There's a lot of kind of community-based and societally based fear that has been, just cultivated over years of believing that, when we were younger and, played football in high school, you would go door to door and try to sell candy bars, right? I highly doubt that happens anymore. We're in a generation now where there's a lot of, trunk or treating because we don't want kids going next door to see their neighbors. And I understand that, there is an element of truth to, what is happening in society. But to come back, I think leading by example is a major way we inspire the younger generation to have more self-awareness. I think, Catherine, you mentioned, yes, realizing that there are struggles in life and you will go through struggles, you will go through, dark phases and challenging phases. It takes self-awareness, or it takes a mentor or someone to be able to guide you through that thought process. When you're 16, you're not the most self-aware human being, and knowing that the things that you are struggling with are common, right?
It's probably the understatement of our lifetimes, which we
Yeah.
don't say enough, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So leading by example is incredibly important. I think one thing that Sally mentioned I wanted to pull as well is that when you are young, and I can speak to my own experiences, a non-family related male mentor in my life, I don't think I found until I was in the working world, so 25 or 26 years old. And somebody that I could go to with these larger life questions that oftentimes if you're a 16, 18, 20-year-old male, there's a lot that you're probably not going to your dad to ask about, right? Dependent on that relationship, you grow up and yes, your dad might be your hero if you have a father that's present in the household, but there's a lot of things that you probably are just trying to deal with internally because you're too scared or afraid to ask that older male mentor who might be familially related, right? So there's a lot of importance in finding that mentorship. And when you get to a point in life as a young man and you start to question, what am I doing? What is my purpose? What are the things in my life or areas of my life maybe where I'm struggling and I don't feel like I'm going in the right direction? It is really hard to bring that to the surface and to speak that to anyone in your life. And I've experienced that firsthand. And I think that's where having a supportive community of men in the generations above you asking good questions. There's a void in our society today of not just men in society, but asking good questions to provoke good conversation, right? Healthy conversation. And I think that's what a lot of this is about. You're not going to have self-awareness unless somebody guides you through that process of, showcasing or illuminating maybe your self-limiting behaviors or beliefs.
Yeah, and if I, real quick, the biggest thing, if any young man is watching right now, I firmly believe, men want to lead, men want to serve, right? I jokingly, only half-jokingly say that the worst parts of my life are in the congressional record because I've testified about some of the issues I've dealt with as a veteran. And the amount of veterans, and not just veterans, but young men that have reached out and said, hey, I saw you talk about this. I'm going through something similar. What's your advice, right? You'd be surprised how many older men will lean into that relationship if you simply ask. Yep. And you say, I'm struggling with this. I need some help. What do you think? And we'll be very candid and say, this is what I think based on what I know about you, limited information I have. But if it's a close relationship and it comes to that point where you're like, hey man, this is on you. I've given you all the advice I can give. It gives that person the comfort of knowing that somebody cared about them enough to offer advice, and then the decision's in their hands, and they can make that decision. So you're not abdicating the responsibilities that young men have to make decisions for their own life, but you're providing that mentorship and that feedback that they so desperately need, and frankly, older men desperately need, because we want to be mentors. We want to help young men. So the door's open. All you got to do is open it.
One of the things that both of you just said, I just think is so important. We don't focus enough on kids in foster care. And one of the issues is aging out of foster care, right? But it's not just kids who are in foster care who don't have an adult in their life, a man in their life, if they're a boy, to just say, what do I do in this situation? And it's so important, but we don't fully appreciate it. And I have to say, too, thank you for your congressional testimony. Just last night, I was reading a book that's coming out on infertility, and it took everything in this woman to write about her struggles with infertility. But it's so important because so many people are struggling and they think they're alone, and you're not alone. And again, thank you, Cole, for saying, if you're a man watching this, you're not alone. And yeah, so we don't have much time left. So I want to go, we'll start with Sally, just practical. How can we help? And appreciating, again, this balance, right? Some of it is mental illness, some of it is just lifestyle, which is not just, it's a huge thing. Yeah, what practical suggestions can we give people?
Well, I think we all kind of went through them in terms of, mentors and recess. And I'll throw out one that never comes up, but I think it's so important, is reading, is literacy. Because if people don't, women too, but obviously they do better in school at younger ages and throughout, apparently. They get most of the degrees. But if you aren't comfortable, are not going to, it's very unlikely you will succeed in the world of work. Even if your work is very much hands-on, you have to read instructions. That's really important. That's
ChatGPT is not going to fix that problem.
Yeah, I'd say from a corporate or an organizational perspective, one of the things that a lot of folks have found success in the veteran community is setting up veteran kind of organizations, working groups within their companies to provide that support structure with other veterans who have the same experiences with them. Because especially working age veterans, like you're going to go to work, and if you have a family, like I have a 2.5-year-old, I'm not going to stop somewhere between work and home to go hang out with people, right? So I'm fortunate enough to where I work around a lot of veterans, so I have that ability. But from a corporate perspective, that would be my advice. From a personal perspective, I'd say obviously reach out, again, find and develop mentors. And the thing that I don't think any of us have touched on at this point, but is very important, when you are struggling with something, alcohol is not the solution, right? Try to abstain to the extent possible personally when you're going through difficult
It will
times
just make it worse, even though you think it'll be better.
Increase your anxiety. It'll make it harder to make decisions that benefit you. So responsible alcohol use, of course, I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, but when you're going through difficult times, try to abstain.
I think I would say that it takes good men to step up and speak out for other men to follow suit. There's a noticeable trend, and I can speak specifically to my experience with Brotherhood DMV, that if you have an idea for a way to support a community of men or even one man in your life, speak up and provide that outlet. And I'm speaking to the women in the room and who are watching as well, is encourage men in your life to seek community, whatever that means. And even if you don't think they're struggling, I bet there is something they're struggling with that you just don't know about. So encourage men to seek community. I think one of the foundational elements of brotherhood is that we try to get together to support each other, and I try to provide the space for men to be comfortable opening up and kind of speaking about life. And we have men who are fathers, who are current, former military, who are single, who have gone through divorces, breakups, and all walks and stages of life, and coming together in an environment that encourages support, accountability, vulnerability, and really an integration of recognizing these struggles that you are going through in your life are common, that we all go through them together, I think is one of the most important things. So support the men in your life and their ability to grow and develop into better human beings.
I was just the other day involved in an event on anti-Semitism, and it reminded me of this great man, Cardinal O'Connor, who, I'm a New Yorker, he was the cardinal in New York, and he had insomnia, like really painful, awful insomnia his entire life. And what did he do to make it better, make use of it? So other bishops knew that they could call him at 3 o'clock in the morning when they were depressed and lonely and didn't know what to do and just had basic questions. And for his entire life, he made use of that insomnia. Two things. Our suffering can be used for good, but also just asking questions to people, just reaching out, like you were saying. Just making sure that people know they're not alone. It's just so important. It's so important. And yeah, I'm about to get the hand wave. Okay, one question. Yes.
Thank you all. I'm Isaac Bledsoe from the American Institute for Boys and Men. And I was interested in your thoughts around, so we're seeing these ways that boys are interacting online, spending lots of time on YouTube, disengaged from society, but boys didn't create YouTube. You know, they didn't make the internet really addictive. So how do we talk about these things and encourage boys and men to pursue more pro-social behavior without blaming them for something that they genuinely didn't do or create?
They didn't start the fire.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the answer is, I mean, the data clearly suggests that the more you're online, you know, it has an inverse relationship with mental health, with some successes in other areas of your life. So you don't have to blame them, empower them to say, look, if you want to fix some of these issues that you're dealing with, you know, maybe try something different, right? The definition of insanity, we all know, is expecting a different result, doing the same thing over and over again. So if you're struggling and dealing with certain things and you're not, you know, you don't think your life is headed where it should be headed and you have high online use, and I would say as parents, as adults, as mentors, try to give that message to young men before it becomes an issue and say, hey, and plug them in at an early age so they understand the value of mentorships and social connection.
Dan, did you want to add?
Yeah, one thing.
And then we'll give Sally the last word.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say a big part of that is exposure. And what I mean by that is, speaking from personal experience, the times in my life where I felt the most lonely or the most disconnected, the most isolated, were the times when I lost my sense of connection to things that filled me up and brought me joy in life. And I think we have to acknowledge and understand that a lot of these young men do enjoy being online, right? And they enjoy playing video games, and that's not a bad thing, as Alex spoke to. It's how do we temper that faucet, right? So it's not drinking from a fire hose, you kind of dial it down a little bit. It's exposing them to maybe, or re-exposing them to things in their life that once brought them joy. And maybe that's exercise, maybe that's, you know, going to amusement parks, it's, you know, maybe it's finding themselves in nature. It's bringing them along, and if you're a parent or a sibling, you know, encourage them, like I just said, to go out into the world and experience things again that maybe they once loved. For me, it was finding fitness again in my life. I had about 3 or 4 years of, you know, not having this one thing that rooted me and grounded me throughout my entire childhood. And when I engaged with that activity, I found purpose in life again.
Sally?
I would just say, think of that to the extent that that use seems compulsive or destructive. Figure out really what it's a symptom of, and then address, you know, the underlying need. Because all these, even self-destructive behaviors, fill at some point some function. So figure out what that function is.
Well, thank you, Cole Lyle, Dan Kane, and Sally Sattel so much for being here. And thank you for everyone who's spending time here today.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for being here. My name is Chris Moody. I'm a lecturer at Appalachian State University and a writer and reporter. And today we're going to be talking about the tech effects on young men, and we have a really exciting panel today. Let me start by introducing what we'll be discussing and our panelists. This panel will explore real-world strategies and public policy proposals to help young men develop healthier relationships with gaming, social media, chat servers, and emerging AI tech. The discussion will examine evidence-based approaches for creating productive digital boundaries and leveraging technology for positive outcomes rather than passive consumption. Certainly something we can all relate to, no matter how old we are. We will go down the panel here. John Cusey is Executive Director of the Institute for Families and Technology. Previously, he served as Senior Vice President at the American Enterprise Institute and Senior Counselor for Policy and Legislative Affairs at the HHS's Administration for Children and Families. Saul Malik is a professional speaker specializing in gambling addiction prevention and education. After developing a gambling addiction as a college sophomore that cost him money, relationships, and nearly his life, Saul entered recovery in 2019 and has since become an in-demand speaker on the topic. Josh Thomas represents Virginia's 21st House District in West Prince William County. A Marine Corps veteran who served in Afghanistan and the Middle East, Thomas earned his law degree from College of William and Mary. In November 2023, he introduced historic legislation requiring parental consent for minors to access algorithmic addictive feeds on social media platforms. And finally, Michael Marinaccio has been a tireless advocate for tech safety for over a decade. Having worked in federal politics his entire career, he started his own company to draw from decades of experience as a strategist, designer, and technologist. Let's welcome the panel. Thank you all for coming. Thank you. I'd like to start off by asking an opening question to the entire panel, so you all can take it as you'd like. But let's start with the landscape here. What are the most concerning digital challenges facing young men today, and how have these challenges evolved as the technology has advanced?
Oh, maybe we'll go. I'll start.
There you go.
And we'll go down this way.
Sure.
So, my organization, we focus on families and children. So I'll be coming at it from that perspective. And social media, algorithms, AI technology does impact boys in a different way than it does girls. There are very different kind of impacts and responses to this technology. But let me paint the picture a little bit here. One of my favorite pollsters is a guy named Dan Cox at the place I used to work, the American Enterprise Institute, and he's an expert on Gen Z. And if you look at his polling information, his focus groups, men of that age are deeply lonely, confused, and disconnected. And it comes through over and over again in a different way than women and girls are. And I'll throw out a couple of other statistics. 56% of Gen Z reports feeling lonely multiple times a month, and this is men and boys. Baby boomers, that was 24%. Depending on the survey, 15 to 20% of young men say they don't have even one close friend. So completely friendless, 1 in 5 young men. That's devastating. The Surgeon General, or I should say in the 1990s, that number was reported at 3%. So that is a 5 to 7 times increase in that period of time. Surgeon General equates this level of loneliness to the equivalent of smoking 15 cigarettes a day. It has a massive impact on health and on longevity, on dementia, on a whole host of different things. Let me just kind of lay out really quickly some of the reasons why social media and also AI and other type of screen moderated relationships contribute to that. So very quickly, relating is hard. Actually, building relationships is hard. Developing relationships is sometimes painful. It is work and it takes risk. It's hard to be bored. It's very uncomfortable to be bored. Screens are easier. They're an escape, they're soothing, and they're seemingly safe. So they create this alternative that is very magnetizing, especially to young boys. Algorithms and social media have the best tech and psychology experts in the world, plus billions of dollars, focused on holding and mining young men's attention, not wanting them to do other things that would be healthy to their development. Anyone in this, if you ask somebody in your life who's under 30 how often they see somebody die, that was an attack. Okay. How often when they're online they see a death or something that they think might be a death, it will be stunning to you. This is not something that those of us that are over 30 have had, and I mean when they're not searching for it, that it actually pops up, that kind of violence. Number 4, video games and pornography also get layered on top of this and is often served up in a way even if somebody's not searching for it. AI companion bots, add that to the mix. Building relationships, they're human-like. They capture and mine children's attention even more. Replace relationships with dangerous content often that are not tested to be safe for children. And then throw in for good measure that even if parents have really locked down everything, that often schools will issue mandated technology to take home that often will have backdoors and ways to get around all of the protections that parents have set up. So this destroys sleep, relationships, healthy development, hyperstimulates, depresses, and introduces violence and sexual content, often when that's not even being searched for. And one of the things that Jonathan Haidt talks about, before 2010, teenage boys broke bones at a higher rate than any other demographic group. Now, they do that less than 50-year-olds. They're not going outside, they're not doing risky behavior. In addition, Natalie Jackson of National Journal reports that the average age of a mass shooter is now 22. In the 1980s, that was 39. Things are not okay with this population.
When I look at the evolution of gambling, so I began my sports betting career in 2017. When I was gambling, it took place online, but through the work of a bookie setting up an account on a website. And that sort of sports betting, even then, was not what it was today. When I look at sports betting and gambling today, social media has definitely accelerated the rate at which young men are engaging with gambling. Again, it's not like 2017 where you had to know someone, you had to find someone. Nowadays, I see it all over social media being advertised with the worst statistical bets that you could make. Parlays, prop bets, all these things that are being broadcast on social media that you didn't see even 8 years ago when I got started with betting. The one other thing that I'll say right now about how gambling has evolved is even something as seemingly innocent as video games. I grew up on NFL Street on the GameCube, so you sit there and play NFL Street. You play NFL Street 20 years later on the GameCube, and half the guys on the roster aren't even alive anymore because they don't update the roster. It's the same thing. Nowadays, you buy a game, and then each year you buy a new FIFA, and with the new FIFA, you buy and open up rare packs of cards. You don't know what's inside. So even when you look at video games now, there's mechanisms in these that are addictive, that are related to gambling. And so I think you have to look at not just the digital gambling landscape, but the gaming landscape that has now taken on elements of gambling as well.
Well, I don't want to repeat anything that's already been said, so I'll just kind of give you some color as an elected official on the ground, talking to parents, talking to people who educate our children, particularly here in Virginia, just across the river. I will tell you, to set the stage of what we're looking at, I have scores of parents coming up to me every week saying, I feel like I'm losing my son. We are losing a generation of men. I will tell you, I've talked to a lot of educators, particularly elementary and middle school principals, not just in Prince William County, but in Fairfax, so some names that some of you might commute from. And across the board, if you talk to an elementary school principal, well, we already know statistically boys are coming in around age 5 and 6, 14 points behind young girls. But what we're seeing on the back end in elementary school as well is, and these are people who have been in the education space for decades, so predating social media, they're saying, I've never seen this situation where by the end of 5th grade, there is just a light about education that has dimmed in our young men. And then when I go and talk to the middle school principal, by 6th grade, our young men are completely turned off to our education system. It can be with what Dr. Haidt talks about with brain fragmentation. It can be about a lot of other hypotheses that are out there, but I will leave that to the technical experts here. But I will tell you what we're seeing on the ground as a person in government is an immense outcry for change, because people, whether they're in education, whether they're parents, no matter what they do here in society, they are identifying this crisis with our young men.
Thanks, Chris. I'll try to tie it all together because I don't want to echo the great comments of my panelists. We hosted Dr. Jonathan Haidt last week at the Heritage Foundation, wrote the Anxious Generation, that book that talks about the great rewiring, particularly for young men and young women. And this all starts, right, with the advent of the smartphone, being able to take that gambling or take that social media, take everything with you, use it as much as you want, wherever you want. And we've seen, the panel before this and the statistics earlier this morning that, men are in a wellness freefall, right? So they're not reading, they're not socializing, they're not exercising, they're not sleeping. Young men are not dating anymore. They're not getting into relationships and starting families. And so at the Center for Responsible Technology, we talk about this as a national security issue, right? And so here's my math. If you're an anxious, lonely, addicted young man, you're likely going to turn into an anxious, lonely, addicted adult, right? And these are the adults, men and women, that are the future citizens of our country. And these citizens are the ones who are going to decide, our GDP, our military power, our innovation, international competitiveness. And so if we're talking about getting men back on track, we have to take a hard look at these habits that have taken men completely out of the tracks of wellness, whether it's academics, again, sleep, suicide is blowing up for young men, pornography. We have to focus on real people and real world learning. Otherwise, I'm very afraid that we're going to lose this country in a few short generations.
All right, there's a landscape, high stakes. Let's talk about solutions as much as we can. Michael, I'd like to start with you. You've worked in digital strategy and technology for many years, and you're currently raising 5 children. And what have you observed about how platforms are designed to capture and hold attention, particularly when they target young men?
Yeah, sure. So, look, on a biological level, human beings are mammals, right? We smell, we see, we hear, we take in stimuli, we categorize it, we react to it, whether it's hunger, fear, fight, or flight. Andy Crouch writes the book almost 10 years ago, The Tech-Wise Family, and he talks about looking outside his window and having this serendipitous moment where he locks eyes with a deep red male cardinal. It's kind of a beautiful thing, right? Most men can't do that anymore, right? Why can't we do that anymore? Because we are dopamine soaked, right? When you're carrying around this black prism that's just a bunch of densely packed pixels that are super bright, super entertaining, super loud, how can a cardinal, and it doesn't matter if it's a cardinal or a butterfly or a hummingbird, how can that compete against this? And so I'll expand that metaphor a little bit. Let's say that you're a young man in a kind of a boring entry-level 9-to-5 job that you're not appreciated and you hate, how does that compete against multiplayer in Battlefield 6, 32v32 with all your buddies? It can't. Or let's say that you're dating a really wonderful girl who's very kind, abstaining from sex because she wants to get to know you and to love you, and wants to eventually get married. How can she compete against hardcore pornography? Again, she can't. And so, when we talk about design, these products are built for unlimited pleasure. They're for unlimited lust, envy, greed, gluttony. It's built into the product of these platforms, and it fills an emptiness of which I call false heroism. And this false heroism is the tech companies telling these young men, because young men want to be heroes. I don't know if anybody knows that, but young men grow up, they want to be firemen, they want to be police officers, they want to be astronauts, they want to be heroes. And these tech companies tell them, you can be a hero by getting a really high kill-death ratio in Call of Duty. And that's not what being a hero is. Being a hero is loving your family, it's taking care of the poor or the most vulnerable, it's building a better world, a real world, not a virtual one. And that's where we have to be.
John, a question for you. Can you speak of the role of parents and what they can play at managing their sons' digital lives? At what age do you think young men have the autonomy over their technology use, and how can we prepare them for that transition?
Yeah, that's a good question. I do think we have to understand that there is responsibility for parents in this space, and then there's also responsibility for tech companies and their products, and both of those come into play. And I do think that parents, they are already facing so many difficult things with young men growing up, and this extra responsibility of now taking something that is actually coming into their home and into their sons' bedrooms and trying to monitor that, trying to make sure that it's not introducing materials that would be damaging is a full-time job, especially if you have multiple kids, and that adds a huge burden onto that. But that is something that parents need to do. And let me just kind of do the flip side of that, which is the tech company designs that are meant, as Michael said, to capture attention, then mine the data, and hold that as long as possible. Every incremental second that they hold that attention from a young man means that they can sell more in that space. And I do think that it's important to understand that this technology has grown up in the context of one of the greatest government subsidies of all time. Mm-hmm. And that is a liability shield that says they are not for 30 years, this industry has grown up in a way that they are not legally liable for the impact that any of their content has on anybody. It's unprecedented. No other industry has this, and it's created a real skewed incentive as they develop and engage with people. They just are not, they're not liable for that. And as we kind of look at solutions, we definitely should look at phone-free schools, definitely should look at COSA, lots of different stories, and we can follow up on that later. But I also do think that having a blanket liability for an entire industry, which is a massive gift and subsidy of the government to this industry that then also allows deep harms to happen without accountability, that also needs to change.
Saul, you were a target of the online gambling industry, and you said it nearly cost you your life. Can you talk a little bit about what sucked you in personally in your story there, and also when young men come to you and say, I can't get out of this, what do you tell them?
So to answer your first question, I was a guy that grew up on fantasy baseball, middle school, high school, little $20 season-long league. And actually my senior year of high school was when I was introduced to daily fantasy sports, where it speeds up the play a little bit. You put in a little money for a lineup just for that specific day. And my sophomore year of college was when I was introduced to sports betting through a buddy of mine who had a bookie digitally at that time. And the pull for me was I had already been involved in fantasy sports. This seemed like kind of the next step up from that, sort of like the graduation from fantasy sports to sports betting. I saw it as fairly innocent, and it combined things that were appealing to me and appealing to many young men. First of all, the thrill of anticipation of, is my prediction on this game going to be accurate? My very first bet, I was dressed like this, which I usually am not. I was wearing a suit, and I was on the air for my school's broadcasting network, so I already felt like the man, and then I placed this pick, and when my team is already up 9 runs by the second inning, it just legitimizes this feeling that I am the man, I am on top of the world. This is something that will soon become my identity, whether or not I verbalize that at that first bet. But I'll say this too, as someone who was raised in a fairly competitive prep school environment, who has parents that are professionals, that has a twin brother who went to an Ivy League institution, I grew up with this ADHD brain that was hard to settle down, and it was difficult to excel in school despite being told by everyone around me, you're gifted, you just need to take this med and do this. And it was a constant merry-go-round of, am I going to ever figure this out? Am I ever going to find an identity in life? And when I started to have early success in the world of gambling, it was like, oh, here's my thing. And the first person I bragged about my gambling wins to was my twin brother, because I thought he would be impressed with this thing that I had discovered, and I did all the math of how I could make this a career down the road. So I would say the combination of easy, quick money, because I also detested the idea of being what, like Andrew Tate calls them, brokies, like, oh, working a 9-to-5 job and sitting there doing office work, it didn't register with me. So having this quick way to make money, to verify that I'm the man, I love sports anyway, and it combined all those things in this fantasy world where I could just isolate and be myself. And so when you ask about young men that I speak at a lot of schools, especially high schools, and I've had a lot of conversations with young men on this topic. And what I found very intriguing is that a lot of young men that are kind of tiptoeing into this pool of early destruction, they aren't looking at gambling as something that they want to entirely eradicate from their lives. It's more of, how can we do this without the negative consequences destroying our lives? And so my response is always to, first of all, be considerate of the 3 P's that you may have a problem. So I say, the first P, paying. Are you paying an increasing amount of money to get that thrill from your gambling? The second P, persisting. Is this persisting in spite of negative consequences? If I'm gambling and I'm failing my class because I'm always on my phone checking tennis scores, it's a problem. The last P is preventing. Is it preventing you from other activities? Or is it just a 1-time-a-week poker night, or are you doing this every night and you don't do anything else? So I think it's important to understand your motivations behind gambling, and also recognizing the signs that it is more than just recreational, because I'm not the anti-gambling preacher or anything, but I recognize that young men are especially vulnerable. So.
Saul, do you mind if I asked,
Yeah.
like in the group of folks who are doing sports gambling, how much money are we talking about here, and how frequently?
So what's interesting, Michael, about this is I would say the demographics I'm dealing with are probably not representative of the general population, because it's a lot of private high schools where the finances are more readily available. But I would say the low few thousands, even in high school. There are kids
Per bet?
Not per bet,
Oh, okay.
but cumulative. So I'd say a couple hundred per bet, and they've been doing it for whatever that school year, and it's gotten up to a few thousand. But I mean, you'll hear extremes beyond that, or you'll hear kids that are like, hey, I lost $80, but I'm already noticing I'm chasing it, and so I already can see where it could become $1,000 down the road.
Delegate Thomas, as a father myself, I can't help but look at the landscape, look at the legislative landscape, both federally and statewide, and feel very alone as a parent, and feel that all the responsibility is on us, the parents. There's already a lot of responsibility on parents, as any parent here will understand. But you have introduced legislation requiring parental consent for minors to access algorithmic feeds. Can you talk a little bit about the challenges of passing legislation like that? What's up against you? And can you give us an idea of whether or not we can see some relief from the state in some way, and the challenges that you're facing?
No, I mean, it's a great question, and it's one that when I was first talking to somebody about carrying this bill really resonated with me because I became a father for the first time last year, right when we were talking about introducing this to a boy, and thinking about, whoa, all these statistics I'm seeing that you just heard. And so I think I was chosen as the House patron because part of my legislative agenda has been to curtail the data center industry, which if you can think about who owns most of those, it's the Magnificent Seven, the same companies that we're talking about here today that do social media. So they're like, well, hey, that's a Marine who has no problem running to the sound of chaos. Let's get that guy. And so I got recruited into that role and became much more educated on it, trying to catch up with these fine gentlemen here. And what we came up with was a bill that would say, okay, there are chronological feeds. So think of the stories when you're on these social media apps of the old Facebook. Your friend posts something, and then you get to see it, right? We've kind of deemed those as chronological feeds because it's moments in time that you have selected to see because you're friends with those people. You did an affirmative act. On the other side, you have algorithmic feeds. Think of the feeds in Instagram or any of the other apps that you see, TikTok, where an algorithm, something you did not sign up for knowingly, is pushing you information. That's where we see an immense amount of the harm from social media. That's where we saw a verified case of a young girl that was pushed over 2,000 hours of self-harm feeds and then eventually took her own life. That's where we see tests from various people, including Dr. Haidt, where they just have a blank profile, and then within a short period of time, the algorithm is sending them self-harm, it's sending them eating disorder information. I mean, really, really toxic things, not just for young men, but for young people in general. And so our bill would have limited the amount of, well, would have done away with algorithmic feeds and then constrained social media down to 1 hour. So now to answer your question, and what was that experience like? The social media companies came at us hard. They tried to pull every power player in our legislature to come down on us to stop this legislation. In fact, I had a bill, my compatriot, Senator Van Valkenburg, in the Senate carried Senate Bill 854. His somehow got through. They actually ended up killing mine. And then his came over after crossover into the House, which is how our system works, and we had to make a deal. The social media companies are so powerful that we could not get an algorithmic law passed that would ban algorithmic fees. So we had to settle on something else, which is time. So we were allowed to pass a bill that constrained a minor's use of social media down to 1 hour per app per 24-hour period, subject to parental consent to either take that number up or down. And that was eventually the bill that passed. In some ways, while we're going to go back and we're going to attack the algorithmic feeds because we know how devastating they can be, there is a positive or silver lining to this in that both California and New York have tried the algorithmic path and currently are tied up in litigation. I'm an attorney, but I'm not a First Amendment attorney, but from what I can understand is that because our time constraint is content neutral, it's very likely it will survive a First Amendment challenge. So this law takes effect in July of 2026. So for those of you that are parents here in Virginia, you will somehow, we leave it up to the social media companies to come up with it. They know what the punishment will be if they do not come up with a third-party verifier system. They will get sued by our Attorney General. So they have to come up with this. But we are likely to survive any type of lawsuit when it comes to First Amendment protections, which is really the challenge for those of us in state and federal government when we try to constrict or restrict or constrain social media for our minors is because of the First Amendment, which very big First Amendment guy. But there are normal constraints that have survived the test of time. Think you can't shout fire in a crowded theater, right? So I think what we need to do is amplify through some of these organizations here, some of the ones that we have in Virginia, how dangerous social media can be for our young people. I mean, I think one of the best analogies I ever heard is that for a minor, social media is no different than liquor. It is something that the manufacturer of both social media and the manufacturer of liquor wants you to become addicted. They want you to feel the euphoria of initial use, and they don't care that both are depressants. And so they operate in the same way. And just as we would never give an 8-year-old or a 12-year-old liquor, we should not be giving an 8-year-old, a 12-year-old, or a 15-year-old unfettered access to social media.
Michael, when my son was about 5 months old, we removed Wi-Fi from our home, and we live in a valley that has no cell service. So we installed a landline, and we've decided to raise him, as long as we can get away with it, in a tech-free home. And it's been wonderful doing that. I say that because I'm curious about your home life. You know a lot more about the inside of tech than I do. What has led you to live the way you have lived? How are you raising your children? And what is their access to tech inside the home?
Sure. I mean, at the top, it's a really quick answer. We don't have a television. We don't have screens in my house. But I'll dive into this a little bit more deeply, because this is one of the really strange questions. I'm glad you bring up liquor. That we only ask this question about boundaries with screens and technology. And so no parent says, oh, I can give my kid 3 square meals of candy every day. Maybe not. Maybe that's not good. Maybe we should set some boundaries, right? It's the opposite for literally everything else in our life. We say, well, maybe candy on a special occasion or on a holiday or as a reward, right? And so I love building tech products. I love getting lost in a good couple of hours of writing code. But, kids need a childhood. What young men need, or my sons need, they need me to come home from work. And I'll do is I'll either sit in my car in the driveway and I'll be like, okay, is everything done, everything captured here? Put this away, come inside and sit down for dinner with the kids. And so I don't always get that right, but the hours between 5 and 8 p.m. for us are sacred. Those are the hours when I get to prove to my wife that I'm a good husband and I'm a good father. There are obviously other times, but those are critical times. And so get home, we have dinner, we clean up, we sometimes play, we'll read books, we'll pray a rosary, we'll do shower time, we'll go to bed, right? And so, again, there's no screens in our house, I should say, in the latter part of the day when I'm not there, when I'm at work. My wife homeschools 3 of our 5 children. We have more bookcases than we have furniture in the house. But more than anything else, I think it's super important. You can't just impose restrictions on your kids and hope that they'll take them. You have to have an open dialogue with your kids about the why, because even my 9-year-old, he already knows, they're super smart. You have to explain to them the reasons why this stuff is a waste of their time and is kind of chewing into their brains. It's not enough to just say no. And the other mistake the parents make is they'll say, no smartphones, no social media, no television, and then the parents will go do it themselves, right? They'll sit at the dinner table like this the whole time. And if you do that, if you don't have an open dialogue and you're not modeling behaviors for your kids, they're just gonna resent you. They're gonna hate you. And then they're gonna be hoping for the day they get to leave the house and do all the things that you showed them that you did.
Would anyone else like to take that question about your own home life? If not, I've got a question I think a lot of people would be interested in talking about. All right, who wants to talk about AI? Yeah, I do too. Ooh. So I would like to open this up to the panel. How does consumer-based AI, chatbots, the new video app from OpenAI, how does that change the game here? Or does it? Are we dealing with something that's just in a continuation of the problems, or is this something extra and going to be more challenging and more difficult? How does this raise the stakes, if at all? I'm going to leave that open to y'all.
Go ahead, John.
I was waiting for John to lean forward. So.
Yeah. And let me kind of go back to the algorithms real quick first, because I think that plays into this. It kind of sounds crazy that something would be served up that's so damaging to a child or a teen when they didn't ask for it. That kind of sounds crazy. Why would that happen? And it's important to understand that what these algorithms are serving up are the things that have been shown to capture attention longer, not the things that are being searched for eventually. So they'll send you back what you searched for, and then they will move pretty quickly, within a few minutes, into something that has been demonstrated to capture somebody's attention incrementally longer than what they were searching for. And in that case, we're just built as human beings to be more drawn to things that are harmful, bad, and often violent and often very sexual. So it's not a crazy thing. They just programmed. They said, we want more attention. Here you go. Humans are designed in a certain way. Put that together, and you're going to get situations like have been referenced here, where you have somebody, we have this story of a young man who broke up with his girlfriend and was looking for how do you deal with breaking up with my girlfriend, and it kept moving him to suicidal content. And he would try to redo it. Positive affirmations, positive ways to deal with a breakup. And it would give him that for a little bit, and then would move to something that would capture his attention longer, and he took his own life. And so it's most cases, they're not taking their own life, but they are having it snuffed out a little bit at a time by these types of interactions. And then you put in AI, which is a little bit of a double-edged sword, because at this point you have something that literally creates relationships with children. And if you have read much about this recently, some of these interactions are shocking. From once again, not being searched for, but leading a boy down towards self-harm, arguing with him about his faith and trying to talk him out of his faith, driving divisions between him and his parents, saying, I love you, don't tell your parents, this is between us. And so and you have these AI kind of laying on top of these other problems, and it really supercharges it. And then you have AI showing up in the equipment that are being sent home from schools. You have it kind of popping up in different places than it didn't before. And so it is definitely a supercharge. Why I said it's a double-edged sword is I do not think that liability protection that I talked about earlier, that has really skewed and warped the development of this technology over the last 30 years, applies to AI, and there are some lawsuits in place that I think, that I hope that the courts will determine that this is not protected and that companies are liable for the harm that these have created, and in doing so will then put in protections and become not as dangerous, or will have some level of accountability.
I think a primary concern as well is whether or not they start. I mean, I'm glad you mentioned the romance side of it. I think the relationship I really worry about AI replacing is also that male mentor. And I'll just give you an example, a real world one that predates that, but the importance of a male mentor. So I'm in charge of a unit in the Marine Corps. We have a new Marine that comes to us. He was with another unit. I don't know what happened there. We didn't have a chance to get a hold of him yet from a mentorship perspective. Something must have gone on in that unit. Within 48 hours of joining our unit, he tries to take his own life. Fortunately, he was unsuccessful. We got him the help he needed. Fast forward, just 18 months later, we're in Afghanistan. We notice one of our Marines is starting to become lonely. All the things that we talk about now that maybe these algorithms are pushing or AI is pushing, but because we had a staff sergeant who was watching all of his guys, who inserted himself, sometimes aggressively, into the lives of those young men and provided that mentorship, he gave that young Marine an outlet. This one happened to be art, and he was able to paint the side of a wall at the COP we were at in rural Afghanistan, gave him an outlet. He had an outstanding deployment, and today he's a very successful father in Illinois. And that is the importance of a male mentorship situation that I think undoubtedly we would all agree AI is seeking for financial purposes to replace. And it's on us as leaders in this space, and particularly those of us in government, to do what we can to make sure that men have the ability to step up and provide that mentorship to younger men.
Do we have an opportunity for questions? Very good. I'd like to open the door, please. I think there's a microphone going around. Thank you. And all the panelists and I will also be available this afternoon, or I don't mean to speak for y'all, but to speak as well.
I'm Luke Phillips. I'm here with the International Center for Religion and Diplomacy. Michael, you brought up the anecdote of the young man who could have a really loving girlfriend who wants to abstain from him and get to know him so that she can marry him, who rejects her for oceans of porn. And just anecdotally speaking, that sounds like not the thing that young men in my generation have worried about. It seems like quite the opposite of young men frustrated and turning to porn because they can't get girlfriends. And so I'm just wondering if anybody here, anybody in this group, has thought on the incel issue, how the incel issue that was a big thing 10 years ago relates to the current trends in AI and new tech, if that's the same thing for Zoomers as it was for millennials, and what that means for young men in America. Thank you.
I don't know if I can speak to the incel question, but I think it's very interesting. It's a chicken and egg, right? So are there men who are lonely that are turning to these things, or are there companies that are producing? I mean, it's supply and demand, so the answer is both, right? And I would say, a friend of mine, Melanie Hempy, talks about what she calls a basement generation, which is these men who never really matured out of their parents' basements to take control of their lives and to pursue good and beautiful things. And so I think that, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think screens are so ubiquitous in an early childhood. Like, kids are getting iPads 2 or 3 years old. They're probably playing Roblox, Minecraft, Fortnite by 7 or 8. And so there's this natural transition into the digital realm where there are tons of, like, I played video games for years, way more than I would like to admit. And yeah, there were great relationships there. I made great friends there that I couldn't make anywhere else. But you can't live in a virtual world. You can't build in a virtual, you can build in a virtual world, and that's what's so enticing about it, is there are loot boxes and there's items, and you can build an entire life there. But one of the statistics talking about AI that I just wanted to briefly bring up is that if you look at the tech boom that started in 2008, 2010, and this again predates AI, there is a statistic in the General Wellness Survey that says, have you had sex in the last year? And that is exploding for, you can say it's dropping for men or exploding, like less men are having sex on a regular basis. And the Christians might rejoice, but that's not good. Sex is a good because it directs you towards a relation, and that relation in marriage is good to create a life and get out of the basement and do something with yourself. And I think a lot of these men who have found that relation in either virtual reality, voyeurism, or chatbots, they're just never going to get out of their basement. If anybody else wants to chat.
We have time for one more question. All right, everyone, thank you so much for coming. Panelists, thank you for being here. Very grateful for you.
I would like to invite our next panel up. Welcome to our moderator, Kate. Okay.
Hello, if you would find your seats, please, so we can get started on our next panel, that would be great. If everyone could find your seats, please, so we can get our next discussion started, that would be great. if I could get you all to return to your seats so we can start our next discussion, that would be great. Repeating myself, thank you so much. I appreciate it. My name is Kate Batchelder Odell. I am a member of the Wall Street Journal's editorial board. I cover a mix of topics there, but including the social safety net, poverty, and upward mobility. So it's really an honor to be part of this conversation today, both professionally and personally. I'm the mother of 2 young boys, ages 3 and 5, and often think about the country they're inheriting. So again, thank you to Ellen and the Lafayette Company for hosting us in this important conversation. I want to do a quick introduction of my panelists here, and then we're going to dive right into our conversation about young men and economic opportunity. So real briefly, I have the senator from the great state of Texas, John Cornyn, with us today. He has been at the forefront of all sorts of economic debates in the Republican Party, and I'm excited to get his perspective. Next to him, we have Bill Beach, who is an economist and former commissioner at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, also has served tours of duty at the Heritage Foundation and elsewhere. Next to him, we have Patrick Burke, who is a senior policy fellow at the American Institute for Boys and Men. He also wears another hat working in the Maryland's governor's office in the Office of Children. So we're looking forward to getting his practical perspective on developing young men's economic opportunities. And then finally, we have Dr. Nick Eberstadt, who is a scholar at the American Enterprise Institute, who is well known as a demographer and is the only one up here who could seamlessly answer questions on the North Korean nuclear program also. So he, just a tremendous credit to his range as a scholar. So I want to open us up today. We're talking about young men. We know from the polling presentation that young men's economics prospects are really tied up in a lot of their other thinking about their life. And so we want to dive into some of the conversation about what is preventing young men from reaching their best and strongest economic potential. So I wanted to start with Bill and ask Bill to anchor our conversation in hard evidence. What do we know, Bill, about how young men are faring in the labor force, and what kind of ways does this break down different groups of men, college versus non-college educated men? What do we see in the labor market data about young men?
So this is kind of a difficult time to be looking for a job. Be honest with you, we've seen a downward trend in job creation for the last basically 18 months. And as soon as the Bureau of Labor Statistics opens again, which we hope is any day, we may see the September numbers and the October numbers confirming this general direction. Part of that is due to the fact that immigration has really slowed. And so the job creation that would have been associated with new migrants coming into the country is no longer happening at the pace that it was. But even accounting for that, you've seen a real reduction. And then if you focus in on the age group 16 to 24, why that particular interval is because that's the interval that we collect data for, which we call the young worker. We don't collect data on labor prior to the 16th birthday. Among men, the participation rate in the economy has fallen dramatically since 1995, when I'm going to begin my numbers. So when I say participation, that means they either have a job or they are looking for a job. If you're not looking for a job and you don't have a job, you are not participating in the economy. That's what's called the labor force participation rate. We've been collecting that rate since 1947. And since 1995, among the young workers, that labor force participation rate has fallen from 70.6% of all the people who are in that age interval to 55.1%. That is a large decrease of 22%. Now, the 55.1% labor force participation rate means that nearly half of the population of young men between the ages of 16 and 24 are not looking for work or are not working. Some of them are in school, some of them are in the military, though we exclude the military from what's called the base of that population. But let me just say that that's also the case for young girls. So in 1995, young girls in the same group had a 63% labor force participation rate, and now they have 53.4. It's not the 22% drop that we saw in young men, but it's a pretty good drop at 15.5%. So there's something going on in that age group, worse for men than for girls, but I just do lay that out there. I think that's really, really important. And if you're a young man or a young woman, but let's just focus on young men because that's today's conference, and you are in the western part of the United States, you're facing an even harder time finding a job. The unemployment rate in the western region, census region, is now 4.9% compared to the south where it's 3.8%. And if you're in the Pacific part of the western region, the Pacific Division, which is California, Washington, and Oregon, you have a 5.2% unemployment rate as of the last time we collected and reported those unemployment rates. If I could just do one more thing about college graduates, it's sort of interesting. If you look at unemployment for overall young workers and college graduates, these data I put together in charts. I don't have a QR code, I'm so sorry. But if you want the charts, the first come, first serve, and I'll give you the charts. So I put data together from January of 1990 to June of 2025. So it's the most current data. And this is the unemployment for overall young workers. That's that youth group that I've spoken about, 16 to 24. Recent college graduates, all workers and college graduates. Okay, so if you're just a worker, the unemployment rate nationally, the standard unemployment rate that we all love and watch, was 4% in June. It's a little higher now, but for this particular purpose, I just have these June data, 4%. If you are a college graduate, you've graduated from college. Remember, and we'll talk about this, I suspect, the most important thing is to make sure you graduate from whatever program you're in. If you're in complete high school, if you're in complete GED, if you're in complete 2 years, if you're in complete 4 years, you might as well not have gone, right? It's completing that degree. So if you complete a college degree, your unemployment rate's 2.7%, 4% versus 2.7%. Now, if you are a recent graduate facing this job market, your unemployment rate's 4.8%. You see the challenge that you have. And if you're a recent graduate in the West, it's probably well above 6%. But if you're a young worker, these are the workers age 16 to 24, whether you're in college or not, your unemployment rate is 7.4%. And I have seen that unemployment rate at 11%. So the context here is that graduation makes a big difference. Right now, it's a difficult time to find a job. There's lower participation in the economy than we have seen, I think, ever, for both men and women in the young groups. And it's harder to find a job, harder to participate if you're in the West than if you're in the South. It's hard in the Northeast. And in a little bit, if you want me to, I'll talk about new and emerging jobs. Mm-hmm. So
thanks, Bill. Thanks for anchoring our conversation in that data. Nick, I want to turn to you because I think that's a compelling summary about men having lower participation rates in the labor force. But to what extent is that social, or to what extent is it economic barriers? Why are young men participating in the labor force at lower levels?
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me here. And I think Dr. Beach has laid the table very well on this, so I'll try to not repeat any of the information that he's already shared. The received consensus, I think, among labor economists in the United States is that the problem of work for men has to do with economic, structural, technological change in the US economy. And there is obviously truth in that, but that is not the whole story. And I don't think it's really even most of the story, and I'll try to tell you why. Our employment statistics system was devised to fight the last war. It was devised during the Great Depression, and obviously the overwhelming crisis at the time was unemployment. So our unemployment framework looks at people in the labor force who are employed, people in the labor force who are not employed but are looking for work. What it leaves out is the not in the labor force group. Because back in 1939, 1940, when this system was being devised, nobody would have ever thought it would be possible for a large number of men of working age to not have jobs and not be looking for them. But today, if we look at the numbers, we'll see, I'll talk about the 25 to 54s. I know that those aren't the young men, but to me, almost anybody nowadays looks young. So let me just talk about the prime age men. For every guy in that group who doesn't have a job and is looking for one, there are over 3 who are neither working nor looking for work. And the received wisdom on this is that there is less demand for less skilled work. That's true as far as it goes. But none of these macro factors and macro theories can explain why the proportion of workless young men, neither working nor looking for work, has risen in almost a monotonic straight line for 60 years, irrespective of business cycles, irrespective of China entering the WTO. There's something sociological going on there. I'll mention a couple of things. One thing is the what we might call the supply side barriers, not the demand side, but the supply. Willingness to enter the job market. Among guys who are high school dropouts, there's a gap of like 30%, maybe more than 30% today, percentage points, between native-born American guys who are unmarried and foreign-born guys who are married. I don't really think that the educational system in El Salvador, in the K through 10 years, is that much better than the United States, is to be able to explain a huge gap like that. We've got a disability archipelago of different, crazy patchwork quilt of different programs that have turned from their initial mission of protecting people who need to be protected because they cannot work. And in too many cases now, they are providing the means for a work-free life. And a huge amount of human potential is being lost there. I'd be able to tell you more about this if we collected the numbers properly, but there's not an office you can go to in Washington that will tell you how many people in the United States in total are receiving disability benefits from our half dozen or dozen programs. They don't talk to each other. One last thing to mention for our group here, crime and punishment. We have a huge blind spot because Uncle Sam, for some reason, does not think it's interesting to enumerate the number of people in our country who have felonies in their CV. Some of my, defiant nerd, demographer brothers have tried to reconstruct these numbers, and they suggest that something like 1 out of 7 adult men today has had a felony in their background. I can't tell you as much as we should be able to about how that creates barriers for re-entry to the labor force. But clearly, this is also a huge problem that we have to recognize.
Thanks, Nick. Senator Cornyn, I want to turn to you because I know Dr. Eberstadt's work has been influential in your conference and how your conference thinks about men and work. So why don't you tell us a little bit about how the Senate is thinking about what barriers are facing young men in particular, and do you expect any of the items in the budget bill to have an effect on this? How are Republicans talking about this issue in general? And anything you might think is still left to do that would meaningfully change some of the social economic dynamics that Nick is so well describing.
Well, one of the challenges we have, obviously COVID-19 didn't help in terms of workforce participation, but this is much bigger than just COVID-19. One of the problems that we've had is all of the incentives that the government provides not to work. And my predecessor, Phil Graham, wrote a great book I recommend to all of you, The Myth of American Inequality, which charts out all the various transfer payments, they're called, for people who don't work. And obviously those incentives are powerful, and so eliminating some of those disincentives from work, like requiring in the One Big Beautiful Bill work requirements for things like Medicaid and SNAP benefits, is a start. This used to be a bipartisan consensus back when Newt Gingrich and Bill Clinton passed the Welfare Reform Act. The idea of able-bodied individuals actually working and contributing to their own support and that of their family and their community, and the sort of the self-respect and the dignity that come along with that, that used to be a broad bipartisan consensus, not so much, it seems like, these days. But we've tried to do other things in the One Big Beautiful Bill in addition to eliminating some of the disincentives to work. And by the way, if you're going to school or providing services in your community, you can also qualify under those provisions. It's not just work, because sometimes work is not readily available. But we also need to recognize the fact that there's a whole bunch of people who we need in the workforce who aren't going to go to a four-year liberal arts college. And hence the expansion of the Pell Grant to include the trades. I was recently in Nacogdoches, Texas, where I think the president of Kilgore College told me that somebody could complete a 12-week program, I believe it was as an electrician, and earn up to $60,000 a year. I was in McAllen, Texas, where you can train to be a diesel mechanic, and after 1 year, you're making $25 an hour, and that's just the beginning. And if you move over to West Texas, where Abilene, Texas, where one of the largest data centers in the world are being constructed, there are 6,000 construction workers on site. And thankfully, Texas is embracing this idea of training people in the various trades. I was looking at something this morning that pointed out if you had a hole in your wall in your living room, I think it was Mark Andreessen who made this observation, the cheaper thing to do is to buy a large flat screen TV to cover it up rather than to try to employ somebody to fix it just because it's so expensive. So these are good, well-paying jobs, but they're not a four-year liberal arts college, which may qualify you to do absolutely nothing other than to continue your education. And the final thing I will mention, beyond the expansion of opportunity zones, and we can talk about all this, but Nick mentioned the fact that a large percentage of our population have criminal records. And one of the hardest things to do in America is to get a job if you have a conviction, because you can't find a place to live, probably, and you can't find a place to work. And so what do you think you're going to end up doing but continue doing what got you in trouble in the first place? So a lot of the reentry programs that Congress has tried to help facilitate are, I believe, important to getting people back into productive work. And there is such an idea of, if not rehabilitation, in some instances, transformation of individuals who finally realize that the path that they're on is a very self-destructive path and they want to change, and we ought to be able to provide some opportunities for them to do that. So a lot more we could talk about in that vein, but those are just some of the ideas.
Thank you, Senator. Patrick, I want to go to you next because you have practical experience running some of these programs, helping folks use their skills to find opportunity. And so I want to get from you a sense of what have you learned from administering those programs about what barriers folks are facing and what actually needs to happen to get them into a good opportunity. And I also wanted to see if you would address, the Senator brings up an increased focus on vocational training. This has been part of our dialogue for a while now. If you poll people, they will all say, I support vocational training, yet we still have a kind of a larger cultural favoritism towards four-year college that has been hard to overcome. So I'm curious your lessons from your own experience and also what more can be done to make vocational training a more attractive option.
Sure. A lot in that question, but
of course, sorry, Patrick.
No, all good. I think that to the folks sitting on the sidelines, I think it's tough when minimum wage has been unable to keep up with the benefits that folks get from staying home. So I think that that's one component to it. I think when we think about also some of the data, what it shows, and these economists, I am not an economist, talked about some of the challenges we face today. Going back to the 1970s, we haven't seen men's median earnings increase. And in fact, we've seen declines in those earnings over time. Over that same period of time, we've seen women's wages grow, and we've seen those in the upper quintiles for men grow as well. Now, we can, for men in particular, we can be excited and celebrate the growth for women, but we can have two thoughts in our head at the same time and acknowledge that there are still a lot of men who are not succeeding in this place. I think that, Nick mentioned the free trade and a whole host of other issues that may contribute to this. I'd also include that the 1970s is also the period when we saw the greatest union engagement in this country. We've seen a precipitous decline of union membership starting in the 1970s and declining significantly to now where we have the lowest levels of union engagement. Why is that important? One, because unions advocate for healthy work environments, healthy work conditions, as well as better pay. But they also, one of the things, the themes of this conference has been around mental health and commuting, getting people out of their echo chambers. Unions, the best version of them, provide mentorship and training and community in a meaningful way. So to speak to more of your questions though, where I'm coming from is I graduated in the wake of the Great Recession. There's other folks who graduated in the wake of the COVID pandemic. There's folks right now who are graduating as entry-level jobs change due to AI. And we've been told this narrative that if you go to college, you go to education, you get some training, you're going to end up better off. And I think the reality is that workforce and training has been decoupled from the importance of employment at the end of education. And I think that that is a real challenge. There was a great study done just by Burning Glass and AEI, looked at the 1.1 million credentials that are out there in the workplace. They found that only 10% of those conferred wages of about $5,000 more as a result of participating in that training. The top 12% provided some statistical benefit to individuals who are going through those training programs, but that meant that 88% of those credentials are not conferring some benefit by participating. And that's a real challenge. If I've been told my entire life, go to college, you'll end up better off. That's not been the case, unfortunately. And I think we need to do a better job of making sure that the work that we're promising folks is better aligned. So if you're going through a short-term credentialing program, like you're talking about, what is the stigma? There's been far too many people who've been burned by the education system who, hey, I'm gonna go get this welding credential or IT certificate or a medical assisting program, and you're not ending up with a better job and potentially some debt that comes with it. And the next time somebody's like, you should go back to college, you're gonna be like, no way. That burned me the last time, I'm not going back. So I think those are some of the challenges and why we're seeing some of that stigma.
Yeah, thank you. Bill, I wanted to get you in on this same question about what kind of skills to develop are the most fundamental in our current economy. What are you seeing about what young men should focus their education on? What should they be thinking about? What is most valuable to them in the labor market at this point?
Yeah, great, excellent. The most popular book or publication, book, publication at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Anybody guess? Employment Situation Report, the CPI report? It's the Occupational Outlook Handbook. I want to tell you, that thing is hit millions of times a year. So we could fund the government if we were charged with this, but we're not doing it. That's a good idea, by the way.
Yeah, we'll try that.
So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's in that book as a way of answering the question. The current forecast for the next 10 years is that the U.S. economy will produce about 5.1 million jobs. This is not too much. The last 10 years is 13 million jobs. So that big drop-off has to do with the disruptions that are occurring, AI disruptions, technical disruptions. A lot of jobs are just going to disappear. For example, if you're a postal service clerk, change jobs right now. I mean, it's just a huge drop will occur. If you're if you're a bank teller, a data entry clerk, a cashier, an administrative assistant, a printer, these are all going away. These jobs are just probably in 10 years, they're just not going to be there. On the other hand, if you are a big data person, a fintech engineer, a machine learning person, you've got huge prospects. You don't have to be at that level because fast-growing jobs exist in the vocational trades. Let me just give you a few. There will be a big increase in elevator and escalator installers and repairers. Most of them will work for the Metro here in Washington, D.C. That requires a high school diploma or an equivalent, and it pays $100,000 a year. Isn't that great? Construction manager, a bachelor's degree, $101,000. Dental hygienist, $87,000. Wind turbine technician, but the winner, electricians. There's so much going on in the data world. If you don't know what you're going to do, don't ask your mom or dad. Just go out and get an electrical degree, because you'll start off with about $62,000. And let me just talk a little bit about the degrees. There's a wonderful forecast of the degree compensations, which degrees compensate better and which degrees don't compensate better. These are also a 2-year and 4-year schools. Information systems and computer science, anything in engineering, mathematics, physics, economics. This is so good. Business analytics. These are all very positive, high-paying jobs, over $100,000 median salary once you're into your career. They're all very good. You should go there. But let me tell you, stay away from general education, the arts, English, poetry, anything dealing with education.
I feel like you're coming for me. This feels more and more like you're trying to do.
Yeah. So here's kind of the bottom line. This next 10 years will be the golden age of vocational training, of the golden age of technical training. If you're a young person, a young man, interested in what should I do, just go out and get an electrical degree, or woodworking, or something that deals with your hands, because the pay expectations are very high. Remember, we're dealing with skills, and then what are the traits? We're looking for formation, men who are formed to be patient, diligent, on the job, understanding group work. That's really important. How do you get that? Well, there's many ways we could get that. I'll just end with one little quick story. In this town, in Washington, D.C., there is a club called the Fishing Club. And it's a very interesting club. Primarily inner city, older men, 70 years age, 80 years of age, who have raised their families, and they're in the midst of all these young men, 12, 13 years old, who have no fathers, never had a father in the family, never had a father. Fatherless families are, more than half. And so what they do is they take these young men fishing, and they teach them how to fish. They go down to the Potomac. Hopefully they don't eat any of the fish, but they go down to the Potomac and they teach them to fish. These young men who go through the fishing club program, which is just a voluntary thing, have very little incidents of interaction with the criminal justice system. They tend to get work they tend to be formed with certain skills. If you learn how to fish, you learn how to be patient. And that is so important for the kind of work that we all have to do during our working lives. So there are little things that people can do. The sewing club is for girls, and it's the same model. So there you go.
Thanks, Bill. I think that really connects economic capital with social capital in this conversation here. Nick, I was wondering if you could give us a broader demographic perspective on what this portends if it doesn't change direction and if men don't get back into the labor force. And with that slightly foreboding question, I might want to pair, is there anything that gives you optimism that this problem is starting to take on a national salience and starting to be of more pressing concern?
What gives me optimism is that at the heart of this problem is a question that we can all solve, and that's the question of human agency. Why is it that high school dropout men who are born in other countries have the same sort of high level of labor force participation as US-born college grads? Why is it that despite the racial or ethnic differences that we see in workforce participation, why is it that married black guys have higher workforce participation than unmarried white guys? The reason, it isn't because there's some magic in this thing. It's because of motivation and attitude and outlook and approach to challenges, to grit. As long as we look at ourselves as helpless victims of some social probability curve, we're going to be in trouble. But as long as we understand that we have within ourselves the ability to tackle problems and with grit and determination to come at them again and again, you get very different outcomes. You get very different results. One very small thing in relation to this, I don't think this is not something that government can solve. There's some things the government can't solve. During my lifetime, we've seen the death of the summer job. Okay? And when I was a teenager, shortly after the end of the ice warming period, it was a thing. It was the norm for teenage guys and also teenage girls. You went out, you got a job because you wanted to have some pocket money. You didn't want to have your parents in your face. You wanted to maybe save for college or maybe do something else with the money. The proportion of 15 to 17-year-old guys and girls who are in the workforce in July is about a third as high as it was 50 years ago. And that means that for those young men and women, their first collision with the labor force is going to be when they're 20-something. I mean, they're not going to have the attitude adjustment that people like I had when we were a teenager. And so all of this deals with the whole kind of mentality question, which is necessary to succeed. And you have to get your own success. What happens if we don't do this? This is not a happy story. Continuing very high levels of male dropout from the workforce. The prime age male employment rate today is about as high as it was when it was first measured in 1940. That was the Great Depression. We've got the Great Depression scale problem with work for guys today. If that continues, we've got slower growth, we've got bigger wealth and income gaps in our country, we probably have more welfare dependence and bigger pressure on the budget, we've got less social mobility, we've got more fragile families. What have I forgotten to mention?
I think that covers it. I also wanted to ask Senator Cornyn briefly you mentioned the bipartisan consensus of work as something inherently meaningful beyond the economic opportunity it provides. I want to ask a variant of the same question as I did to Dr. Epperstadt. Is there anything that makes you optimistic about having a better policy consensus in Congress on work as a cornerstone of life? And do you have any, can you explain how that fell out of fashion as a mainstream part of our bipartisan politics?
Well, if we could figure that out, we would reopen the government. And then we could solve our other challenges. I know we haven't talked about family formation, which of course Nick's an expert in, and others too, and sort of the role model that young men used to have in their own father who was living in the same household, which is absent in too many young boys' lives. But also things like mentoring programs. I know my friend Tim Scott, who's been one of the principal proponents of opportunity zones, has talked about the importance of a guy who basically was I think he had a State Farm insurance agency, but sort of took him under his wing and provided the first real male role model he had in his life. But I do think, if I can diverge a little bit from the question, I do think this is not just an academic issue or an economic issue. It's a national security issue too, because when we're talking about more and more young men getting in the trades, we're talking about building things. And we don't build things in America like we used to. Now we're trying to figure out ways to bring manufacturing and some of those things back on board. But we've got a whole host of obstacles, including permitting issues, our litigation system, which endlessly delay infrastructure construction and completion. But our principal competitor in the world, China, is known for building things. And part of the answer may be, as Dan Wang, who wrote this great little book called Breakthrough, he said, China is led by engineers, America by lawyers. I'll stop right there. As a recovering lawyer, I'll let you read into that what you wish. But again, a lot of these things aren't things that government really has much control over, particularly issues like family formation and young men not having role models in their lives. We're trying to figure ways to patch that by other means, by, as I said earlier, eliminating some of the disincentives for non-work and the like. But we need to have a robust labor participation. We need to start building things in America. We need to start doing things like one of the things we did in the tax cuts in the One Big Beautiful Bill was President Trump said he wanted to have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. And most of us started out at an entry-level job that may have paid minimum wage, but we didn't plan on staying there any longer than we had to. But it did provide at least a foundation of the kind of self-discipline and motivation that you need then to move on and do other things. But certainly maybe providing a little greater reward with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime will help around the margins.
Well, I want to be sure to fit in some questions, so we have a microphone to pass around, and we will take a couple questions. We'll go right here.
Hi. Thank you guys for having this panel. I think it's a really important topic. My name is Amadeus. I'm Dan Kane's friend that he mentioned earlier, who is a published author and podcast host on the topics of men's health and masculinity. Excuse me. So you guys have been discussing economics. One of the previous panels discussed more mental and emotional health. So my question is, how do we balance what is best for the individual, which, as Dr. Beach, you point out, which, as you point out, is vocational professions, with what is best for society, which Richard Reeves of the American Institute of Boys and Men has indicated is more men entering the HEAL professions of health, education, administration, and literacy, which would help to address the lack of male mentorship and role models that one of the earlier panels discussed as one of the biggest problems facing young boys and men. Thank you.
Does anybody want to take a stab at that? Patrick, please.
I can get a shot as somebody working for Richard. I think that your question portends that the jobs that are in HEAL professions are not the same quality as those in the skilled trades. And I think that that's not necessarily the case. I think that you can have a really great opportunity as a professional educator, as a teacher. And that's something that we're doing in Maryland. Governor Moore is very dedicated to increasing the number of male teachers. We used to have 30% of teachers in the 1980s were men. We're now at 23%. And if we talk about mentorship, we talk about having those male role models, some of the most influential people in my life were when I was 16, 17 years old, and they were those male teachers that I had. So if we're lacking those, it's both of those things. One, you can have a good career, but then two, you can shape that next person who's coming after you. And the same thing goes for the healthcare profession. Those can be really good jobs, provided that we provide good pathways for those individuals. You know, starting somebody in a medical assisting role is probably not the place that you want them to end up. Like, that's not going to be a good career trajectory. But if we can build better pathways, use the registered apprenticeships, use earn and learn models that we've seen to be very effective, where somebody doesn't have to take an opportunity cost to improve their lives, we're going to see much better outcomes. So getting somebody from that medical assistant all the way to an RN, which right now seems impossible, but I think if we build better pathways, we can do that and solve both problems.
That's great. Thank you.
If we're, just one quick word, if we're thinking about mentoring people to have good jobs, the top 5 skills that we need to mentor on, these are the ones that employers are looking at worldwide. They are analytical thinking, resilience, flexibility, and agility. That's number 2. Leadership and social influence, creative thinking, motivation, and self-awareness. And if you think about those skill buildings, that's all about mentoring people, forming them when they're younger to be as good as they possibly can be. And this is what employers are looking for. So form around those skills and you'll have better outcomes.
We will go right over there. Microphone's coming.
Yeah, I'm Michael New. I'm a professor at the Catholic University of America. This question is for the entire panel. What impact has the gig economy had on labor force participation among men? And I've just heard kind of anecdotally, and some research indicates that consistent work tends to create kind of better social outcomes than kind of sporadic or infrequent work.
Yeah. I can give you just a quick, I'm the numbers guy today, so I brought it all with me right here. So if in a survey of disruption from largely technological sources, the number of jobs that will be disrupted in the United States is estimated right at 35% in the next 5 years. So there'll be 35% disruption. That's not all gig, it's not all platform based, but the disruptor here is coming at us from the technological side. It's a good thing that we're not average, because the average disruption is 39%, and if you're in Egypt, Zimbabwe, Colombia, Portugal, or Israel, it's over 40% of all jobs will be disrupted. So if you're preparing yourself for the future, if you're learning something right now, the best thing you can learn is a trade, because those are jobs that will not be disrupted by the platform that you're working with. Learn something where you can work with your hands and in your mind with those skill sets that I just mentioned a moment ago.
We have time for one more question. Great.
Good morning. Travis Cummings. I work for an American manufacturer, and to hit up what the senator said, we are about to green light about $4 billion in projects. One in your state of Texas, Granbury. We're waiting. I think we will have the green light this week. So what I'm interested in is we have a plethora of jobs. So I live in Louisiana. My company's in Missouri. So we're doubling our capacity right now. Plus, we have new LNG factory coming on board in Louisiana, along with Meta's 1 gig facility there. So we have the jobs. I think from a state level, we're doing a better job of finding people. So how can the federal government work with our state agencies like Missouri Enterprise or Lobby in Louisiana to put these people out? I'm visiting Thursday, Utah, a ribbon cutting with Caterpillar for a 1.6 gig data center in the middle of the desert. So the jobs are there. It's just how do we get them there? How do we get, we have jobs. So that's my question, is how the federal government can help the states, agencies like that.
We're not to be political today, so I'll stay away from that. One of the things which has not worked in the past 50 years are job training programs at the federal level. They have not worked. So please, just look at the Mathematica study, look at any of the big studies, and maybe it's made a little difference in lifetime earnings. But what does work is making sure that employers have as little regulatory burden as possible in hiring somebody and in giving training. And there's some very good bills in the House and in the Senate right now that would provide income to employers to get vets trained, to get the wives of vets trained, to get people who are relocating, coming out of unemployment trained. I think that really works well. So the locus of effectiveness in getting people on the job, in the job, is at the private sector level. That's where we ought to put our emphasis. And then if someone is having trouble locating to a job, that's the major impediment for people not getting work, is that they're in New York but the job's in Texas. There may be a role for the federal government through the tax system or through some kind of other subsidy to provide transportation and relocation services. Or maybe it's a subsidy to the employer so that there's a tax cut available. I think there's 6 million unfilled jobs in the United States right now, and we have roughly 4.7 million people who are unemployed. That just is not a good balance, is it?
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Very nice to meet you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. So the good news is it's lunchtime. As promised, it is a tight schedule, so we have about 30 minutes for lunch. The box lunches are in the back. Feel free to bring them back here. There's also seating outside a little bit. Thank you again to our panelists and for closing this morning. It has been wonderful. Thank you. we get, oh, there we go. Hello. We have 5 minutes until we are going to bring in the next panel, including Senator Ruben Gallego. If you are looking for a trash can, there is, just go ahead and stack your boxes right over there and we'll take care of them for you. Thank you.
There we go. Well, no one else is here, so.
Okay, everyone, if you could start making your way to the seat. We are on time. which I'm proud of. Please feel free to also take seats if they're open over there at the tables as well. You don't have to go back to the same seat you were at. We're going to have our panel make their way up. Are you ready?
Yeah.
You are now. Perfect. And tongue. Oh, there's. Perfect. We have one more, two. And the senator is making his way over right now. Drinking his coffee. There we go.
Good.
Had to give me some coffee. One more time. Not yet. I'm Ruben. Man, Ruben, nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Anton.
Anton, pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, pleasure. Yeah, I saw you there.
Senator, we've only met by Twitter.
Hey, Mark, hey. Look at this, all these stars here. I'm going to turn this off.
Is he in person?
Where was your unit in? They were largely Really? Yes. And it was Yeah, so what happened is we were post Operation Fury. And basically after Operation Fury, us as our great wisdoms thought that they had eliminated largely the insurgency. And what happened is they moved north from Ramadi and Fallujah into the Haditha al-Anbar area, and they reduced the amount of manpower there.
You live in the
So
DC
we're
area.
kind of responsible for like 30 minutes. For the South City, I think it was called
She's going off about this
it's
past.
called Hit.
I just don't know that word.
And then we went on
That's
the-
great.
Yeah,
That's great.
yeah.
I think when you to go experience and meet him, I think you'll have some commonalities in your strategic.
Good. Where are you going to be?
Mark, were you bouncing around that area?
Oh, no, sir. No, no, I didn't serve. My dad.
Oh, no, for the public.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it was crazy times.
Right.
It was literally like
Anton.
for 7 months.
Yeah, I just finished a book about history of the CIA
Yeah, I
in the
would've
21st
been- I was-
century.
yeah,
And
I
prior to
heard
that,
that
just finished
right
a book
at
about
the end.
an older book about inside, like how the 9/11 Commission is kind of a snow job. The real takeaway from that is the most disastrous presidency we've seen in the modern era is the Bush.
Yes.
It's not Trump.
No.
Bush.
No.
Like, it's just really.
If we end up saving democracy, it will still be Bush.
Yes. We're probably
All
hot
things being
mic'd.
equal.
Probably hot mic'd too.
Yeah. There's nothing I haven't
Always
said.
hot mic'd. Should we start at one exactly?
Since we out of Dallas, we're an organization that.
All right, folks, you want me to start?
To mentor neighborhoods, urban neighborhoods.
They don't want me to start. We're going to start in 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Decreasing and eradicating senseless violence in neighborhood, but we do that with mentor.
Just make sure to do it in 2 minutes or so.
That's great. So you guys just in Dallas, you said, or else?
Yeah, Dallas. Yeah, yeah.
There's like one group that's really, well, I don't know if you guys are just specialized in African American men, but like in Arizona, we have 100 Black men community group, which is a great group.
Yeah.
Wish I had something like that.
I gotta connect. I gotta connect to connect.
Oh yeah.
So I'll get your information
Yeah, of course.
in your email.
Oh, would a typical Monday be for you if you weren't here?
And then the music fraternity and alumni association in Arizona.
Yeah.
That's what it's sort of.
Definitely need to connect.
Yeah, it depends on what happened over the weekend. So,
Bit of reaction to contact and stuff.
yeah, right. Halloween weekend being last weekend, but all quiet, so that's good. And then just, yeah, whatever is, wherever we are in the semester.
Gotta connect, man. Gotta connect.
No 2 days are the same. Indianapolis. Yeah.
So partly now, Sunday wasn't so great, but you know.
All right, I think we're good to go. The door is closing. Hello, everyone. My name is Mark Caputo. I'm a White House correspondent for Axios, and it's really an honor to be able to moderate this panel. Or perhaps it's a little embarrassing because of the accomplishments of the men who are next to me. I'm sort of pale in comparison to what these men have achieved. This panel is going to explore how young men can forge authentic bonds across socioeconomic, cultural, and racial divides. And that's through shared purpose and a common sense of ideals. We're going to examine successful models, the military, sports, public service, local service, that unite men across diverse backgrounds and these different cultural areas. Now, one of the important aspects of examining this is to provide solutions. One of the things that you'll notice in the discussions throughout is things seem kind of bleak for young men. And what we want to do is sort of drill down on sort of solutions and strategic ways and applied lessons that can be used for strategies going forward. So to introduce my panel, to my left is Senator Ruben Gallego from Arizona. He is the son of immigrants, an author, also a former Marine Corps. What rank did you attain? Former Marine Corps corporal in one of the hardest hit areas of Iraq during the Iraq War. He then went on in Arizona to go to Harvard University. After serving, he was then elected to the United States House and ultimately to the United States Senate. To the left of him is Anton Luckey. He's the president and CEO of Urban Specialists in Dallas. Last night when we met, he did say that his publicist prefers that he always be introduced as an author, so let me skip to that first. He's the author of 2 books, one that's been printed so far, A Redemptive Path Forward from Incarceration to a Life of Activism, and the forthcoming book, Leading the Fatherless to Faith, an in-depth look into the crisis of fatherlessness and its impact. As you can tell by the title, former gang member, served his time in prison and came out and decided to give back to the community, and the lessons he's learned we're going to hear about momentarily. To the left of him, Wynne Smiley is the Chief Executive Officer of the Alpha Tau Omega fraternity, ATO. It leads 130 chapters across the United States. 160,000 alumni and affiliated organizations are part of the ATO Educational Foundation. They're focused on housing and finance. He's a recognized leader in the interfraternity community. Wynne is known for advocacy of fraternity life and beyond. And then, last but not least, Colonel Lance Van Zandt, U.S. Army retired, a seasoned military leader with extensive experience, also combat experience as well in Iraq. Throughout his career, he served in key leadership positions, shaping defense initiatives, mentoring the next generation of military professionals, and since retiring, Colonel Van Zandt continues to contribute his expertise to Veterans Affairs, national security discussions, also has a book coming out soon. About a year? I won't give away the title. So in focusing this panel, we wanted to kind of draw on these lessons. So let me draw on the 2 military men here. Drawing from your experience in military service, how do shared commitments and common goals foster a sense of brotherhood and purpose among men from different backgrounds? When you get all of these men together with this shared common purpose, what do you see? What do you learn? What does that look like? Senator.
Well, I'm trying to go back, and I just had my 20-year reunion with my Marines, and the Marine Corps birthday is coming up for 250th birthday, so happy birthday to all Marines. So I think what it teaches you is a common goal and the idea of a common good and working together to that. So much of this world is very individualistic, and to some degree, men, at first are taught to be individuals, but don't understand the idea that you have to be part of this kind of greater good. And you're kind of forged, especially in combat, to do that. You have to understand yourself. You have to understand the idea of sacrifice, because you are going to sacrifice, whether it is physical sacrifice, mental sacrifice, spiritual sacrifice, or just general your time away from just normal society. And you don't think about it, but it starts at boot camp. Marine Corps boot camp is pretty hard. They strip you down. They take away all ability for you to speak to anybody outside of your your company, and they try to instill this idea of joint success, and that you as an individual don't matter. What matters is how is the rest of the group doing, and it forges your mentality going forward, right? And when I talk about things, for example, I rarely use the word I. And I'm pretty sure Lieutenant Colonel will say the same thing. So like even when I do something very well, I say we, right? Because I'm still stuck in this mentality that whatever I'm doing for this kind of greater good. And then when the stuff really hits the fan in combat, it's actually when it really matters. Because if you think of yourself as an individual, the likelihood of you taking that house or taking that hill is going to be very slim. When you start thinking about how you're going to actively hurt these guys, these men that you've been training with forever, who are trusting you, who think and believe in you, and they're going to die for you, and you're willing to die for them, you're less likely to kind of shrink from that moment. And it's something that it just doesn't change when you leave the Marines or the military. It's something that carries over into, I think the rest of real, what I call the real life. And it certainly has made a big difference for me about how I approach things in general.
Colonel.
Yeah, I'll start off by saying, I grew up in a two-family home. A two-parent household. Had a mom, a dad, then a mom and a stepdad that raised me through my formative years. But all during that time, I was playing sports. I was involved in teams and community. Went off to college, the military academy, and it's the same thing. You can't isolate yourself in a place like that. You will be found. Because that's actually a question I asked before I went. It's like, hey, can I just sneak through and not really get noticed by the upperclassmen? It's impossible. You're going to be a part of a team, a club, a sport, etc. Right? And then I graduated and was thrust right into the military. And I've always been a part of a team since then. And so, I was sharing before the panel. Part of that is I took it for, I think what was normal for me, I took for granted. That I was part of a community that looked out for each other my entire life, going up through my career. And, let's talk about the enemy. Like, the enemy has a vote, right? And if the enemy can isolate me, so in the military, we always travel in battle buddies. Hey, who's your battle buddy? Who's going to be with you wherever you go? And that's more of a physical protection to look out for one another. But it also keeps you from emotional, mental, spiritual harm as well. Particularly, let's look at a life and spiritual metaphor with the military metaphor. Because if I can isolate you, if I can outnumber you, if I can gain an asymmetric advantage over you, then I can destroy you, right? And especially if I keep you from getting reinforcements. It's the same way in life, but correspondingly, if I do have reinforcements, if I'm part of a team, if I'm part of a community, then I can fend off the enemy, right? And it may be a physical enemy, it may be that emotional harm that people go through, spiritual. I'll share here because there's a lot of scripture that backs it up, right? So, going all the way back to Genesis, God created man to not be alone. Ecclesiastics, two are better than one. So one falls, the other one help pick him back up again. Proverbs, as iron sharpens iron, so does one man sharpen another, right? We all know that, right? Moving on to Acts, early believers, they lived together in community, they ate together, they shared burdens together. And then going to, Romans, one of the ones we can all relate to is the body with many parts, right? All the diverse things that our hands, our feet, the different parts of the body do, but they come together as community and allow us to be stronger together. And several of the other panels shared this as well, but it's the principle of, and the senator did just now, but it's the principle of serving something greater than you. And being a part of a team isn't just enough, because some teams could be, you might be a gang, right? It might be the wrong head in the wrong direction. but it's serving something greater than you and not having those, selfish desires leading your efforts. It's the we, not the I, again, as the senator shared.
Good transition to Antoine. You grew up in a single family or single parent household. You wound up going to prison. You mentor young men who probably experience this sense of isolation, the opposite of what the colonel is talking about. So how can men facing these adversities find this sort of sense of purpose and this sense of community and these connections that they either don't have when they're born or when they're raised or that they face now?
Thank you. I think that's good. I think I start off by saying that a great sage said this, and you quote me: "The tragedy of good advice is that it's born out of bad judgment." It's a great sage said that.
I mentioned that to him last night. Great advice is born of bad judgment. I give great advice because I have displayed such bad judgment.
Yeah, that was our conversation last night. But I think for me, growing up in a single family home, my father was sentenced to prison when I was 9 months. He ultimately did 37 years. I applied all of my talents into school. I was a talented, gifted student. I was a straight-A student. But growing up in the community where I grew up in, smart kids get bullied. I learned that quick. And so for me, I had to have a dual personality where at school I was a great kid, but then the environment that I was in said that I had to be another way. There wasn't no positive men in my community, right? And so I thought I was doing a great job by starting a gang, looking for family and friends and all that good stuff. But I was sadly mistaken. That wasn't the right idea to do. That ultimately led me to prison, where in prison I found a mentor, older inmate who recognized me, who made me, for the first time in my life, made me feel seen and heard. This guy approached me and he said to me, his exact words were to me was, "Little brother," and I was probably 19 years old. He said, "Little brother, I see all these young men in here follow you. They look up to you. They fall out of place. They do whatever you ask them to do." Something I hadn't realized. He said, "But let me tell you something." He said, "If you have within you the ability to lead these guys to do wrong, within you exists the same ability to lead them to do right." He said, "You're a leader." And I had never looked at that like that. And from that day forward, he began to help me understand the cognitive distortions that I had embraced growing up in my environment. He helped me to unlearn a lot of the things that I had learned in my environment, from toxic masculinity to just the whole idea of myself. And as I began to shed back all of those things that led me to prison, in me was born this whole passion to help other young men not make the same mistake. So I think to answer your question, I would say this for anybody who is trying to help and build connection with young people. We have to approach that without judgment. Oftentimes with us in the room, we have a lot of judgment that we have when we're trying to help some people. And that judgment creates barriers, right? Because adults have this ability not to remember they were once teenagers, they were once lonely, they were once isolated, they didn't have all the answers. So I think when we begin to approach and meet young people where they at, where they are, and walk with them, it's kind of like in the Army. When we have young people, we can say, "Let me walk you through what you're dealing with." Because in this fast-paced world, we are all dealing with everything that's happening in our life, and we have forgotten young men and also young women who are searching for a better path.
When you're CEO of ATO, is the ATO Foundation?
Yes.
Right? Give us an idea in your organization and organizations like it, and fraternities generally, where character and commitment are prioritized.
Yes.
What role do those organizations play in people's lives? For WIN, actually.
Yeah. I think that, and the senator had mentioned earlier that when he talked about this issue of young men, isolation, a few probably years ago, if then, people would look at him like, what are you talking about? And I would say that fraternity has been watching this dynamic for years, and it's only recently, to our great delight, that it's getting traction, because it is truly an issue that and I've been doing this for a few years.
How many years?
30. So, a long time. Bullet train. And we can certainly see a difference. I can see a difference from when I first started and how 18-year-olds matriculating into college interacted with each other versus their attitudes coming into college today. And I think Richard Reeves really speaks to this directly in that, especially K through 12 in education, boys are being treated differently than they used to be. There aren't not as, and this was mentioned in an earlier panel, there aren't as many women teachers, and God bless the women teachers out there. They do a wonderful job, but K through 8 in particular.
Thinking that there aren't as many men teachers.
I'm sorry, not as many men.
Yeah, because the problem is there aren't as many male teachers as there used to be.
Yes, thank you. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. God bless the women teachers because they do a great job, but there are fewer men teachers, especially K through 8, and so boys have fewer role models, and they are getting either through education or social media or television shows that they are lesser than. They are marginalized, and I don't really like that word, but that's what they're feeling. And so when they come to college, they get that in many cases on turbocharge. So even student orientation, depending on who does the student orientation and what campus, they're hearing things about toxic masculinity, which is a real thing, and we certainly do not support it, but the vast majority of college men are not toxic. And yet they're hearing that message. So to your question, I think that this issue of community, once they find like-minded men who are part of an organization, fraternities are independent self-governing entities. They're peer-run. And so they decide what members they're going to invite into membership. They elect their own officers. They run their own organization. And through that, they learn a lot of life skills. An interesting dynamic that I've seen change. 15 years ago, college men had a lot of that experience already from growing up. Today, not so much, because, I don't know, my assessment is that they haven't been given the opportunity in K through 12 to be alone with a group of other boys to figure it out. And so when they get to college, it's in many cases one of the first times that they're like, you figure it out, what do you think? You've got to work it out. And I think that's important.
I wasn't in a fraternity when I went to school, although everyone liked ATO, just to be clear. I went to University of Miami, by the way. Give me an idea of how is it that a fraternity helps foster that? Like, what are the actual things that they do?
Can I, not being in fraternity leadership, but actually belong to a fraternity, Sigma Chi, which is actually founded at University of Miami.
Oh.
Just FYI. And have been involved in my fraternity ever since, and was a big defender of fraternities on campus, one of the few Democrats that started that years ago. Look, for me, much like Anton's description, I didn't grow up with a father. My father was, when he was around, was not a great father. He was extremely abusive and ended up also being arrested for drugs and stuff of that nature. Going and joining a place like at Harvard, which is a very, individualistic place with a lot of people already know each other, Sigma Chi was extremely important because it helped me connect to other men who were basically already willing to accept me. There's a structure already there. It didn't matter that I didn't go to prep school. Oh, sorry. Something to speak to. It didn't matter that I didn't go to prep school. It didn't matter that I was in the same summer camps with these guys. But there was an understanding of what my values were that was aligned with the fraternity. And I joined this fraternity, and I got to meet men from all across the country with different experiences that taught me a new way of how to understand being a man in this world and my responsibility as a man. And it was done in a very safe environment that normally could go wrong, right? You can, and
growing up in my kind of Latino background, you can find yourself in a community of men that can teach you some really, really bad things, but it can be masculine at the same time. And here with the structure that happens with fraternities, so you're creating a very safe environment where you're learning from other men how to be a responsible male in this world and be a member of your community. If you see of who are the leaders in a lot of our communities, a lot of them have come from these fraternities and the fraternity world. If you look at, for example, I represented the largest African American community in Congress when I was in Arizona. Most of my leaders in the Black community came from the sorority system or from the Black fraternity system. And it is a great training ground that is desperately needed right now, especially because men are growing up in a very, very, very bad situation.
And I would say that everybody has each other's back in terms of if you stay in your room and don't go to class for 3 days, someone's going to knock on your door and say, you need to go to class. Right. We see this certainly.
Or if you're just an asshole.
Yeah, right.
Because sometimes, honestly, sometimes.
Then you get a lot of door knocks.
Yeah,
right?
well, yeah, but sometimes, you need other men to tell this young guy, this young 18, 19-year-old, hey, you were being an asshole. Right? You should not have spoken to that person that way. You shouldn't have spoken to that or treated that woman that way. You are embarrassing yourself, and you're embarrassing us as a fraternity. That is also sometimes needed, especially when it comes to young men.
And the mentor piece too. So you have alumni, older men who are serving as advisors, or just even on game day when they come by. There are older men who will connect with the undergraduates. They have a connection just through the chapter. That is very real, and the undergraduates typically very much look up to the alumni and are interested in what they're doing, both professionally and in their personal life.
We don't have to go through the chair. If Antoine or Colonel, if you want to throw something in, please do. Otherwise, an open question for the panel, maybe one of you two guys. So these are sort of the obvious things that we're talking about. What are some of the less obvious paths to sort of foster this sense of community, the sense of belonging, this ability to bridge these different divides?
I think culturally we need to stop making men.
But I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt. You hear things like, culturally we have to stop doing that. What does that mean?
Well, I think it means on all fronts wherever we can, trying to make men the other or inherently bad, because that fosters a sense of isolationism, and I think we have been moving where there is a problem with toxic masculinity, but by you inherently being masculine does not mean you are toxic, right? And I think it's gone too far, right? That if you are a masculine man or if you're a man in general, you are inherent by nature somewhat toxic, and I think that creates this horrible feedback loop that kind of creates even further and further isolation of that. And that is a function of society, it's a function of academia, it's a function of politics, it's a function of what's happening in media, right? I think the most important thing we can do is just say, hey, this is a problem, let's figure out how to do it. Where we can do it, let's do it. But not identifying the problem is the biggest problem right there.
Antoine, you had actually said toxic masculinity earlier. Discuss that.
Yes, because I think growing up in the community that I serve, young men are taught not to have feelings, not to talk. You have to be tough. You can't show feelings. I didn't grow up around men who would feely, touchy, right. Or hey, you doing good, words of affirmation. It was like, as a man, we were taught that you to be a man, you got to suck it up and just figure it out. And so at some point we have to say, what does that do to the psyche of that individual, and then how that projects to the individuals that's in his care. And so even for me in prison, me being able to look in the mirror and try to unlearn and undo all the stuff up until 18 years that had been imparted to me, that was a tough situation to do, because other men, and I'm gonna tell you this, prison's not the place to go figure this stuff out. I didn't even realize that,
not recommended for your personal journey, prison.
But just being vulnerable, just the idea of being vulnerable, like being in tune with who you are, your feelings, et cetera, that's not looked favorably upon. But what I found in that journey for myself was I realized that vulnerability meant strength. I had been taught that it meant weakness. Mm-hmm. And what I noticed is, as I was being more vulnerable about my situation and stuff, because we all shared the same thing. All came from father's home, all dropouts, didn't graduate high school. It was a lot of key factors that at play, but I think I was the first one to be very honest about it, where I'm putting my feelings on the line. And I think in essence what it did was it made other men say it's okay to do it. You know, it's okay to do it because, again, in the communities I was raised in, men were taught to suck it up. You can't cry, you can't tell, you can't feel, et cetera, et cetera. And
You can just be mad. Like
just be a man.
That's the emotion you can show as anger.
Yes. And so undoing that, it takes a process. Like even today, like we bring men together, my organization bring men together, and we have these healing circles. And it's a lot of work, you know, because we have grown men, I'm talking about grown men, men of color who are coming together, don't know each other, being vulnerable for the first time. And as we do the work, it's interesting to see how these men are crying, I'm talking about crocodile tears, over something that happened in their childhood. Father not being there, or something, crying, crocodile tears, but we create that space. But one thing I do notice and have learned that when you create that space for men and even boys, because we do it with boys as well, when you create that space for them, it's like it frees them, because it chops at all of these ideals of a man that's not rooted in values and principles, passion and morals and all that good stuff. And we have to constantly push that on our men and young people.
Colonel, I saw you taking some notes over there.
Well,
Share your thoughts.
I promise I just met the senator for the first time today, but we have a lot of the same thoughts.
Yep.
You know, in 2003, I was sitting in a tent in Iraq, and Mail Day is a big day, right? So in the mail one day from
M-A-I-L, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a great pun, but yes.
No, sorry. That's like
There's some, I want to say something about that too.
So mail came, and I got a book from a mentor of mine called Wild at Heart by John Eldridge. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of it, but one of the things he talks about in that book is how our, to use the word, modern culture has tamed down men and taken away that God-given wildness and adventure and strength. And he goes on to talk about, and I'm in a tent in Iraq, talk about how a man needs a battle to fight, an adventure to live, and a beauty to rescue. And I'm no kidding, in the battle. Every day is an adventure. And I met the girl that I was going to marry shortly before I left, and I was waiting to get back, right? So I related strongly to that book. It really resonated with me. But going to the point of serving something greater than yourself. I mean, by definition, if you're serving, like for example, when the senator walks across to the Capitol, I mean, to an extent, he's reacting to contact, right? Because things come up overnight that he might have that's going to change what he does for the day. So when you're serving something greater than yourself, it's by definition going to be an adventure, right? And he fights battles. So the more we can encourage young men and men to get in the fight, so to speak, to be involved and get out of their basements. And one thing that I haven't heard mentioned a lot today of the 3 panels I've listened to is the role of the parents, right? I have 3 daughters. You know, there's a certain age where your effectiveness kind of wanes a little bit. You're kind of in the background. But
I got 3 daughters too. I know exactly what you're talking about.
But you know, but my wife and I, and she says, hey, if you're not going to bed tired, you're not doing it right. You know, if you're not engaged in those kids' lives, and one of the former panel members talked about preserving that 5 to 8 o'clock, you know, at night, you know, being able to interact with and pour your kids. But the parents, when COVID occurred, I moved from Texas in 2020. I was stationed at the Pentagon, and I came to a school that was shut down for a year. It was school by screen. And my oldest 2 daughters were in 7th and 8th grade. They stared at a screen. Well, when they finally went back to school, you know, a year later, one of my daughters, because when you do something like that for a year, it creates a habit, right? It creates a negative habit that it's okay just to be in your room on a screen. Okay, we forced that, and then we normalized it. And so my wife and I had to finally say, look, you're not just going to stay in your room on a screen. You're going to play a sport. Pick one, or I'm going to pick it for you. I mean, we were that directive about it, but we had to get our kids back engaged. And I just want to challenge the parents out there, get your kids engaged in some type of activity, in some type of community, and don't let them fall to the wayside, stay in the basement, and become a statistic.
Yeah, and I just want to add, that's great stuff. I just want to add too, make sure we say this here in building strong male connection and age isolation. I think inherently in there we can think that we have to be perfect. And I want to address that I think giving men agency, boys agency in this new climate is the acknowledgement that none of us is perfect. Oftentimes we, as adults, we hide our flaws and our mistakes that we made. But I believe in my transparency that all of us have a part to play. All of us can contribute. I'm talking every single person, and whatever we've been through in life is medicine for someone else. And a lot of times we're ashamed of what we've been through in life. Like, I don't walk in no room feeling ashamed of the fact that I've been to prison, of my father. I don't care about that because it don't matter. I connect with the fact that I'm married to that, and I know that I can help some young man who was just like me, who was an A honor roll student, who wanted to do good, but he didn't have an individual who saw him enough and thought enough of him to say, let me take your hand and help you through this. Let me set aside some time to help you. So I'm saying to the crowd, to people that's watching, that we all have, it's no only senator is qualified. It's not that. We all are qualified by the very sure experiences that we've been through in life to give people agency and make them feel belong. Because a lot of times if you go into a situation with this perfect idea, this perfect, you cutting people off from that at that point right there. But I think it's embracing our own struggles helps give connection and belonging and meaning to other men as well.
I do think just even doing, and I sat down with Richard Reeves actually recently, and because I've been talking about this for years, feeling like Cassandra, like shouting into the wind here. Even symbolic efforts to show that we still care about men aren't done anymore. And,
What were those?
They're none. That's the
No,
problem.
but what did they used to be?
I mean, I think before there was just like a.
You got a tie for Father's Day.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's stuff. But it was just more of a general understanding, like where men's role in society was, and it kind of disappeared, and we haven't really figured out how to bring back and talk about it, right? Because I think a lot of people kind of feel sheepish, and I'll give you a good example. I won't mention a name, but one of the things that I did on my campaign, and we're one of the few Senate races that did very well with men, even white men, and but especially with Latino men. And we did a lot of very male-focused outreach, right? We did boxing matches, which we had to fight even our own staff because they thought it was actually reinforcing toxic masculinity. We literally weren't actually boxing. I was literally streaming a boxing match, and we invited Latino men to come and watch it, right?
And it worked.
It worked. We did it a couple times, and we did rodeo shows. We did lowrider shows. I mean, we did all this kind of stuff to kind of, show men that, hey, this campaign wants to talk to you. Right. And there's a lot of politicians come and ask me, like, oh, what should I be doing? I'm like, I'll give you a good example. And I couldn't do it this year because I am a recent father. My son was born June 12th. I'm number 3, which is why if you see me getting coffees, because we're going through regress. We're going through regression right now.
Well, you're going to bed tired.
You're going to bed tired,
you're doing
right.
the job that the Colonel talked about.
And I talked to this, elected official. I'm like, what you should do? I can't do it this year, but I'll do it next year. Mm-hmm. You should do a Father's Day appreciation breakfast or lunch or dinner, and just do it around your district, right? Yeah. And just invite it, throw it out there, and say, hey, thanks for being a father. Here it is. And he said, oof, I don't know about that. I'm like, why not? He's like, well, I think I'll get shit for it. I'm like, wait, can I say that? Sorry about that. Okay. Good.
You can say it on C-SPAN.
Yeah. Okay. And I said, but do you do things for mother? He's like, yes. I'm like, so why is it okay for you and socially acceptable for you to do things for Mother's Day, but not for Father's Day? When did that happen? That we can't recognize fathers for being good fathers or for being involved in their community? And how is it that we've gotten into this mindset? And I say we, this is Democrats, just to be clear, that if somehow we cherish and understand and respect fathers, that somehow it's diminishing the status of mothers. Right. They don't. Because if you actually go into the real world, if I go into my neighborhoods in Arizona, and I go talk to a working class Latina mom who is divorced and raising her kids, she's going to say, yes, I am a strong Latina woman. I am raising my son as best as I can. But she will also say, like, yes, I want him to have good father figures. I want him, like, that world does exist. Mm-hmm. Except in the political world, somehow there needs to be this, like, clear separation. And I think that's just not helpful at all. It's certainly not politically helpful, but it's not helpful to the father. It's certainly not helpful to the son, but it's also certainly not helpful to the father. And we still need good fathers in society.
Wait, please.
Yeah, and this goes back to an earlier question in terms of what's happening in fraternity. One of the things that ATO does at the end of every meeting, everyone gets a gavel and they say whatever's on their mind, and they always end it with, "And I love and respect all my brothers." It is a throwaway line, but not really. And so to emphasize this sense of brotherhood, we set up a studio and brought in 2 chapter mates. One new, he identified his chapter mate that he wanted to say he appreciated him for something, right? But we didn't tell the guy why he was coming in. So we brought him in a studio, sat him on a couch, and the guy who wanted to tell his appreciation did. And it could be for little things. There were a couple of very dramatic stories. And in every case, the reaction of the person hearing this, not knowing it was coming, was emotional appreciation, and they totally walked out of the room floating. And a very simple thing like that makes a huge difference. So if I'm a parent or if I'm a teacher or an advisor to young men, college men, it's like, okay, why don't you, Joe, tell Andres what you appreciate about him? One thing. And that has an amazing impact, and it just does not happen. We have to give men the construct to be able to do that because it's not a natural kind of thing.
Excellent. Well, I've got the 10-minute warning. And so it's question time. Okay, well, that was quick. Are we passing a microphone? How are we doing? Oh, great.
Thank you. I'm Charles Hilley with The Dispatch, and as I've been listening to these panels throughout the day, one thing that I've kind of been wrestling with is that there are certain things affecting men that are out of their control. Absent fathers, not living up to their paternal responsibilities, sort of social stigma, making men not feel all that appreciated. But as we learned in the polling presentation earlier, there are certain core things that are predominant among a lot of men in the world today who are very successful. Things like working out, things like having a group of friends, things like going to church somewhat. So, and these are all things that are within our control. So I'm just wondering how, I wanted to get all of your thoughts on this, is how we should walk this line of noting that there are certain things that are out of our control, but also ensuring that we don't get too much into a victim mentality and focusing on what we can do in our own lives, basically.
Well, I think thinking of men as an asset to society is a first thing that we as policymakers can do. There are some things we can do, right? Richard Reeves and a couple of men here talked about it, the fact that there are declining teachers that are male. That does matter. So I did not grow up with a positive male role model. I had my grandfather for a little bit before he died. I had some cousins and stuff, but it was actually the male teachers in my life that I still talk to, by the way, and some of the bosses I had in different job sites that ended up being very key to it. One of the things we could do is encourage men to be teachers. What does that look like? We should, pay more. We should pay teachers more, so that's an actual job that people do. But we should actually have incentives to encourage men to be teachers, and we should not be ashamed about that. Because we know it's better for society if there are more male teachers, because that means we have better males. If there's better males, that means all of society is better, right? That's crazy to hear, because people are like, oh, you're trying to get men to, incentivize affirmative action for men. Yeah, but it's actually important. I even had a bill a few years ago, recognized this was an issue with Latino men and black men, to encourage our HBCUs and our HSIs, historically black colleges and universities, and HSIs, Hispanic serving institutions, to give them more money to train teachers, especially male teachers, because we know, statistically speaking, if a black or Latino student sees a male teacher at some point in their progression, they have a 40, I think it's almost a 40% higher chance of them going to college. Mm-hmm. How crazy is that? What a great thing for society if all we have to do is find a way to train teacher, retain the teacher, and pay them a little extra. Imagine how much are we gaining from that? But we also have to get over this stigma as a country that we have to incentivize men joining a workforce, because in some regards, it's pretty easy to say we should incentivize women joining this workforce, right? There's programs for that. We can, societally accept, black men joining the workforce, Latino men working in the workforce, gay men, whatever it is. But when we say men in general, everyone's like, ooh, sticky, right? But why? If we want the societal outcome to be a better society, 50% of the society is still male. So let's figure out how to lift them up and not have the stigma around that. So that's my step. Number two, I think the other area that is that people are kind of forgetting, and now as my 8-year-old son is getting more involved in sports, sports and extracurriculars has now become a thing of the elite, right? I'm sure you guys have friends and family that have their kids and they're like in like summer sports and they have like traveling team and everything else. The day of a kid just being able to join Little League is almost done. Even if you sucked back in the day, and I sucked at baseball, I still suck at baseball, I could go and join the Little League, but I had other boys that was around me and other coaches. Now, if you're not really good, you're not joining in these teams. So even men, even boys that want to have an opportunity for some type of mentorship outside of their father, their biological fathers, are not getting it because they're not good enough or they can't pay for it. And then even then, the coaching situation is hard because there aren't enough coaches anymore. And so I think as a society, you know what, why don't we pay coaches? Why don't we team up with the American Legion, with Pop Warner, everything else like that, and say, hey, listen, if you end up getting, and you need coaches, here, we're going to throw $1,000 at every coach you could bring in so you could just pay them. So you could start getting these male figures into these young men and women's lives, and at the same time, make it a more democratic process. Because the reason, again, you're having less and less extracurricular opportunities is because there's less and less coaches, so then this continues to be something that's more and more. Again, we have to get over the stigma of actually paying for people to do coaching, right? But again, we know what the societal effect will be. It'll be massively more beneficial than trying to have a lot of incarcerations or on the other end dealing with the psychiatric side of it too.
Okay, I'll speak to that. For college men, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds matriculating to college, parents always ask me, for obvious reasons, hey, my son is getting ready to go to college, should he check out the fraternity system? And anecdotally, I would say, yeah, I should check it out. The growing amount of research, even for first-generation students and economically disadvantaged students, the SEC just did a big study that those men benefit even more from fraternity. But Gallup, both in 2014 and 2021, did a huge study on the impact that fraternity has on college men, not only when they're in college, but for the rest of their life. And Gallup measures 5 areas of thriving. In every one of those areas, and this is not just for men, it's for women too, in every one of those areas of thriving that Gallup measures, Greek students as undergraduates and alumni for the rest of their lives were double-digit above unaffiliated students, and the study was controlled for socioeconomic, race, all those things, because people would say, oh, well, they came in privileged. Well, no, they didn't, especially on the men's side, that's true. And so now, when parents ask me, I say, you would be doing your son a disservice if you did not encourage him to at least check out the fraternity system. He may not find a good fit, and that's fine, but the research is growing and definitive that makes a huge difference in a college man's life.
I got the 3-minute warning here, so one more question and...
Oh, shoot, I forgot, it's questions.
Hit me. Oh, here's the microphone.
Hi, thank you. I love everything you're saying. Senator Galileo, I appreciate that you have a very concrete suggestion for attracting more men into the teaching profession, but for everybody else specifically, what can we do to be attracting more men into the armed services? If I went to my teenage son and I said, you should really think about joining a fraternity when you go to college, he'd roll his eyes and think I was an idiot. How are we marketing these, what we know to be very productive organizations to our young people, specifically?
Yeah, quickly, I can say half of the men in ATO right now, and this is true across all fraternities, had the exact same reaction when they came to campus as freshmen. They rolled their eyes. And he just needs to be open to having someone get to know him who happens to belong to a fraternity, because he'll make a friend. So I would just not discourage him from that and not think that he's not going to join simply because he's skeptical now.
And I'll just offer real quickly for the organizations, especially the fraternity organizations, to partner with nonprofit organizations that's working in urban communities, because those young people need that pathway as well.
Colonel, we still got 2 minutes. You want to hit something?
Well, so more and more the military is becoming a family business. If you look at the number of people that serve in the military compared to had a parent or an aunt or uncle or grandparent that served, is striking. We're in the military, the government's spending a lot of money trying to market away from that and to figure out, hey, why are these the only ones serving? So we need to get the word out, right? And it may not be for everyone, but again, if you want to have an opportunity to serve something greater than yourself, and maybe the military isn't it, maybe it is the police force or something else that's a service type industry to start off. And was one of the last question about somebody say about working out or habits or I just want to answer that too. When we look at what does your day-to-day routine look like, it's easy to get like in all the the things that lead to isolation, right? The slump, the depression, loneliness, etc. There's a tremendous benefit. This is my chance to plug like working out, right? Because it's not just about the physical fitness, right? When you're working out, you're strengthening your mind, you're reducing stress, you're helping your emotions, you're building confidence, and that's what young men need to be doing to go to a gym, go get out, go work out, go meet people, fight against isolation. Just encourage these guys to get out and do stuff that keeps them from being alone and falling into those negative habits that were discussed in some of the previous panels.
Hit the time right on the head. It's 1:45, folks. Appreciate everyone coming. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the panel. A round of applause.
We had to figure out how to take care of these. It's like somehow it's okay to let men fail, right? Like it's not how the world works.
I'm definitely going to
Gentlemen,
All right, we're going to get started with the next panel if you want to take a seat. Long day. All right, we're going to get started. My name is McKay Coppins. I'm a staff writer at The Atlantic magazine, and very grateful to be here. I'll introduce our panelists in a second. Our panel is going to focus on what young men need and what policymakers can do. So we're going to focus on policy prescriptions in this conversation. Basically, hear from some experts on what policymakers can do to address some of the issues we've been hearing about today. I'll briefly introduce our panelists here. Alex Tarascio is an international pollster and strategist with deep experience advising political parties, NGOs, and democratic institutions. Akash Chogli is president of the Foundation for Research on Equal Opportunity, think tank focused on expanding economic opportunity for working and lower income Americans. Dr. Tavishi Gupta is the director of Research Evaluation and Learning at Equimundo. And Gonzalo Schwartz is the founder, president, and CEO of the Archbridge Institute, think tank dedicated to lifting barriers to human flourishing. Like I said, the question that always arises when we have events like this, and I want to thank our sponsors and organizers today for gathering us to address these important issues, but the question that naturally arises is always, what can we actually do about these problems? We all can recognize the problems, and we will talk a little more in detail about what the problems are, but what can policymakers do? If there are people watching this in attendance today, watching the live stream, who want to get thinking about actual policy solutions, where should they start? So I guess we'll actually start with Alex. Could you first just kind of take us through the key findings from your survey of young American men? What surprised you most? Kind of set the table. What are the problems that we should be focusing on when it comes to how men perceive the time they spend online, their job prospects, their relationships?
Sure. So overall, for those of you who weren't here this morning, the men who are online the most, who have no upper limit to how long they spend per day online. So they say they're on for 6 hours or more. That's 27% of the total. That's a ton of people who consume YouTube. Let me rephrase that. Who are on YouTube watching for 6 or more hours a day, who are not going in person with their friends or doing anything social, who never exercise, who are not part of any groups or clubs. They're single, they want a relationship, they're isolating themselves from everything, essentially. They are no religion, and that's not because they are foregoing religion so that they can do other things. They are foregoing religion the same way that they are foregoing everything else. They are self-isolating. They play a ton of video games. Everybody's playing video games in this group. These men play a particularly large amount of video games. These behaviors are correlated very strongly across every answer, every question that we asked. And so that's really consistent. And I'm looking at these behaviors as like flocks of birds kind of moving together. And so one of the things that surprised me was a bird in my flock, I like metaphors, that I didn't expect to see, and that was political independence. And so in a lot of results, Democrats and Republicans, this isn't a political survey, but I want to know how different kinds of groups react to different things. Democrats and Republicans were largely moving together and not at risk. That was not a group that stood out, and you didn't hear it in my earlier presentation because it just didn't come up that much. Independents moved with some of those negative birds in my flock, and so I have a couple of data points on where that came along. And so on mental health, looking at your personal mental health, the Republicans are plus 31. I'm a political guy, and so when I say plus or minus, I mean the positive answers minus the negative. Republicans are plus 31 on mental health. Democrats are plus 20 on mental health. Independents are only plus 5. Okay, male role models, saying that you have a male role model in your life. Republicans are plus 32, Democrats are plus 13, independents plus 2. Independents say that they will figure it out myself at double the rate of what Republicans say, and that's on the question of when you have a crisis in your life, who do you turn to? Your mother, your father, your teammates, friends, etc. The people who say, it was about 17% overall. They say, I don't turn to anyone, I just figured it out myself. Republicans, 10% of them figured it out themselves. Democrats, 15%. Independents, 21%. Republicans and Democrats each had 31% of people who were not involved with any organized group. That was one of the more potent predictors of negative results here. With independents, 49% are not part of any organized social group. And so that's fraternities, that's a congregation, that's even like an online community. That could be a subreddit. We wrote these to be intentionally really, really broad we're not trying to make it a high bar for what it means to be an organized group. It's just anything they consider organized. Independents use AI less than Republicans and Democrats. They gamble less. Specifically, independents over-index on never engaging in online sports betting, which I now see as a social activity based on these results. I was not predisposed to see that beforehand, but in my flocks of birds, either negative or positive, sports betting was more correlated with the positive answers than the negative ones. Same for AI. Didn't have any reason to think that that would be the case in these results, but it was here. They are also, independents, less fraternity affiliated and less likely to agree to, I think, the pretty simple proposition that being part of a male-only group is beneficial. So when I think of the kinds of people that I'm worried about, I'm not worried about the partisans in this. I mean, we greenlit this project a little bit after the Charlie Kirk assassination, and everybody's worried about how hyperpartisanship might create more political violence. I don't think it's the hyperpartisans who are going to be causing political violence. I think it's going to be these really disengaged young men who are more likely to be independents. By the way, 36% of this population is independent, the highest of any political affiliation. And they are just disengaged from everything in society. And so that was one of my biggest surprises. I had no reason to think that that would be the case coming in.
That's really fascinating. It gets at this idea that we've heard a lot about of politics increasingly taking the place of other, civic groups, religious groups that used to kind of provide that social anchor, right? I'm curious, Dr. Goodway, in your research on gender norms, expectations around masculinity, how do these findings align with what you study and what you spend a lot of time thinking about?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, first of all, really fascinating findings. And while we don't study the same trends specifically, I think the theme that we've been hearing about since the morning is that we are seeing men experience disconnection, isolation, a sense of loneliness, right? In the morning, the epidemic of loneliness was evoked, and we're seeing something similar. We did a survey back in March of 2025 with 2,500 people in the US. 1,900 were men, rest were women, between the ages of 18 to 45, right? So looking at young people. And what we found was, and I'll tell you the men's results, but the women's results are very similar. 47% of the men said, my interests are not shared by those around me. And so this kind of really sense of, I actually don't think anybody knows me. 53% said, no one really knows me well. 48% said that I keep parts of myself hidden, right? And these have tremendous mental health implications. So the more they say, men, that no one really knows me well, they are twice as likely to report having suicidal thoughts in the past 2 weeks. For women, it's actually worse. When they say that no one really knows me well, they are 3.4 times more likely to have suicidal thoughts, right? So recognizing that these trends exist for both men and women. The other thing that we found, and we heard this a little bit in the morning, is that the youngest group is most pessimistic when it comes to their future prospect of romantic life. So almost 1/3 said that I don't think anyone is going to fall in love with me. And this is the highest for the 18 to the 24-year-old group. And that's really, really hard to actually hear. And I know that we've been sort of hearing about this, but if you think about what that means, like on the ground, it's essentially saying that these people don't think they're going to have those very value systems that we've been talking about, family, marriage, etc. What we also found, and I think you've sort of talked about this, Alex, is how much time young people are spending online. And so we see something similar, right? We know young men and boys are spending a ton of their time online, but I think it's really important for us to nuance that a little bit, right? So I think it was already alluded to in previous panels, not everything online is terrifying, scary, and dangerous. And so I think going in with that prohibition idea, like we should stop people from being online, is not going to work. And we already kind of said that earlier as well. We have a statistic, it's not ours, but it takes 23 minutes for a boy or a man to get online to finally get the algorithm to feed them something dangerous. 23 minutes. That's terrifying. It means we have 22 minutes to do something right, to shift them, to redirect them into slightly more healthier content. I was listening to somebody else the other day and they said boys go on for a protein shake recipe and they end up in the darkest, deepest corners of the internet. So we need to recognize the roles that these systems and algorithms are playing, right? And that boys and men are not inherently violent and dangerous. They don't wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to go and find the most horrible thing on the internet to watch today. The other interesting thing that I think that's really important for us, at least at Equimundo, is that we enter this space to say, let's hold boys and men accountable, but let's also enter this space with care and compassion, right? That we also sort of look at boys and men as humans, as everything they can be. There's a fantastic primatologist, her name is Sarah Hurdy. She did this incredible study, and she has a book that came out in 2008 called Mothers and Others. What she found was, across all the species that we have been as humans, we're Homo sapiens, right? Before that, there were lots of other sort of species. The reasons why Homo sapiens survived is because of our ability to have empathy and care. And so something that we are finding consistently, globally and domestically in the US is that care is the key to unlock if we want to actually achieve the solutions that we want to achieve. And I can talk more about that later.
Akash, we were actually talking about this a little in the green room before we came out here, but I'm fascinated by this observation that young men are often going online for protein shakes or sports scores or whatever, for kind of benign things, and then ending up in these kind of radicalizing rabbit holes, right? To what extent do you think that we should be paying attention to the algorithms that are pulling people into really dark places, and is there a policy prescription that can address it?
Yeah, so to me it sounds a little bit more like the symptom than the cause, which is not to say that we shouldn't be thinking about it, right? But that is a downstream impact of what is leading young men to seek out those things, and then of course the algorithm helps them end up there. To me, it's a little bit more of what is the starting point of where young men are. And I think at some level, young men have sort of a clean slate from which to start, right? And everyone is in charge of their own agency and so forth. But I do think that there's a couple things that I keep in mind when I'm thinking of sort of the policy landscape here. One is simply that the obvious point that there is no silver bullet, right? There is no one policy that's going to rescue young American men. The other is the do no harm principle, right? And I come from sort of a limited government principle. And when I say do no harm, I don't mean that there's nothing government can proactively do. What I mean is that there are probably things government is currently doing that are demonstrably harming young men. I think you can look at things like marriage penalties, right? I think you can look at things like workforce development policy, right? We spend hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars on education and higher education, right? Do men that are not going to college have the same ability to access those funds and use them for upward career trajectory and so forth? There's a lot of really minute policy issues that don't seem like they are specifically pertaining to young American men that would disproportionately benefit young American men, and in particular, men that are non-college. I think the one other thing that I would point to, and it takes me back to something Arthur Brooks used to talk about when he was president of the American Enterprise Institute, was that the four things anybody needs to be happy, but I think this is particularly true of young American men that I think Dr. Gupta alluded to, are faith, family, community, and work. Those four things are what gives somebody dignity, purpose, happiness, and so on. I think you can probably run through a list of public policy issue areas and decide for yourself, one, is government actively inhibiting people's pursuit and access to these things? And then the other is, are our mainstream elite institutions favorable or unfavorable to these things? And again, I don't necessarily think that there is a policy answer to fixing our elite institutions and how welcoming they are to young men, but to the extent that policy is pushing them in another direction, that's a place I think that policymakers should think very proactively about.
Gonzalo, your institute focuses specifically on this idea of human flourishing, right? And when we look at this survey data that Alex was talking about, it's clear that there are major barriers preventing young men from living meaningful, connected lives, right? And I'm curious, from your research and your perspective, what are those chief barriers for young men? And how should policymakers be thinking about that?
Well, thank you very much for the question. I'll first, I think, say that I think what we've been discussing throughout the day is that sources of meaning, the traditional sources of meaning, are in decline. That don't see as many people engaging in religion or family structure or other issues. And I'm going to change a little bit what I was going to say at this point in terms of the political implications, in the sense that I thought, and I still think in a way, that because their sources of meaning are in decline, the people are finding their meaning in politics. And that, in a way, is also a problem because it leads to maybe more polarization, more infighting. But as we just heard in the survey, those groups are actually feel that they're doing better off, or that they have more meaning. So maybe that's not that much of an issue, because in a way, people are still identified with some sort of meaning in their life because of those politics. So maybe that's better than nothing, but I think because of that decline in traditional sources of meaning, and it's not to give a recipe, but it's just those have been traditionally the sources that people, sorry.
No. I want to pause on that that thought, because that's the thing that I'm going to be leaving this conversation thinking about. It does matter where the meaning comes from, though, right?
For
because
sure.
As important as it is that young men have a sense of meaning, you can get meaning from some pretty dangerous sources as well as good sources. So, I'm just wondering if we should be thinking about how to channel that energy in more constructive directions. But anyway, sorry.
No, for sure. And one of the things that we do at the Institute, and I'll go through some of the other barriers and things that we discuss, but one of the things that we do in terms of what we think of the culture of human flourishing, in the US, I think is represented more by discussions of the American dream. And the American dream is sort of that human flourishing in the American context, in the US context, in terms of people are trying to live better, richer, and fuller lives. And when we ask people what do they think is essential to the American dream, and it includes men, it includes young ages, people younger as well as old, people, when we ask them what's essential, important but not essential, or not important, freedom of choice on how to live and having a good family life usually rank the highest in terms of what the people relate to as essential. So those two are the best. Retiring comfortably is the third. Owning a house or becoming wealthy is not as essential to people, but I think they're trying to, if we extrapolate that to the source of meaning that we see in American society, it is that freedom of choice on how to live and having a good family life that could be sort of traditional sources of meaning as well. So the appetite, even in the young, is there to find these as the main sources of meaning. How we think about it in terms of, so we think about three sort of interrelated pillars in our work: the economics, and the psychology, and culture of human flourishing. And on the economic side, we discuss a lot of the things that we've discussed here in terms of what are the main barriers or leading indicators to upward mobility. So what could be those barriers? So we have an index that ranks all 50 states around what states have the best environment. Usually our conversations around income mobility or inequality even is where do we see more or less, but nothing about what are the underlying factors. So we try to talk about four big pillars in terms of entrepreneurship and economic growth, because as we discussed, job creation and jobs are I think the main source of how do people climb the income ladder. That's the main source of income. So we have enough of that in these different states or in our societies. And then we have rule of law in institutions, we have social capital, as what we discussed as well today, and education and skills development. So those are sort of the four big pillars, and there's a lot of indicators, 45 of them, that we go into all of this. So I'm not gonna go into all of that, but how we distinguish it in our discussions is artificial and natural barriers. So artificial barriers are something that's externally imposed. So what Akash was saying, I think, is correct in terms of, for example, marriage penalties or benefit cliffs when people, in terms of family formation and family structure. If we have those in place, and then we disincentivize people forming those family structures that are then affecting young men or young women or kids, because in that household is a lot of where what people learn early in life and later in life, how to pursue a good life. Right? So if we disincentivize that, it's an artificial barrier that we can fix. But how do we have better families and family structure? That's in a way a natural barrier that there's not a lot of policy solutions to that. How do we mandate better family or family life? And in that sense, we have to meet people where they are. So a lot of these things are in the community, or learning from others and mentors and all that. And then just the psychology part, we can have no barriers in our way to climb the income ladder or to find fulfillment, but if we feel like a lot of the issues that we're discussing today, loneliness, if we don't have that meaning and purpose in our lives, if we don't feel we have agency to take action to pursue that meaning, we won't get anywhere, regardless if we have no barriers like that are artificially imposed. And the last thing that I would say is in terms of the cultural narratives, and maybe this is where we can do also something in terms of what are the cultural narratives that are dominating our discourse in media, in politics, in just our daily lives. That is, I think there's a lot of there's too much, I think, nihilism and pessimism around some of the main issues and questions. Like even maybe in this discussion, as Akash was saying, I think correctly, in terms of we need to have that agency and sense of responsibility that it's more of a symptom than a problem sometimes if we use too much social media or online too much. The main thing is that we have the agency to take action. If we think that everything and everyone is against us, there's nothing you can do because the algorithms dominate us or these companies are out to get us, you won't feel encouraged to take action in terms of doing something else. But so when people feel sort of attacked because it's our politics are going to destroy us, it's climate change is going to destroy us, all these problems, we become more defense-oriented. And we become defense-oriented, we become more inward-looking, we become, we don't interact with the world, and it's a more fight-or-flight response. And that inhibits risk-taking, inhibits entrepreneurship, and what's the best way to engage in entrepreneurship is being an entrepreneur of our own lives, having that agency to go out there. So if we feel under threat, we don't engage in growth mindset or growth-oriented ways to go out there. So I think, but a lot of that is due to the narratives and things that we see on media, in politicians, left or right. I think it's not nonpartisan in that sense, that everyone's trying to sell us what's their recipe, and in that sense, they're just pushing us more into that more divisive and negative framework, and that's something that we can work on.
Dr. Gupta, I saw you nodding along. Did you have something to add there?
Well, one of the things I think you provoked this idea of where do people find meaning, because that's important, right? And I think I alluded to the idea of care, and maybe now I can just get a minute to kind of explicate that a little bit. We have studied men who care, men as caregivers, fathers, care for their parents, spouses, somebody with an illness, disability, all over the world. We've been doing this for 20 plus years. And we have yet to come across men who say, I don't like being a carer. We've actually come across men who say, caring for my children is more enjoyable than exhausting, right? Men who love being fathers. And it feels so I've been doing this also myself for 15 years. There's been a shift in the way in which we talk about men and care. Yeah. Fathers are willing to stand up and say, I love caring for my kid. I want to go home and be there for my child. And we've had panelists say this, right, on this, today itself in the symposium. And what we find, and this is interesting because I think, Alex, your findings are a little bit there. Care is a bipartisan phenomena, right? And so what we're finding is men love to care. It doesn't matter what their political leanings are. And care gives them a sense of purpose. And so when we compared men who are fathers to men who are not fathers, we found that their sense of purpose in life is 1.5 times more. Not to say that men who don't have children don't have a sense of purpose, but to understand this is where meaning matters. This is where they get actually meaning. And there's so much policy can do to kind of address that because it's a bipartisan issue. We ask men, would you vote for politicians if they put care on the agenda? And they're like, yes. It's like a resounding yes globally. So I really think that that's something we need to lean into as well, because that's part of the care, compassionate man, the human qualities that we want to promote. I'll stop.
I want to ask about mental health for a minute, because one thing that seems really clear from these findings is that mental health is a huge issue for young men. We heard in a panel earlier today about the kind of psychological and social barriers to young men seeking out mental health care when they need it, right? I'm wondering if any of you have thoughts on whether there is a policy prescription to enhancing access to or even incentivizing the seeking out of mental health care for young men, which clearly, at least in some cases, could help them, but is not happening to the degree that it needs to.
I can give you a roundabout answer to your question. It does answer you, I promise, okay. But it's not the starting point that you might assume. We had a question in here on what's your personal top priority for every man that we asked. We always do that for a political top priority. That's where you get inflation, the economy, et cetera. For this, we had a different set of answers. And the top two were financial stability and then mental health. And collectively, that made up about half of the total answers. And so those were far and away the largest responses. There was another one, which was career stability, it was a career or job advancement. And that's what made me hone in on these results, because I wondered what kind of a person says they care about career advancement versus financial stability, because you could consider those to be kind of the same thing, and I don't want to give too many options as a pollster either. I want to narrow things down. But they were really different kinds of people. And so I split up the two groups. And so there were those two answers and then everything else. And I'll tell you what everything else was. And there were big differences between the kinds of people that chose each category. And so for the financial stability and mental health people, about half, those people, 43% of them said that their life was going in the direction that they thought that it would. Overall, 50% of men said that. And so a majority of those people said their life is not going the way that they want. I think that's because if you choose those answers, you perceive that you're being acted upon more by the world. That you want stability because you are unstable, because you want something to be going well. If you say mental health is your top priority, it's probably not because you have great mental health. It's because something is going wrong in your life. The other categories were really different, but in the same way. So our other choices were career or job advancement, education or academic success, physical health, family responsibilities and connection, romantic relationships, social life, or friendships. Every one of those options involves choices that men get to make. They have to do something to be part of each of those. Job advancement means you're going to work late. You're going to take a sacrifice from other things you want to do to stay late at the office to do well at your job. Romantic relationships means probably you're pursuing romantic relationships. Physical health means you care about working out. You want to do that. Every one of those options is associated with a choice a man gets to make. There's agency there. And so I wasn't surprised when I grouped all of those collectively up, that those people, if you simply picked one of those answers as your top priority, 56% of those people said that their life is going the direction that they planned. And so as a political pollster, I look at the swing between the two different groups. For the people who say financial stability, mental health, to that second group, it's a 26-point swing in saying that your life is going the way that you expect it. And so the way that I answer this question is that I think that access to mental health and like help for men that feel adrift, I think that's actually the wrong way to think about a solution to the problem. I think that men who find responsibilities, if we could point men toward things to do, not toward help that they need, but responsibilities, burdens to give them, or that they can't be given them, burdens that they need to assume, that is actually the solution. And I don't think that would surprise anybody in here, really. I think that's kind of intuitive. That's just how men are really wired. That's a harder problem.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's an easy policy prescription, but I think that pointing them more toward help, that may not get us the result that we want.
The men that I know who, the hardest time that they've had in mental health was during COVID, especially during those early months when everyone was locked down. And when you have too much idle time and not a clear direction you're working toward, not something, a project you're on, new responsibilities, you can get in your own head, you become neurotic, you become obsessive over unhealthy things. And so there's clear wisdom there. Akash, I see you nodding along.
Yeah. I mean, these findings from Alex are so fascinating, and it underscores a point that we've made earlier, which is the importance of agency and feeling like you have control over your own life. And I think the one other thing it makes me think of are the role models who can demonstrate that, who can, one, demonstrate that for you, and then two, also play a role in doing what Alex is talking about, which is presenting young men with challenges to address and people to take care of, and like how to become a productive member of society, right? And both demonstrating it and creating opportunities for them to do so. And again, it probably varies within several different subsections of young American men. And I think the policy answer is probably somewhat limited, but I do think that, when you look at things like the rates of fatherlessness, right, out of wedlock childbirth, et cetera, we've begun to look into some of these questions at Free Op. And I'll give you a good example. There's something folks might be familiar with here called the success sequence, which is basically if you do these three things in order, if you graduate from high school, get a job, and get married before having kids, the poverty rate of people that do those three things in order is like less than 3%, right? You are all but guaranteed to enter into the middle class. Now again, economic upward mobility and economic prosperity are not the be-all, end-all, and they certainly are not the only answer to some of these problems, but we know that people who are of lower socioeconomic status are more likely to have some of these problems. However, that then, the policy conversations around taking those steps gets into questions that, quite frankly, even in the circles that I'm in and some of the Gonzalez, and they create uncomfortable conversations, right? It's very easy and comfortable to talk about policies that facilitate upward mobility. It's a very different thing to have conversations about policies that, discourage out of wedlock childbirth, that encourage marriage, and so on and so forth. And again, I'm not a proponent of government kind of putting its weight on the scale in one way or another, but again, at the very least, I do think it involves policymakers making value judgments, and that includes people who are of a limited government sort of philosophy like I am. It is okay and it's important, it's badly necessary, clearly, to make definitive value judgments that certain life choices are better for you than others, and therefore government should do everything it can not to discourage you from making bad choices, and where appropriate should be guiding you towards good ones, because again, it has return on investment, so to speak, from an individual level, a community level, and a national sort of civic level as well.
All right. We have about 5 minutes left until we go to the Q&A, and so I'm going to ask each of you to keep your answers to this brief, but I want to ask each one of you, if you were appointed Czar of Young American Men, and we could gather all the most influential policymakers in Washington in this room right here, and you could tell them, here's one policy to implement that will help address the problems we've been talking about today. And it won't be the silver bullet, as Akash said, there's not one policy answer, but if you could pick one, what would it be? And Alex, we'll start with you.
Gosh, that's terribly unfair. I've really tried to avoid giving any real policy prescriptions. I'm a limited government guy. I think I echo a lot of what Akash said. I'm suspicious of government policies and guidance to do that, but men need to be limited. They need to limit themselves in how much time they're spending online. If they could make one change, then that is the change they need to make. Hopefully it's a personal one. I probably wouldn't favor the government policy version of that one, but that's the single best thing you could possibly do.
All right. Dr. Gupta?
I'm not a one-sentence kind of gal, so I'll try my hardest. I think first of all, obviously be driven by evidence, without a doubt. But forgive me, I think you can't have policies without a confluence of other factors. Policy alone is not going to make a difference. You need narrative shift. You need to focus on city-level change. That's where most real transformation is likely to happen. That's what we're doing at Equimundo. You have to unlock funding. You need to unlock funding for content creators to develop healthy content. You need to unlock funding in so many ways and shapes. And you need to start seeing men in their heterogeneity. They're not just men as a singular group. They're adolescents. You got to start young. You got to work with school-going kids. You got to work with men as fathers, as men who are about to get married. So I think there can't be a single policy answer for me. I think it needs to be you got to bring the policymaker and you have to bring other change makers into the room in order to actually have impact and change. Sorry.
No, but building on that, because I agree, and I'm going to try to do two short things. But the first of all, I think because of that, I think what we need in a way is a mind shift a shift in terms of how we talk about mental health. One of the things that we try to do through one of executive vice president, Claire Rutledge, is a psychologist. And if I don't get this right, it's my fault. If I get this right, it's obviously all his. But it's a change of how we talk about mental health right now, in which it's self-oriented, it's in the present, and it's more about thinking or feeling instead of action. And what he's proposed is the mental health should be more future-oriented, action-oriented, and outward-oriented, which is what we've been talking about now. And future-oriented, it's like, well, maybe I'm not feeling well now, but I'm not thinking about how I feel now. I'm thinking about the future could be better. I need to have hope for the future. I need to take this XYZ steps to get there. I need to have outward-facing action in terms of that. So I need to. It's not as you were saying. It's about care. It's about do something first physically in terms of exercise, caring about others, family life, community life. Seek something outside of yourself, and that will give you that meaning and purpose and improve your mental health. And action-oriented, because it has to be something that you do and take an action, not so much in terms of thinking. And in terms of the policy, maybe I will remove as many barriers to entrepreneurship as possible. What I was liking about the previous panel about labor force participation at a young age, getting kids and I didn't do it in my own life and I regret it because I wasn't living here at the time. Also, I wasn't able to work when I was 15 to 17, but those first jobs for kids represent learning soft skills, having mentors in those first jobs, having that friendship in terms of work relationships, things that they will not learn as well later if they start working at 20s, but starting to work earlier in life and removing barriers in terms of regulation, others for people to be able to start working early, removing barriers for entrepreneurs to create those jobs, I think would be key.
Yeah, I mean, if I were czar for a day, I would immediately catapult role model men into leading positions of mainstream institutions in this country that currently seem very, very hostile to young American men. But I think the subset of that, that's a hyper-national version. There is a localized version of that, which again is what Alex was alluding to, which is that, again, not like mandatory service or something, right? But like we need a lot more role model men to assume that responsibility in their communities, right? Men who are fantastic fathers and husbands and brothers and so on, they're often so busy doing and being those things, there's very little time, very little incentive to invest back in the young men that come behind you that are not your immediate family. And I think there has to be some kind of effort, policy or otherwise, to facilitate that and to make it much, much more easy on a hyper-local level.
That's great. I want to get a few questions from the crowd. We have just a few minutes. Yeah, right. We'll start there. We have a microphone. We'll just wait for the mic to get to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex, your insight towards the beginning of this about political violence being most likely to be committed by people who aren't particularly ideologically radical and who explicitly identify as independent but are this troubled young man archetype is fascinating. I appreciate that a lot. I'm wondering if you've done any thinking, though, on the politically radicalized and to what degree that intersects with the troubled young man aspect here. Like, to what degree should we expect very right-wing and very left-wing political violence alongside the nihilistic Luigi Mangione stuff?
So after this, I'm going to go and ask my sampling lead what is the incidence rate of politically radicalized people, and he's gonna hit me. So I do polling, and we talk to people, and we want to get them to answer honestly. That's a really difficult question set to get honest answers on. It takes a carefully designed research instrument so that you can get people to actually complete it. Otherwise, it's going to cost a lot of money, it'll take a lot of time, and the kinds of people that will answer all the way through, they won't really be representative of the kinds of people that you want. We actually rewrote this script several times because people on our team were worried that troubled young men just aren't going to be captured in that survey. And so that's one. I think two, I don't want to make the claim that every incident of political violence is going to be committed by a political independent. But I am confident in saying that people that are bought into the system, that pick a political party, they're far more likely to fight it out of the ballot box or even really intense words and not pick up a gun. I think people that have lost faith in the system, that first lose faith in the parties, I think they are more likely to do that.
If I could just chime in there really quickly, I think one of the most concerning things we've seen is the group that Alex is talking about. There's clearly an assumption that they themselves are a political constituency that needs to be captured. I think that is very, very concerning to me. And we were just talking about this in the green room. We just saw this like 5 days ago. The president of the Heritage Foundation felt like he needs to play footsie with Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes, who are just like two of the worst people in political commentary today. Not because I think he actually believes the things that he's hearing, but clearly there's a sense that there is a political constituency to be had there that is necessary to capture in order to be successful in general. That is something that needs to be broken up, again, not by government, right? Not by force or anything like that, but the feeling that disaffected young men who are prone to bad ideas are themselves a political constituency should underscore the seriousness of this problem rather than being coddled.
One more.
Hi, thank you all for being here. I'm Charlie with the Young Men Research Project, which does research and polling on young men in the US. And I'm curious in the survey if you asked about young men's life aspirations. You know, in our own polling, we found home ownership, starting a family, having kids, overwhelmingly at the top. And I'm curious if you could break down a little more based on different demographics, if you found anything striking with that.
I think with this group, it's actually pretty easy because it's pretty young. And so when you look at every age group on a typical poll of like American voters, this age group is 25% married and 75%-ish single. Every other age group is like 66% married. And so within ours, we had 66% who were single, and of the total, it was almost 40% who were single but want a relationship. And so far and away, that's the number one aspiration, is that people want a romantic partner. And they even if they aren't putting themselves in the position to actually get one. Homeownership comes up a lot. Jobs come up a lot. And again, like financial stability, that's really important. Career advancement and aspiration, that's really important. This is an age group that is concerned about graduating from college if they haven't yet. And so there's a lot of those life goals that they are focused on. If I were to look at the entire population, I think you'd see a more evenly distributed set. But for this one, it is in order relationships as the number one, and then I think a mix of career and academic success as the number 2 or 3, depending on the person. Home ownership, frankly, for a 28-year-old, that's the oldest person in this sample. I think for most of them, it feels pretty out of reach. It came up a lot in the verbatims, the open-ended responses, when we asked why their life is or isn't going according to plan. And so there were a lot of people that were disappointed in not being able to buy a house yet. That came up quite a bit.
All right, please join me in thanking our panel.
This group's ready. Yes, I've been queued. We've been here since 10 o'clock. So, yeah. Well, good afternoon. Welcome to the panel on the role of faith and civic institutions in restoring male community. My name is Mike Mayer. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Theta Chi Fraternity, a men's collegiate fraternity represented on over 150 college and university campuses across North America. Theta Chi has welcomed over 210,000 young men into its membership ranks since the fraternity's founding in 1856. Theta Chi's mission is to develop college-age men into successful students, good citizens, lifelong brothers, and resolute leaders through the extension of a helping hand. I'm also the immediate past president of the Fraternity Executives Association, which is the professional association of men's and women's college and fraternity executives. My passion for furthering the development of young men was sparked because I've been the beneficiary of such male-focused mentorship and support throughout my life. Starting with the examples set by my father, both at home and as a youth coach, to my involvement in the Boy Scouts, as a student at DeSmet Jesuit and all-boy Catholic High School in St. Louis, as a collegiate member of Theta Chi Fraternity, and as a member of the Knights of Columbus. Now as the CEO of the International Men's Fraternity, my days are spent working to develop the next generation of young men to better serve God, country, and fellow man. My wife and I have 2 young daughters and an almost 2-year-old boy, and while the topics we are covering today are of obvious relevance to the future development of my son, they are also important for my girls as well. As their dad, I believe it is critical that my girls, and all girls, grow up in a world where they see and interact with outstanding brothers, fathers, boyfriends, husbands, and other models of positive male behavior in society. So I submit that whether you are working directly with the young men or not, The topics we are covering at this symposium most certainly impacts your life and your profession. This panel will examine how religious groups, volunteer organizations, fraternities, and other civic associations provide young men with mentorship, moral frameworks, and opportunities for meaningful service. The discussion will explore how these institutions can adapt to engage a generation skeptical of traditional involvement while maintaining the core elements of ritual, service, and community that effectively foster male development and belonging. I would now like to introduce our distinguished panelists. First, directly to my left, we have U.S. Senator James Lankford, who represents Oklahoma in the United States Senate since 2015, serving as Vice Chair of the Senate Republican Conference and Chair of the Senate Ethics Committee. Before his Senate career, he served in the U.S. House of Representatives and was ordained a Southern Baptist minister. Senator Lankford is known for his conservative stance on fiscal policy, social issues, and government accountabilities. Next to Senator Lankford is Patrick Kelly, who is the 14th Supreme Knight of the Knights of Columbus, leading the world's largest Catholic fraternal organization with over 2.1 million members worldwide. He has a distinguished career in law, theology, military service, and public policy, including 24 years in the U.S. Navy as a Judge Advocate General. Before becoming Supreme Knight, Kelly served as Deputy Supreme Knight and Vice President for Public Policy, strengthening the Knight's advocacy and membership growth. He also played a key role in establishing the St. John Paul II National Shrine as a major pilgrimage site. Kelly holds degrees in law and theology and serves on several Catholic boards and committees. Next to Patrick is Larry Stanton Weiss, who serves as Executive Director of his fraternity and General Counsel of Kappa Alpha Order, a position he has held since 1996. Initiated in 1987 at Midwestern State University, where he served as chapter president, he later worked as an educational leadership consultant before earning his law degree in 1995. Larry is a past president of the Fraternity Executives Association and was a founder of both the Fraternity and Sorority Political Action Committee and the Fraternity and Sorority Action Fund to advance advocacy for Greek letter organizations. He is licensed to practice law in Virginia and the District of Columbia. And last but not least, we have Michael Duvall, who is Director of Young Man Thriving at the YMCA of the USA, an organization he has served for more than 44 years as an innovator and impact leader. As National Executive Director of Young Men Thriving, he leads initiatives across 28 states and 67 cities to strengthen YMCA as a premier youth development organization focused on measurable outcomes for boys and young men, particularly first-generation, low-income, and at-risk youth. His work is grounded in targeted universalism, setting universal goals while deploying targeted strategies to unlock potential for all. A podcast host, storyteller, and belonging strategist, Michael elevates young men's voices to spark meaningful change. A father of two, husband, and proud son of Evanston, Illinois, where he began at the historic Emerson Street YMCA, he brings personal authenticity and 4 decades of award-winning leadership to his mission of ensuring every young man has the support and community to thrive. I'll also mention as well, he is a brother of Omega Psi Phi.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, to start off, I'd like to give everyone a sense as to the perspective each of our panelists comes to this discussion on. And so I'd like to ask each of the panelists to please share a formative experience from your own life where a faith-based or civic institution provided you with mentorship, community, and a sense of purpose. And also please mention as well what made that experience particularly meaningful. I'd like to start with Senator Lankford.
Good afternoon, everybody. So let me just say thanks again for the invitation and the topic, and for all of you that are engaged in this issue. This is one of the single most significant issues that we have in our culture right now, is where are young men going and what's going to happen in their engagement. For me, my parents divorced when I was 4 years old, and I jokingly say, not only do I not remember my parents being married, I can't imagine them being married. They're two very different people, but for me, I grew up with my mom, and my mom was determined I was going to be around male role models. So we got involved in church. She pursued ways to be able to get me connected with scouting, getting involved in children's ministry at our church, what we called Royal Ambassadors, if you know back in the day, on that, to be involved in that. I got involved in a Christian Taekwondo group, which clearly was successful for me. But she was actively pursuing ways to be able to put me around role model men to find ways to be able to connect, but they circled often around our church. And to say, if we find connection points around our church, she felt like it would be healthy relationships and people that would help steer. So for me, later on in life, I graduated and became a youth pastor. And I was a youth pastor for 22 years before God interrupted our life and called me to come to Congress. But for 22 years, that's what I did, was invest in next generation and try to figure out what can we do to be able to help call young men, especially, into service and into leadership, and to figure out how we can take the next step from I'm drifting to I'm actually engaged and find my own purpose.
Thank you, Senator. Patrick?
Yes. Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. Yeah, just to say, so I joined the Knights of Columbus while I was in college. I was at Marquette University, and I joined in 1983, a long time ago. And I did that because the other guys on campus who were members of the Knights of Columbus, I just liked those guys. They were guys that were not afraid of their faith. They were not afraid of being Catholic. They were not afraid to go to Mass on Sunday afternoons at Marquette. So I did that really out of friendship. After I graduated, I went to law school and I was in the Navy. And it was there, though, that my belief in the importance of faith and family and brotherhood really came to the fore. Because, as Mike said, I was a Navy Judge Advocate General. So I was the lawyer. I was the lawyer aboard ship. I was dealing with all sorts of problems coming from the sailors, right? And I used to jokingly refer to myself as the traffic cop at the dysfunction junction. And so, but what I found was that so many of the men who I was dealing with, I wasn't dealing with sort of the best of the best. You're dealing with people who were struggling, who were in the military, wonderful, courageous young men, and it was men that I was dealing with in the military, but they often had family backgrounds that were just absolutely shattered. And so I could see how they didn't, the basic decision making and thinking through problems, they didn't have that. And that's when I really started to get interested in these larger questions. And then eventually the Navy, I came to Washington, D.C., and I got much more active in the Knights of Columbus then. And then from there, I became very involved in it. But I really...
Pretty active now.
Yeah, yes, I'm pretty active
pretty
now.
active.
Indeed, yes. So that's my story, Mike.
No, thank you, Patrick. Larry?
Thank you, Mike. And I want to thank the scholars and the elected officials who've been here today, and the people like me who are on the front line of this crisis with young men. I want to thank Ellen with the Lafayette Group, because she is a rock star, and the way they pulled this together, she's done a great job. I also want to thank the senator, because the senator doesn't know this, but we have an intersection ourselves. A young man who works with me for Kappa Alpha Order actually attended Heritage Baptist in the church the senator ran before he came to Congress, and he said, be sure, he said he won't know me, but be sure to roll that into your comments. And the point is, the point is that he has taken what he learned that the senator helped teach him, and he's paying that forward and helping young men in KA and through fraternity. And so that's a great legacy, and that's part of what all this is about. My own experience is I'm the oldest of 4 sons from a single parent household. I had a grandfather. My mother's father was very involved in our lives, but not as much for my younger brothers. And I ended up becoming a male role model for my younger brothers, and found my own peer role models and other role models through my fraternity experience with KA. And that's one of the reasons I didn't start out. I went to law school. I thought I was going to be doing something very different. And as I got into it, I decided that being involved and supporting this experience for young men was incredibly fulfilling. And so I helped direct a staff that helps mentor young men across the country and support volunteers, but I also get to mentor young men who come to work for us. So those of us in this field, you have young men who come to work, like the young man that went to Heritage Baptist, the senator would know, who come to work and get mentoring in a staff role and maybe in their first job out of school. So it has been incredibly fulfilling, and I'm glad that we're talking about this crisis today, because we need to do more about it.
Thank you, Larry. Michael, would you like to share your perspective?
Yeah, I'm Michael DeVault. I am basically in an organization, and my origin story is actually where I started. So I had two parents born in Evanston, Illinois, and I did what a lot of young boys do is, I would get assertive and I would say things to people that I shouldn't say. And even outside of my home, right, there would be people who would remind me I was better than that, and I had a lot of potential. And in this setting, right, it was police officers, because I used to talk back to police officers. School teachers, I used to talk back to school teachers, but they would always rally and say I was better than what I was exhibiting. And that to me, particularly in my middle and high school years, was so important to me. And I want to stop there for a second because I think we forget how important in middle and high school identity development actually is. And that brain, that frontal lobe is starting to develop. And when you don't have a safe and support system, that is what shows up as an adult when you don't have it. And so it was in my formative years, it was the YMCA, my school, and my community, because back then, no cell phones, but if you missed school, the neighbor would know and would tell your mother or your father, you would get in trouble when you came home. Ooh. So it's that supportive system. When I got to college, it was actually my fraternity. In the same way, it would show up if I wasn't in class, wasn't doing what I was supposed to do, it was my fraternity that would show up. I have two boys, 29 and 32. So my hope is, as my young son, or my oldest son will call me occasionally and say to me, hey, I can't get to my therapist, but I'm calling my secondary therapist. And I never thought of myself as a therapist, thought of myself as a father. But it is important when we don't have support systems in our lives that we have people who, I always say I didn't rescue anybody. I think, I might have thrown them a life preserver, but it is so important to have these systems. And so all I'm really doing, honestly, is giving back to what I gave. And someone said this earlier, I heard some scripture being mentioned. I always say it's in Genesis 4:9. Am I my brother's keeper? The answer is yes, you are.
Thank you, Michael. I'd like to direct my next question to Senator Langford. And Senator, you referenced your experience as both a minister and a legislator. But if you could share, drawing on that experience, what unique roles do you feel faith communities play in male development that other institutions simply can't replicate?
Quite a bit. So government is not God. And so if you're going to actually develop your faith perspective and where you're going to go in foundational issues, you got to have a foundation to stand on. And part of the challenge that we have in culture right now is that young men don't have a foundation to stand on. They're making it up as they go. And if you've ever been around a middle school boy, making it up as you go is a really bad idea. Because they're guessing their way through, or they're going on social media trying to be able to figure out what other people show that they are doing, and without a core foundation that's there, you crash. And then you think, will this work for other people on social media that I saw? It's kind of like saying, I saw it in Hollywood, so it must work. But it's not true, and it's not real. So given the option for somebody to be able to actually have something to stand on that is real, the depth of faith to be able to be there for my own faith in Jesus Christ and what I've seen in my own life by being able to stand on that foundation. That's a foundation that's strong for 2,000 years. That's a pretty tough foundation. And if you want to go back to the Genesis story, from the very beginning in the foundation of the earth, God has loved and cared and guided and redeemed what was broken. So we have a lot of broken guys that need some redemption. And they need an opportunity to be able to know, can this get better, and is there an option? And the answer is yes, and faith really brings that to you. If you don't believe that there is an option to be redeemed, you make a wrong turn and you just keep going down that way because you don't see an option out. That's why this works both in prison ministry or in youth ministry, which some days look the same, but depending on your youth master. There's an opportunity for redemption at any point on that. And that's very, very significant. One quick fun story. Last week I was on a plane, which is every week, but the plane is just about to land, and I'm sitting on the aisle, in coach, by the way, and the guy that's across the aisle from me leans over right as we're landing, and he says, hey, I just want to introduce myself to you. my son was in your youth ministry decades ago. He was at your camp. And he doesn't really know you as senator. He knows you as the person that helped him come to know Christ and to set a foundation. And he still talks about you often, not as senator, but as the person who helped him in his faith. That's what faith does. That it helps you form a foundation and a path that can actually carry you, that actually works, that's not just guessing and making it up.
No, thank you, Senator. I'd like to direct this next question to Patrick Kelly. Patrick, the Knights of Columbus, as was referenced, have maintained a strong membership of more than 2 million men across generations. In fact, I understand from our side conversations that membership is surging right now. Can you share what elements of ritual, service, and brotherhood remain essential to engaging men across these generations? And what are some things that your organization has had to do recently to adapt to changes in times?
Yeah, so we're an old organization, 143 years old, and we have had to continually adapt to the signs of the times, right? So that's very, very important. When we were founded in 1882, there were 600 fraternal organizations in the United States. It was very popular then for men to be in fraternal organizations, and then there, as I said, there were hundreds of them. Now there's just really a handful, and I think adapting is the key. So obviously there's the things that we have changed, like online membership and having a digital platform and all of this, which is important because you have to provide young men with an experience that they expect. But I think the more important thing is what we haven't changed. So like we haven't changed our affiliation with our faith, the fact that we are proudly a Catholic organization and that we're in support to our parishes. We haven't changed the fact that we're a service organization, that we believe, based on our faith in Jesus Christ, that we are in service to others, right? So that we serve and sacrifice for others, and that's something that unites all of the men in the Knights of Columbus. And then friendship, right? Friendship is the thing. I mean, Christ did his ministry really through friendships, right? It was more than that, but he assembled 12 friends, right? Imperfect people. And so friendship is the key. One of the things we've had to do of late is we have to understand that young men are in a very different situation than they were years ago. And here's just a little story on that. 25 years ago, my mother was having knee surgery, and so she was laid up for maybe a week at home, and she asked my dad, she said, honey, could you take the clothes out of the washer and put them in the dryer? And my dad said, sure. Which one is which?
Oh, wow.
Okay, but that was my dad. My dad was a World War II guy, right? I mean, that's just, but that's different now, right? So men now are part of play a much larger role in the home, and women are often working. So what we've had to adapt is we have to be careful to not put so much on our guys in terms of meetings and things like that. So we've had to adapt in that way. But the things we haven't changed is the fact that the principal organizing principle of the person is the longing for love and belonging, and the longing to be part of something bigger than yourself. And so I would say, Mike, to answer your question, it's the things that we haven't changed that have led to that success.
No, most certainly. And no, I appreciate the reference to friendship as well, because I think the notion of true friendship is undervalued today. And particularly those of us in the fraternal space have recognized the importance of that over many years. Next question, Michael Duvall. You've worked with young men across 67 cities for more than 4 decades. What are you hearing from young men today about what they're looking for in terms of community and belonging, and how has that changed over your career?
So the tools are different. What we use and how we measure, the tools are different, right? I think the strategy is the same. Let me just say this too. We're in this work primarily focused on 11 to 17-year-olds. And the reason we're in that space is because when we did the environmental scan, we had less nonprofits working in that space. So we decided to go into a space where other people weren't. And my hope is those of you who are out here, we can be a bridge, because some of it is about the handoff, right? We're born, right? And then we go into kindergarten, preschool, kindergarten, but then the question is, right, who are we handing off in middle school? And part of what we say is we've got to build a bridge. Let me just say, we lose our boys between 5th and 6th grade and between 8th and 9th in the transitions. And I'm going to focus on one thing, because I'm going to tell you, here's what we're trying to focus on. Here's the innovation, adaptation, is chronic absenteeism. Now, there's no more truancy. We're not saying punitive, but what we're telling you is if you look cyclically in your own local communities, our boys are not going to school. Now, chronic absenteeism should not be used as a punitive focus and strategy. When we say creating connected communities, what we think it should be used as an indicator light that the beginning of loneliness and isolation is beginning. Because school is the gateway to career, right? If you're not in school, you're not going to get to a career. And we say boys are smart enough. We're in that underground academy. We want them in the taxable academy. So the question for us in the adaptation is retraining our teams, our youth development leaders. We would love to do that more collaboratively, because I think that is one of the places where we're struggling, is how do we receive boys when they're vulnerable, and we create brave and safe spaces. And I always say to people, when they swear at you and they've never sworn at you, what do? You don't kick them out. You ask them, what happened this morning? What happened? Because you've never said that to me. And so something must have happened that triggered a response. And what we want them to be is more in response mode than reaction mode. Does that help?
Yeah. No, it's great, Michael. No, thank you for that. I'd now like to transition to Larry Weiss, and we've made mention, Larry, throughout this panel thus far about some of the timeless values and principles of our organizations, and fraternities are lifelong single-sex organizations. They're rooted in tradition, history, and ritual. What is the power of that continuity across generations, and how does learning from both older men and peers shape young men's development in a way that other institutions cannot?
I appreciate that, Mike, and I think we know from our research, we know from the polling that Cygnal did that being a member of a fraternity is a significant contributor to well-being and further success in life. And so I think from that standpoint, we know that what we have is working, and I think from young men today are truly looking to fill the gap. You've got so many homes without fathers, like my own home was. You've got so much online, what I would call hollowness, the hollowness of the online experience that they chase. And so young men are looking for, and I think one of the other polling results was that over 50% of men are in a fraternity or want to be in a fraternity because they want the experience. They need that mentorship. They need that peer-to-peer connection. They need those meaningful friendships. And so the reason that our organizations continue to be relevant, and I was interested to know that we're a little bit older than the Knights of Columbus. So, but the reason that we continue to be relevant is because we're providing those connections day to day. And so, again, while a lot of the tools and a lot of the options we have for connecting are different today, all of the rituals and the meetings are being done the same way they were being done when we started about 160 years ago. So I think that all of that has a meaning for young men, and they're looking for that connectivity. And so I think that speaks to what we need to be doing. And I would also say it's important to recognize that we've gone through some fits in our society, and I understand this, but I think we need to recognize the importance of single-sex organizations and having those spaces, because I can tell you, and I'm the father of a daughter, and I can tell you that young men behave differently when young women are in the room, whether they're 11 or whether they're 28. And so, hey, you've got to have space where young men feel comfortable asking questions and asking for help, and we need to protect and preserve those spaces for young men and even older men to be able to have those conversations and develop those friendships.
Thank you, Larry. Well, this next question I'd like to pose and open it up to the entire panel here. You know, we talked a lot about, our traditions of our institutions and some of the formalities that come with our organizations. But, we know that today some young men are often described as being skeptical of those traditional institutions and formal commitments. So what are barriers to involvement that you're seeing, and how can organizations adapt without losing the essential elements that make them effective? Might like to kick us off here? Yeah, Patrick.
Mike, so one thing, just to sort of turn it around a little bit, what we have found is a lot of young men who are coming out of perhaps their parents had a kind of a relativistic view of life, and they were connected to the sexual revolution in the 60s and 70s. It's those men who are really sort of yearning for more of an institution and yearning for more of a moorings, right? And so I think this is what we're seeing in the Knights of Columbus, particularly of late. So we'll bring in 100,000 men into the Knights of Columbus this year. Last year, I think it was 96,000. The year before that, it was 93,000. So we see kind of a trajectory like that. Years ago, and my colleague Tim Sakosha, Tim was probably here for this, I went to Georgetown University. There was the Knights of Columbus Council there was going to have an induction ceremony, and they were doing it in the basement of one of the halls, and they wanted to make it really spooky with, it had the arches and darkness, and I thought that was, they really liked this, but the younger guys liked the ritual to it. They liked the tradition of it. So I think it's important to remember that sometimes these things swing one way, but then they will swing back, and it's key, I think.
Let me lean in on, so we're in 64 cities in 29 states. We got about 6,000 boys, and here's an interesting data point, right? Only 67% of those boys have 2 or more supportive adults in their lives. So the call to action really is to get more adults working with young men. The other is, there are some real bright spots on places where boys are saying, I loved it when you took me to camp and you told me it was no cell phones. And while I really didn't want that to happen, the amount of resilience and spiritual awakening I got from not having to have a phone. So I think sometimes there are barriers, but I think also utilizing share of voice of the young person, because part of what they're telling us is they want more adults in their lives. The second thing they're telling us is technically I don't have to have the phone all the time. And we just have to be able to make decisions to say, okay, well, yes, when you come to this, put your phone in this box or put your phone in this basket, but you're not going to have that phone for the next hour. And I think that's okay, right? These are the kinds of things where I think as adults, I would say if I can lean into anything, we have to become better adults who are supporting students. And we can make decisions, the same way I would make it for my own sons. These are things we're not going to do because we're going to do these things. And I think the barrier can be what we think is voice. When we really engage voice, they're really asking for more help. So let's give it to them.
And
Any other comments?
I would add to that. I think one of the things, and we're having the conversations, the side conversations have been almost as rich as the panel discussions that we've had. There was a conversation earlier today about how risk-averse young boys are, and Wynn Smiley can tell you the data points on this, but how there are fewer broken arms today among young boys than there have been in the history of anybody keeping track of that, because young men, and then one of the women talked about her 5-year-old son reading the legal liability disclaimer on a swing set. And so we've got young people, young men in particular, who are incredibly risk averse. And so I think the other thing that we need to do, in addition to being, we need to remove obstacles, and we need to make sure that our own leaders, both grown-up and peer-to-peer leaders, are going out and getting those young men. Those young men want the friendships and the organizations that we have to offer, and we need to make sure that they are not sitting there waiting for a call or an invitation that never comes. We need to make sure that we're out in the residence halls, on campuses, asking them to come for a cup of coffee, asking them to have a chance to explain what we do so that we can take the risk out of it. Because if we wait on young men to come to us, we may miss out on some real opportunities there, and they will miss out on a real opportunity.
Yeah,
Hey, Mike, let me follow up quickly on that, because I think this is really important. We were serving less 11 to 17-year-olds in our own internal data, which is why we are also serving 11 to 17-year-olds. But it's interesting that it was the intentional recruitment is how we got better. But back to your point, right? We got to go out and get them. We can't hope that they come. Girls come faster, right? Without all of the heavy recruitment. Boys, you have to heavily recruit. So our getting them out of the game room and getting them into a place where it's brave and safe space. You can still play games. You can play games with others. I think the intentional recruitment is really important, and I think we should collaborate on that intentional recruitment.
Yeah,
Senator?
let me throw one thing in. When Patrick was talking about this before, about Knights of Columbus being a service organization, I think one of the key things that I really see with young men is they're not being asked to do anything. They are risk averse. They're used to gaming, and if you mess up there, you just reset. You just keep going. And a lot of young men pretend to be leaders in the virtual world, but then actually can't lead in a real world. So asking a young man to be able to take leadership in something that's serving, that has purpose, makes a big difference and actually engages, whether that is inviting them to say, hey, I want you to go on campus and have this conversation. That's a huge risk for a lot of guys. Like, no, I've never been asked to do that before, for them to be able to step up. But we found that over and over again. A lot of organizations want to recruit guys to be able to come in and say, come play. We're going to play basketball, or we're going to play football, or we're going to play this game. Men connect when they serve and do something, rather than just play a game and walk away. Play a game, walk away, I'm not developing a friendship. I serve next to somebody with something that's purposeful. I'm connected to this person because we have purpose together. And I think that's one of the missing areas that we really miss is we're challenging men to come play but not come serve and give their life away and sacrifice for something bigger than themselves. When you do that, you find more men that will engage and go, this is bigger than me.
Now, that's an excellent point, and I'm interested to hear from both Patrick and Larry, too, in terms of, recruitment methods with your organizations. How have you seen those be most effective in terms of reaching young men?
Larry, do you want to go? Sure, I'll go first. I think a lot of people have, if you weren't in a fraternity or a sorority, a lot of people have misconceptions about how you actually join, these organizations, and part of that has led to skepticism, particularly among fraternities. So people think that it's one big party and everybody comes, and there is risk associated with that. But what usually happens, and I was telling this story earlier today, what usually happens is if you're on campus and you're tired of eating residence hall food, or you might go over and have a hamburger at the K house or the Theta Chi house or the ATO house, but in the process of doing that, you'll meet somebody who maybe is a sophomore, maybe a senior, maybe somebody from your major, and that's how you recruit. It's one-on-one recruiting because that's how it works. That actually has been how it's always worked. And again, there's lots of data tools you can use, and there's ways to identify people and send emails, but really the effective recruiting is still one-to-one, meeting somebody, introducing them to the organization, asking them, trying to develop some commonalities and a friendship, the basis of a friendship. And when you have that, they'll come back for more than just the free hamburger. So.
Yeah, and I would just say quickly on that. So 4 years ago, we started an initiative called CORE, and I mentioned it this morning, but CORE, C-O-R, Latin for heart, and it's basically small group discussions that the Knights of Columbus sponsor at Catholic parishes, and men come and it's twice a month, and they talk about things. Now we give the format, or they can choose another format. But we've done videos. We did a 12-series video on Into the Breach. What does it mean to be an authentically Christian man? We did one on the mission of the family. What's the mission of the family? And we're going to release one on the dignity of work here in the coming weeks. Mm-hmm. What that does is it gets these men together, and it gets them talking about their lives, and it's sort of a safe place, to use that term, but it is truly a safe place where they can learn something, but then also start talking about how their lives interacts with what they're learning, and that is forming the friendship, right? And then they're getting something, they're improving themselves, their wives see a difference in this man, so she's good with him being gone on a Tuesday night, and so that, I think for us, again, it's friendship, it's service.
I'm told we have about 5 minutes left, so I'd like to open the floor for questions from the audience. Yeah, right up there.
Emma Johnson, I'm with Senator Langford, I'm Emma Johnson, I'm with the Virginia Coalition for Boys and Men, and I was wondering, in your years with youth groups, what have you learned today, that works today to bring young men into faith communities?
I think it is challenging them to be able to come be a part of something bigger than themselves. One of the things I've mentioned earlier, they do want a place where they can actually connect and where they can actually have structure. So the structure thing is interesting to me because I think a lot of people say, well, this generation doesn't want structure. I think you've heard it from several of us. That's not true. Often when I interact with young men, especially if they grew up in a home where it was very permissive and they could do whatever they wanted somebody to be able to help set boundaries around them. So they might be calling them out, as was said by Michael, saying, stop, this is not you, you're better than this. Or to be able to say, hey, has anyone ever told you what that really does to somebody when you say that? But calling them out and holding people to account and getting them the opportunity to think about it really does make a difference for them. Setting a standard, for me, it was teaching a biblical standard. To say these are biblical principles that don't just work for this generation, work for every generation, because we were wired in such a way, created by God with purpose and meaning, and these things are destructive and these things are helpful. And to be able to talk through those things gives them an opportunity to be able to think, and for a lot of young men, they just have never even considered that because the people they see around them, what they see online, what they see in movies, and in gaming, especially in gaming, no rules, do whatever you want, go wherever you want, say or engage whatever you want on it, and it's allowed. It's no big deal. But in real life, it's not like a game on that, and they're looking for what actually works in this. So for me, it's the setting the boundaries and calling out right and wrong that often young men would go, yeah, that makes sense, that's a better way.
I want to add to that because I think to the structure point that the senator mentioned, one of the things that we found in fraternities, and again, one of the things that gives me hope in this whole conversation is young men will figure it out. And what we need to do is we need to make sure, A, we're not in their way, and we need to make sure that we give them some tools to help them. But what I've seen in my 30-year career is young men will figure it out if you give them away. And one of the things that we've seen a lot of and that we've actually leaned into, and I'm going to give credit to my friend Wynn Smiley at Alpha Tau Omega, because we had spring up Bible studies in chapter houses. Now, there's a ton of people out there who might not, who find that unusual that in a fraternity house, there are tons of young men who are seeking a Bible study. And Wynn Smiley, when ATO developed a guide to do a Bible study, kind of also tying in not just the Christian principles on which our organizations were founded, but also tying in the ATO ritual. And it has been widely popular. And we took that in KA and helped develop our own Bible study guide. And so when you've got young men, that's the point about the cry out for structure, and they want something, and their interest and ability to also figure it out if we stay out of their way and help them.
I would say sparking curiosity in a safe space and letting them talk about it together, because there's an action and there's a consequence. And we always say, when you do bad things, someone else is usually responsible for the consequences, right? But if you do good things, right, you remain in charge. And so the importance is also remaining in charge of self.
Yeah.
Yep, right over here.
Michael New, professor, Catholic University of America. A lot of survey data over a lot of time periods have shown consistently that women are more church-going than men. But there's been a lot of data coming out recently saying that among young adults today, men are actually more church-going than women. And we see a bit of a flip there. Does anybody know, does anybody have any thoughts about why that might be and what opportunities that might hold?
I don't know the why, but I have definitely seen the same thing in my own church. And in youth ministries where it was like we couldn't find a guy for the longest period of time, and now that has shifted dramatically. So I don't know if that's I couldn't even begin to guess on the data on why, but I've definitely seen it as well.
Yeah, and we see it in the nights. It's seen in the Catholic Church as well, and I just think men in many ways have kind of had enough, and the areas they're searching for leaves them empty. So they're searching, well, you know what? Maybe I'm going to turn to God. I'm going to try, right? I'm going to try. And I think that's largely what it is.
I think one of the concerns that we have, and that hopefully is we're seeing a reverse in this trend, but one of the things we've been watching in fraternities for a few years is that fraternity men and young men in general are tracking more conservative, more traditional, i.e. wanting to go to church, while young women are not tracking necessarily that way. And that, of course, I mean, if you watch these statistics, if you're involved with college students like we are, you watch these statistics, you've got young women who say they're not going to date somebody who doesn't vote their way, and young men say the same thing. And I'm like, well, if there are more young women who are trending more progressive and more men who are trending conservative, you've got a lot of people who are going to end up single at the end of this process. So you hope that it all gets knitted back together. But for my part, I am glad to see young men going back to church, and hopefully the women will come back and we'll be better off.
For a dad of a godly 20-year-old single daughter, I'm ready for a godly conservative boy to show up.
Amen.
We're looking for it.
Yeah. Well, this has been a tremendous panel, and I'd like to wrap up, since it is a panel on faith and civic institutions, with a very brief Bible passage that I thought was appropriate for today. And this is from the first book of Timothy. Let no one have contempt for your youth, but set an example for those who believe in speech, conduct, love, faith, and purity. Please join me in thanking our panel. Thank you.
They were fast, aren't they? They're very efficient, Michael. Very efficient.
Thank you.
I do. Maybe next year I'll be a panelist.
What's that?
So maybe next year I'll be a
Yeah,
panelist
that's
and
right.
can sit down.
Just sit down and enjoy myself.
Yeah. How you doing?
Good.
Come on now.
Nice to meet in person.
You too. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to go ahead and begin our very last segment. Thank you all for finding your seats so swiftly. This last panel is entitled The Campus Challenge: How Higher Education Can Better Serve Male Students. I'll be your moderator this afternoon. My name is Dr. Anthony Mack, and I am the Director of Chapter Services for Sigma Alpha Epsilon fraternity. Sigma Alpha Epsilon was founded in 1856 at the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And our mission is to advance the highest standards of friendship, scholarship, leadership, and service for all members. And we do this by finding impeccable men with great character and help them achieve their full potential, letting them rise up to face every challenge that's put before them today and tomorrow. And we do this by preparing them to become what we refer to them as true gentlemen. Today, Sigma Alpha Epsilon, we have 210 chapters across the United States. We have over 13,000 active undergraduates, and we have over 255,000 living alumni. I have the distinct honor in introducing the panelists this afternoon. First, we have Dr. Larry Stempert. He serves as Hampden-Sydney College's 25th president since 2016, advancing his mission to form good men and good citizens through new academic programs, experiential learning, and expanded diversity initiatives. His leadership has produced record funding for 5 consecutive years, funding major projects, including the Pauley Science Center. He serves on the board of the National Association of Independent Colleges and Universities and has held leadership roles within several Virginia higher education organizations. Previously, he was the vice president for academic affairs at DePaul University and taught at Colorado College for 17 years. He has co-authored 2 management textbooks and holds degrees from Illinois Wesleyan University, Columbia University, and University of Illinois. We also have Dr. Steve McGuire. He is the Paul and Karen Levy Fellow in Campus Freedom at the American Council of Trustees and Alumni, where he leads initiatives focused on free speech and academic freedom in higher education. Before joining ACTA, he directed the Matthew J. Ryan Center for the Study of Free Institutions and the Public Good and served as an associate teaching professor at Villanova University. Next, we have Dr. Dawn Weiss. She's the Chief Operating Officer of FRMT, which provides insurance for men's fraternal organizations. She also serves as an adjunct faculty in Virginia Military Institute's Department of Economics and Business, teaching organizational behavior. Dr. Weiss previously served as a university vice president and founder and chief operating officer of a consulting firm primarily focusing on higher education. Dr. Weiss earned her bachelor's and master's degree from Virginia Tech, her PhD from the University of North Carolina at Greensboro, and completed postdoctoral coursework in industrial and organizational psychology at Harvard University. And last but certainly not least, we have Edward McGee. He serves as the Chief Operating Officer of the Thomas F. Frist Jr. College of Medicine at Belmont University, a combat veteran with degrees from Duke University, George Mason University, and the U.S. Naval Academy. He brings extensive leadership experience from organizations including Harley-Davidson, ABB, and Fender Musical Instruments Corporation. He was named the 2024 Director of the Year, Emerging Board Leader by the Corporate Directors Forum, and he serves on the Board of Directors for WD-40 and multiple nonprofit organizations. This panel this afternoon will consider strategies for reversing declining male enrollment and improving academic outcomes, including expanding single-sex spaces, targeting recruitment efforts toward young men, and creating campus structures that welcome rather discourage healthy expressions of masculinity. The discussion will explore how universities can develop male-focused support programs, safeguard student civil liberties, navigate Title IX and due process issues, and foster campus cultures where young men feel valued and supported in their academic and personal development. The first question I want to ask to each of the panelists, and I want to give each of you all about 2 minutes to respond just with your opening statements, but also giving us a lens of how you'll approach this conversation, is starting with the numbers. Male enrollment in higher education has been declining for years. What are the primary factors driving this trend, and why should colleges and universities be concerned? We'll start with Dr. Stempert.
Well, first of all, what a wonderful day this has been. And thank you to all the participants. Thanks for hanging in there to the very end. We'll hope to make your participation and sticking it out to the very end really worthwhile. Let me answer that question by saying that about the time I arrived at Hampton Sydney about 10 years ago, Esquire published an article by author Jennifer Percy. It was called An American Boy. And I read through the article with a lot of interest, having just arrived at Hampton Sydney College, which is a college for men. And the line that still haunts me to this day is she quoted this young man as saying, "Society tells young men more what we can't do than what we can do." And this has been a theme that we've heard a lot of today. And I think that if we have a society that is constantly telling young men, these are the things that you can't do, that, don't do this, don't do that, that it doesn't invite exploration. It doesn't invite pursuing additional education. It really invites a kind of enemy that I think a lot of us have been describing today that occurs around young men. We really need to be telling young men, and again, colleges and universities, we're kind of the last stop. I tell all the time, parents and coaches, we're the beneficiaries of the work that you do before the students arrive here. We need to be telling young men as early as elementary school and even before, here's what you can do. Here's the potential that you carry with you. And we need to emphasize that higher education is one of many paths to develop that ability and to develop that talent. And I think that that's the main thing that as a society we can do to correct this trend.
Dr. McGuire, same question. What's driving these low numbers of male enrollment in higher education, and what can we do to address that?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me here, and thanks to all of you for being here. I'm a little bit different, I think, than many of the other speakers today. In my work, I focus specifically on higher ed reform and free speech issues and tolerance on campus, as opposed to looking at young men in particular. But I think a lot of the work that I do for ACTA has some bearing on the experiences of young men and maybe why they're not showing up to college. And one thing I'd like to highlight, maybe not the top reason, I think there's other issues in terms of preparedness from K to 12 and that sort of thing, but I think one thing that we would look at would be the campus culture and whether the campus culture looks like an inviting place to go for young men, or do they feel like this is a place that will perhaps cast some suspicion on them or treat them like a problem, or perhaps be a place where they feel less welcome. I can say a little bit more perhaps later, but when we look at data on free speech on campus, one of the things that I noticed looking at it, both in terms of some national surveys that others have done, as well as some surveys that we've done at ACTA, is that young men on campus are more inclined towards self-censorship and less inclined towards intolerance, like shutting down speakers and that sort of thing. Also, when we look at things like friendships, dating, men generally say they're more open to being friends with or even dating people who have different political views than them, whereas women are in general more close to that. And so when you look at that against the backdrop of the campus culture and the political and ideological demographics on many college campuses, I think you could make the case that that doesn't look like a particularly inviting atmosphere for a lot of young men.
Dr. Weiss, same question, addressing this trend of low male enrollment and what colleges and universities can do to address it.
Sure. So while I currently teach at the university level at a predominantly male institution, and currently also work in the insurance industry, my background was always higher education. I worked as a vice president for student affairs and dean of students. And one of the things, and I really building on what Dr. McGuire has shared, one of the things that I noticed throughout my career, when I'll go back to when I was in college. I was in college in the late 1980s. That's when women surpassed men in college enrollment, when I was in college. And when you look at the programs and services available to college men today, you would think that that was not the case. And frankly, that's where I would think the issue is, that colleges need to be a place that serves all of its students and doesn't pick winners and losers.
Excellent. Mr. McGee, same question.
Sure thing. So I'll hit it from a bit of a different angle. I think well, first of all, thanks everyone for being here, but just the idea of framing the language around problem solving, because sometimes when we communicate this to young men, they view us as blaming them for being the problem that we are in fact trying to solve. And I'll talk about the look that I get engage with Boys and Girls Clubs, with young men on campus, 100 Kings, whenever you start this conversation, they give you the stare. And the stare is what I now coin the swimming pool stare. Because what they're saying when we start this conversation is, you built this swimming pool, you dug the hole, you poured the concrete, you filled it with water, and now you're kind of pissing in the pool, right? You created this environment that we're swimming in, and you walk up to us with notebooks and checklists and say, how do we solve this problem together? You built this structure. And the feedback that we get for young men when we start this conversation is, quit looking at us, quit engaging us as the problem. So I think the idea of, as we engage in solving it, we've got to reframe our thinking and spend a little time in the mirror and engage them with a level of humility around, hey, look, we recognize we are the builders of this swimming pool, but at the end of the day, what we want is a level of engagement and you helping us to solve the problem in a way that we can both be successful. We're interested in you, and that active male engagement is really what makes a difference. We need to make them part of the problem, or part of the solution, not just the problem.
Excellent. My next question is going to be directed at Dr. Stemper, and that is understanding that Hampden-Sydney is one of the only all-male institutions, I believe one of 3 left in the nation. What do you see as some of the benefits of a single-sex higher education environment for males as opposed to their counterparts in a co-ed higher education setting?
Well, next Monday, November 10th, is our anniversary, our Founders Day. It'll be our 250th anniversary. It's an anniversary we share with the Marine Corps, which has also been represented here on the panel.
Simplify.
What's even more remarkable is as we were opening our doors, our first president put an advertisement in the paper and said that the college is being formed to form good men and good citizens. And that simple phrase, to form good men and good citizens, has been our mission now for 250 years. And I think that the most important thing we do for our young men, and if you were to go and look up the mission statements of most liberal arts colleges, you'd have about 4 paragraphs of what our board chair calls word salad. It's totally meaningless stuff. But if you stop any student, if you stop any employee, if you stop any faculty member at the Hampden-Sydney campus and ask them what's the mission of the college, they'll tell you our mission is to form good men and good citizens. And I think the most important thing we do for young men is we give them a big purpose. They're there to become good men and good citizens. And I think that above all is really important. There's some important curricular things that we do at Hampden-Sydney that are distinctive certainly in the world today. All of our freshmen take rhetoric. And it doesn't matter how good of a high school you came from, it doesn't matter how good a writer you are when you arrive. When you finish rhetoric, you will be a better communicator than you were when you arrived at the college. We start very basic. We start with grammar. It's a grammar review. The next thing that the students do is they learn how to write topic sentences. And then they learn how to write paragraphs that support that topic sentence. And in that process, they also learn what's the difference between a well-supported topic sentence and a sentence that's not well supported, or a topic sentence that doesn't have any logic to support it. This makes them excellent communicators. And of course, small class sizes that follow, which are discussion-based largely, emphasize the importance of those rhetorical skills that the students get in that freshman year. We also think it's very important for our students to take 2 semesters of Western culture. All of our students take rhetoric and all of our students take Western culture. We think it's very important, if our mission is to form good men and good citizens, we think it's very important for them to know what ancient philosophers thought good meant, what the Enlightenment thinkers at the time of our college was formed thought good men and good citizens were, and of course, what do we think today good men and good citizens are? So we think those kind of common intellectual experiences are really, really important to our students. At the same time, the kinds of things that our students engage in outside of class are equally important. And one of the things that it's really remarkable, it's really surprising in some ways to me, but also based on a lot of what's been shared today already, it shouldn't be surprising, but our guys love the brotherhood. I've been president now for 9.5 years, and I have never once had one of our guys say, I really like Hampden-Sydney, but I wish it was co-ed. They come and they truly buy into it. And one of the speakers earlier today quoted Proverbs, and that's the best way I can describe our brotherhood. It's as iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another. And our guys are actively involved in, in sharpening each other all the time. Let me say one more thing. My first year at the campus, I was in the Commons sitting down with a group of students, and we were talking about Hampton-Sydney as a men's college. And one of the young men said something to me that I've never forgotten, and it just resonates with me all the time. He said, "You realize nothing happens here without a young man doing it." And you think about that. I mean, I've taught in co-ed environments. I've worked in co-ed environments. I went to a co-ed school myself. There's always a lot of smart women around who do a lot of the work for the guys, and they just sit there and freeload. No freeloading at Hampton-Sydney College whatsoever. And not surprising, on the National Survey of Student Engagement, which our seniors take as they are starting their senior year, 90% of our students have already had a major leadership responsibility. And this is the year when a lot of students have their major leadership responsibility. 90% of our students have already had that by the time they start their senior year. So we're equipping our guys to go on and be really effective good men and good citizens and leaders once they graduate.
And can I double click on that? Because on co-ed campuses, what you typically see is women in leadership roles for most of the clubs, most of the organizations. And I think that is an amazing trend because of the leadership of women, but also an opportunity as we inspire young men and engage them to take on leadership roles.
Dr. Weiss, turning to your research with Gary Pike at Indiana University, where you all studied the outcomes of Greek-affiliated students. What does the data suggest as it pertains to male students who are affiliated versus their counterparts who are not affiliated? What are some of the academic or personal development kind of successes that they have that we don't normally or commonly see with their counterparts?
Right. Well, and I'm so glad you brought up the National Survey and Student Engagement, because that's the data set we use. And if you're not familiar with that data set, regularly colleges and universities across the country are administering the National Survey on Student Engagement. More than 200,000 people are regularly in this sample. So it is a significant data set. And, consistent with the polling data that you've heard about prior, that happened just prior to this, fraternity does really, really well when looking at what's happening in fraternity compared to what's happening for those students who aren't affiliated. So a couple of points. We know that students who are in fraternities are more engaged both inside and outside the classroom. We know that they have stronger interactions with faculty. We know that they are more likely to say they have a professor who cared about them. We know that they are more likely to participate in what are called high-impact activities. And high-impact activities are things like internships, like study abroad. And we know, and actually Senator Gallego referenced this. He talked about when he went to Harvard that he wasn't coming from an elite private school. And he said, but I joined my fraternity and I was a part of that brotherhood coming up once again. We know, again, coming out of that NESI data set, that people in fraternities are more likely to affiliate with people different from themselves. And all of this was controlled for demographic variables, pushing back against all of those concepts of privilege when you think about fraternity. If there's something that's frustrating when coming out of higher education and hearing what's often a backlash against fraternity, are the very students who are the most engaged in the classroom are those who are participating in fraternity and sorority.
Great insight. Turning to Mr. McGee, you co-chair Belmont University's Flourishing Together Task Force that focuses on the challenges that men and boys face. Two-part question: what prompted this initiative by Belmont, and also what have you all learned about what males need to be successful in college?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So our university president, I think that it was a Christine Imba article a couple years ago that actually spurred us into action. And we had been passing articles back and forth. Richard Reeves was just starting to really elevate the conversation on the challenges that young men and boys were facing. And when that article popped up, we passed it around, and he's like, all right, enough. And I think the idea of Harvard, in the Harvard Business Review, there's a great article that just popped out. The ability to see the anomaly that becomes the trend is really, when you have that ability and you can act on it sooner, faster, quicker, that makes you way more competitive in the marketplace. And I've got to give our president, Dr. Greg Jones, a whole lot of credit. He spotted that anomaly in the form of that newspaper article, and I think the title was "Men Are Lost," and how do they navigate through? And then we moved into action. So I think for academic institutions, just the idea of seeing something and actually moving into action is critical, because the longer that we wait, the more that young men are challenged by a lot of these things that we've talked about over the course of the day. So, and then we went through the typical, forming a task force, trying to figure out the name. We were the male task force for a while, not creative at all, not very useful. So we had to kind of think of some other ways to contextualize the problem so that we could not just use it for this particular issue, but for future issues. And that's where we came up with Flourishing Together, addressing the challenges facing young men and boys. So when we iterate for the next challenge that we want to face as a university, it'll give us a chance to use that language, use a lot of the tools that we learned. So I think that's critical. Part two, the other answer to your question, is the idea of some of the university infrastructure that helped us to support the work that we've been doing. Prior to, we've got the inaugural president of Hope, Unity, and Belonging at Belmont University. And we created that role long before a lot of the DEI language was in the news. But the idea that belonging is not soft, belonging is infrastructure. And what you see and what you hear from our panelists is when you have belonging with standards, that's oxygen for young men. I mean, that's the brotherhood. That's the connection that they're all longing for. And you heard from the earlier panel, young men are going back to their faith because there's belonging, but there's also a level of accountability and standards around that belonging, and that's what they're craving for. And that's certainly part of the conversation as we devise curriculums and programs at the university, but I think it's a very critical part of the conversation too.
Dr. McGuire, free speech and due process obviously are some issues that affect all students, but what we're seeing now is some cases where it's more contentious with young men. What are you seeing on campuses, and how does this issue impact male students in their sense of belonging?
Yeah, thanks. So in my earlier remarks, I mentioned some survey data. So for example, at ACTA, we recently, working with the College Pulse, surveyed about 3,000 students, college students in Virginia, and asked them a variety of questions about free speech on campus. And just some of the differences that we notice between men and women. For example, men are slightly more likely to agree that the political climate on campus prevents them from saying what they believe. They're slightly more likely to self-censor and say that they're uncomfortable expressing their views on controversial topics. They're much less likely, on the other hand, to say that a professor who makes an offensive remark should be reported, less likely relative to female students. They're slightly less likely to say that it's okay to shout down a campus speaker to stop them from speaking, although they are a little bit more likely to say that using violence is okay to stop somebody from speaking, which is interesting, perhaps not totally surprising. Overall, as I mentioned, men are more likely to say that they're okay having close friends who have different political views than them, or even dating someone. And other national surveys have shown similar kinds of statistics over the years, including when asked about conflicts between, say, free speech and inclusion. Men are much more likely than women to say that colleges should allow for free speech, even if some people find what is said hurtful or offensive. So at ACTA, we think that universities and colleges should reform where needed their free speech policies in order to promote the free expression that we think is consistent with their missions and to improve viewpoint diversity on campus. And we think that would benefit everybody on campus, that it would better serve the missions of these institutions. But when you break down the data by sex or gender, you see that it would be potentially especially beneficial for young men who seem to be looking for a campus culture where they're free to express themselves and share their ideas. And I'll finish just by sharing one remark. Often when we see people clamp down on free speech, it has to do with, say, politics or religion or ideology, right? For example, trying to start a student chapter or something like that, right? Usually when these chapters are not allowed to start, it's because the others in the student government or whoever's in charge of allowing this student group to start objects to it ideologically. But one story where men were directly affected, a few years ago at the University of British Columbia in Canada, a young man reported that he tried to start a men's group and was rejected, and the reason they rejected him was that they said there's already a men's group on campus. When he went and looked it up, he found out that it was a feminist men's group focusing on healthier masculinities that looked at manliness through an intersectional lens. And so, he fought and fought to try and get his men's group founded on the campus, and I don't think he was ever successful.
I also think it's critical because oftentimes with social media, there aren't a set of tools that young people have around civil discourse. And, shout out to our friends up the street at Vanderbilt. They've got a project called Dialogue Vanderbilt, where it is not just saying we want this to happen or we want you to have more freedom, but we're going to give you a set of tools so that you can, in space, safe space to actually practice. So 100% agree, but we can't just say this is what we want and not give a level of structure and tools so that young people today can actually engage in some of these conversations successfully.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. And I think, Vanderbilt is a great leader in the higher ed reform space in terms of institutions that are, taking problems seriously and looking for solutions. Their chancellor, Daniel Diermeier, is a great advocate for a lot of the reforms that we'd like to see enacted. And I mentioned, too, we have a program in conjunction with Braver Angels and Bridge USA, a campus debates and discourse program, and my colleague Doug Spry and his team travels around the country constantly putting together debate programs on campuses, working with faculty and students, and it's fantastic.
One of the things that we see very prevalent now is not only is male enrollment an issue, is decreasing, but their graduation rate. So not only are we seeing males enroll at a lower rate, but we're also seeing them graduate at a lower rate. So this is a question I want to give each of the panelists an opportunity to respond to, and that is, what is happening between admission and graduation that's causing, or not graduating, that's causing higher education institutions to lose male students? So we'll start on the end with Mr. McGee.
Sure thing. So I'll jump right back with belonging with standards, the idea of we've got to create that sense of belonging, but especially with young men, it's not just belonging by itself. The idea of iron sharpening iron, belonging with standards is oxygen. Part two, we've got to work pathways to purpose with them. So the idea of purpose, again, by itself, the term incredibly meaningful, but what we find with a lot of our young men is they are clamoring for conversations on what is that path to the job. They need help understanding the path. And when you give them that level of understanding, we see better outcomes. The third is institutional trust and fairness. And I think when there's a sense of the university or the institution is being fair about, when I make a mistake, I'm not being punished. I've got room to make those mistakes, and they see that being equitably administered, the idea of fairness, and that creates an environment where they want to stay. Because oftentimes when they have that bad experience, what we find is they start to go inward, and eventually that leads to a bad outcome. And then the last one is scalable male support networks. And it is so critical. That's why I'm enjoying here. I wasn't in a fraternity. I went to the Naval Academy. I'm a Marine, so that's my fraternity. But just the idea of the strength of a scalable support network when you're in those moments, absolutely critical. And the institutions that do a great job of it, you see great outcomes.
And Dr. Wee, same question. What's happening from your lens between admission and graduation that's causing us to lose male students.
Yeah, I shared a little bit of that earlier about my concern that often colleges and universities are picking winners and losers, and it's important not to pick winners and losers. They support all students who are there. And one of the things I appreciate your comments about belonging and that sense of belonging, because it is that sense of belonging and engagement, which I already also talked about, being engaged both inside and outside the classroom, both key predictors of retention and key predictors for graduation. And I'll go back then to fraternity. We know from data over and over and over again that those men who join fraternities are more likely to be retained and more likely to graduate.
Dr. McGuire.
Yeah, I'd fall back on my own experience as a professor several years ago and working with young men. And I had several experiences where there were clearly students who were struggling either socially or academically. And they came to me and just happened to mention something, and I was able to work with them to help them, with whatever was troubling them. On several occasions, kind of going back to this idea of creating groups, so there's been a lot of discussion of belonging and that sort of thing. As you mentioned, I ran a center on campus, the Matthew J. Ryan Center. It was for men and for women, but there were several occasions where I had a group of young men come to talk to me, and they said, they were looking for something on campus where they would feel like they could express their views and debate issues that they couldn't talk about in other places in the university. And I'll say that there were people in the administration too who knew that I was somebody that they could send students like that too. So when they came to them saying, oh, maybe we'd like to start a group or something along those lines, I was one of the people on campus that they could send them to. So I think it's important to have people on campus like that and to have systems and processes or relationships in place where you can help students when they're looking for something and put them in contact with someone on campus who's going to give them what they're looking for.
And Dr. Stempert, I know this may look different at Hampden-Sydney, but if we think about retention rates, what's happening, at least through your lens, that causes higher ed institutions to lose male students between admission and graduation?
Sure, and I'm going to take a second to do blatant advertising. We were encouraged to bring materials, and I brought a lot of materials, and they are very heavy, so I don't want to take them home. But this is our view book that we use to recruit students. It's a very unorthodox approach. We wanted something that spoke directly to men. We don't need to speak to women, so we wanted something that really spoke very authentically to men. So please take 5 or 6 and give them to the guys who live in your neighborhood. And then another publication we have is called What Works, and it's the subtitle is Raising Boys, Engaging Guys, and Educating Men. Thought leadership around these subjects of how do you raise boys, how do you engage guys, and how do you educate young men. Please take them and share them widely. And then there's a one-page handout about the college too. Again, I don't want to take it home because it's heavy. But I'll just add, I think the two things that, we've been very, very focused on retention because we want to lead in this area. We want to sort of show the world, here's how to lead around retention of young men. And I would say the two things that we really focus on are engagement, like everybody else has said. We also think it's important for young men to have a sense of calling. That doesn't mean that they have to have it all figured out. That doesn't mean that they have to know what it is they're going to do the day they graduate. Although, we certainly, I tell them all the time, there's nothing that makes parents happier than to get a diploma and know that you've got a job on graduation day. But having the sense that I know that I have a purpose, there's something bigger that I'm supposed to accomplish with my life. And so what we find is if a student has that sense of calling, everything fits together better. They understand, okay, this is why I'm taking these courses. Without that, courses can just seem like, okay, a checklist, right? I have to take one of these, I have to take one of these. We want the students to know that their education has a purpose in preparing them for their calling or what they're meant to do with their lives. And so we think that's very important. And then I just can't emphasize engagement enough. Certainly around fraternities, that's been a theme throughout the day. Another thing that has come up during the day is sports teams. We have over 95% retention in our sports teams. If we had that same retention across our whole student body, we would be one of the leaders in retention in the country. I think the sports teams offer our guys fellowship. It offers them a sense of purpose, certainly. They're out to win. They're comrades in that purpose. But they also, from a very practical standpoint, athletes have to they have to figure out time management right away. They don't have time to not be organized. They don't have time to slack off. So they've got to figure that out right away. I think the last point, and just echo other comments that have already been made, high expectations are the key. You really want to put high expectations. I mean, again, going back to what I said earlier, so much of society is telling young men what they can't do. Young men need to be told you can accomplish amazing things. I remember advice I got when I started out as a professor: give them work until they scream. Give them that much work to do. And, I think now that I'm in a single-sex, context, I agree with that. Give them work. At the same time, make sure that they know their support, right? Make sure that they know that there's a support structure there to make sure that they can accomplish the important work that you're asking them to do.
I just have to say on that note, it's funny because Harvard released just last week a new report on grade inflation at the university. And it's good that Harvard is studying this and trying to do something about it. So credit to Harvard for that. But then the Harvard Crimson posted an article a couple days later and quoted 4 or 5 freshmen, and they were talking about how they were just dying at the thought that, the standards would be raised at one of our, leading universities in this country.
And I think we can't talk about retention without mentioning the demographic cliff. And that's something that I want to take personal privilege and give Dr. Weiss an opportunity to expound upon. This demographic cliff leads us to believe that it's going to become even more competitive for institutions to recruit and for a shrinking population of students. So what can universities, higher ed institutions do to kind of offset that cliff? What pitfalls should they avoid, and what should they be doing to authentically encourage approaches that will remedy it?
Yeah, if folks aren't familiar with the demographic cliff, you should read the work of Grawe is the economist who started writing about it. But very simply, enrollment was growing like this for a long time. And then number of realities occurring, and he initially said starting in 2025 it would do this. Not this, it would do this. I do this with utensils at dinners when I tell people about this all the time, because people aren't taking it as seriously as they need to. But COVID changed that because 1 million fewer students returned to colleges and universities after COVID. So it actually pushed it back. And so that cliff has already started, and we're seeing it. We're seeing it constantly in terms of colleges closing, colleges merging. It's happening all the time right now. And prior to the cliff, it was this nice incline for a long time. And colleges and universities really, it was a seller's market. And that has changed. It is now absolutely a buyer's market. And you say things like seller's market and buyer's market in higher education, and people are like, oh, they don't like those kinds of terms. But that's the reality. And colleges that are unable to think about being both educator and service provider, thinking about students as customers, those are the ones that aren't going to make it. And it's not, might not make it, they're not going to make it. And we see great examples of schools that are able to take a step back and think, how can I both educate, hold students accountable, all of those things, while also recognizing that students are customers. Those are the students, those are the schools that are really thriving right now. Those that are not able to do it, it's not going to be pretty for the next, and actually there's no end in sight at this point. The decline continues to be predicted. There's no potential end, and I just read something a couple of weeks ago that the Chinese student market's about to drop out too. So,
yeah. Can I put in a plug for some additional work that Richard Reeves is doing with the Higher Education Male Achievement Collaborative? So HEMAC is an organization that came out of AIMB, and it's sharing best practices. So how do you address the cliff? You've got to partner with other institutions. You've got to hear what's going on, and quite honestly, the idea of collaborating in the space, it's a great initiative that Richard started, and it's an opportunity to really work together on solving some of those issues associated with the cliff. And it's here.
Oh, it's here.
It's here.
We want to take an opportunity to give the audience a chance to ask some questions at this time.
Yeah, I'll try and be concise. You hear the message earlier about technical, vocational, like go get an electrical degree, right? Or the late Charlie Kirk would always say, don't go to college, it's a waste of your time and money. And constantly you're having to make the value proposition to explain the cost to parents and the education of students. What's the ripple effect or the downstream domino of if young people decide to opt out of college, if they're not joining fraternities, if they're not getting this formational period of leadership and whatnot? What do you think is going to happen 20 years in the future?
I'll jump on with, I mean, those years are rite of passage years. And in a lot of cases, most cultures have periods where you go through the rite of passage to become a man, to become a woman, to become a provider for your family. All those things are occurring at that age. So you're gonna learn some lessons in the aspirational space of college, or what a lot of young men are doing is they're just going to work. They feel that they want to become providers for their families now. And there's no judgment in that path. There's no judgment in either path. I think we've focused on STEM for a long time in our country, but quite honestly, shop class is gone. Home economics, all of these things that made you better, a better builder in your community, in the home, some of those things are gone, and we may need to revisit some of those things. I don't think this isn't an either or, it's an and. And for young men who choose the path, young men and women who choose the path of college, we want to make sure we provide a great educational experience for those formative years, but quite honestly, it is not for everyone, and then we don't need to have judging language in the way that we address young men in the decisions that they make. We need to figure out how to support them on their paths.
And I want to build on that because it's exactly what I was thinking. It's not for everyone, and that's okay. And it's also important to recognize prior to the demographic decline, 50% of students graduate from colleges and universities were not going to jobs that required college degrees. So we were already experiencing a bloat. And what we're seeing is a significant right sizing.
I'll just say real quick, the hardest positions we have to fill at our college are not faculty or, senior level staff positions. It's the electricians, it's the carpenters, it's we're doing a lot of building and renovation at our college, so, masons are hard to come by. There's certainly a need for people to fill those important, important skilled trades jobs. At the same time, I think the notion that AI is going to make college and people in general irrelevant, I think is far overstated. I mean, what we've seen, all we can do in anticipating that future is what we can learn from the past, and learn from the past is technological change requires more people, not fewer, and it certainly requires different people with different skill sets. I think the college educated person is going to become even more important in the future, not less important. And of course, we've got to prepare them for that future. We've got to make sure that we're putting the right kinds of courses and experiences in front of them. I think the need for college educated people is only going to grow. And we don't do the world or the public a service by saying, oh, you don't need to go to college anymore. And that message is certainly out there. And I think it's a disservice to our society, but it's also especially a disservice to young men.
As we prepare to close out today's symposium, I want to challenge the panelists with this very last question in 5 to 7 words. 5 to 7 words. If you could implement one change across American higher education to better serve male students, what would that one change be in 5 to 7 words? Dr. Stemper.
Give men agency.
Dr. McGuire.
Implement the ACTA gold standard for freedom of expression.
7 words. Encourage students to join fraternities and sororities.
Interesting. Belonging, purpose, and fairness are not soft values. They're infrastructure for human flourishing. And that was more than 7 words.
Yes.
I cheated.
And with that, this concludes the inaugural Symposium on Young American Men. On behalf of the Lafayette Company, event sponsors, and panel participants, thank you so very much for being here today. Have a great evening.